The Magic of Unkindness. Written by Kevin Dale. Narrated by Victoria Bolton. Chapter 1. Cruel, relentless fate. My descent into death appeared, at first, overwhelming and final. Angels, gates, brimstone. Of those I saw no sign. No rolling fields of cloud, nor warm embrace of the Creator. Nor did I encounter the comforting presence of any of the dead who'd preceded me, to the last murdered by the malign spirits who'd rent my life to shreds. Neither my dear brothers, nor my parents. None of the 7 masters I'd been passed to as they'd, one after another, been killed by the faint shades that twisted and slunk like drifts of fog. Not even poor Silas Wilkes, now occupying the end of that dreadful list, having apparently escaped the ghosts, only to meet the hand of a murderer within hours of our arrival in Boston. And yet my own end wasn't writ indelibly. I suppose that my would-be murderer, if nothing better might be said for him, wasn't used to strangling young women. An unnoticed spark of life remained, undetected by either the ruffians, the dark spirits, or myself in that grim hour. Choked free of my senses, as good as lifeless, my mind drifted upward, where dim shapes and muffled sounds announced the shores of life. A buzz and a rattle filled my ears, like a furious pair of wasps attempting to escape a paper cone. I eventually registered that it was my own throttled voice, groaning. Although my cries sounded loud in my ears, they went unheard beneath the rumble of the moving wagon. Inches from my nose lay Wilkes's face, scribed by starlight. His eyes were open and unseeing, a look of dull surprise in them. Thin lines of blood traced his forehead and the bridge of his nose. The crown of his head was misshapen, bashed in. I looked away. Though I'd known him but 43½ days, I adored him. He'd never cuffed me, never once even raised his voice. He'd looked after me throughout the entire crossing from London, as though I weren't his indentured apprentice, but his younger sister, or even his daughter. I slammed my eyes shut, willing the entire scene away, though to little avail, for a monstrous jolt shook the wagon. Peeking again, I angled my head away from Wilkes. A pair of bare feet extended just past his head, bouncing in rhythm with the course of the wheels, blackened and swollen with settled blood. I realized the crushing weight on my back was yet another corpse, and bit back a scream. Afraid to reveal the life in me, I kept still, allowing only my left hand to explore further. My fingers touched the cold hand of another, then bunches of material, a dress, and the curve of a hip beneath, barren of warmth, heavy as a bag of soil. The back of my neck tickled with what I realized was a woman's hair. I shuddered, the source of the wagon's horrid stench all too clear. "Bloody unnatural," the gravelly voice of the red-bearded man, my almost killer, sent a ripple of dread through me. I clamped my eyes shut and froze. "We've got a load of bodies. Is that natural?" That was the driver. I wondered how I'd missed the sinister lilt of his voice when he'd offered us transport outside the Atlantic Nag, the sea-warped tavern next to the tarnished green harbour of Boston. "You know what I mean. There's a reason this road is a piece of shite. We get in, we get out. Shite road or no." Another sound registered with me, a sporadic tinkling, delicate and somehow musical. It grew louder and then faded, replaced by another sound that increased in frequency, until it sounded as though the wagon was being pelted by glass beads. In the space between me and Wilkes's face, starlit diamonds bounced off the boards, hail stinging my face. I recalled the humid wind of Boston tugging at the hem of my dress. Warm even at sunset. Where were we? Had I been senseless for weeks? Months? The red-bearded man grunted.
Well, I don't like it.
No one's asking if you like it. Coin's just the same either way, and I doubt you'll be complaining about that, will you? A chill wind whisked the hail and sent tufts of dark hair over my face from the dead woman on top of me. The wagon turned and the bodies shifted. Wilkes slid toward me until his face touched my own, while the woman rolled halfway from my back. As the wagon slowed, the driver cursed, and I heard the snap of the reins.
Sodden beasts! Go! More frightened than you, the red-bearded man said. I'm the one that's frightened now. White-knuckled. Look at your hands.
The wagon sped up again. Just keep your mouth shut when we get there, the driver said.
I've dealt with him before.
I tried to wriggle free, my neck protesting, my limbs trembling. I needed to get out of the wagon.
Imagine living here, the red-bearded man said.
Was that a quaver in that last word?
Unbelievable.
Not our business.
Not right is what it is. Asking for trouble. Begging for a curse if we're lucky. Devil takes all thee is what come here. Everyone knows it. And we're the fools driving straight into it.
He spit loudly and pointedly.
Don't like it. Oh, good, let's have that talk again.
A gust of wind rocked the wagon. What on earth could fate, cruel, relentless fate, have in store for me that even two savage murderers couldn't hide the terror in their voices? Chapter 2. A Damnable Lie. The driver brought the wagon to a stop, the creak and jangle of the team falling silent.
He'll know we're here, the bearded man whispered.
He always does. Just do what I say, don't dawdle.
Not bloody likely. Christ.
I lay motionless, a wordless prayer behind my lips.
Mr. Swain, the driver said. Gentlemen.
The voice was rich and expressive, with an accent I was familiar with from London.
I trust your journey wasn't overly arduous. No, sir, not arduous. Not at all. And as discreet as required.
The men got off the wagon.
Aye, course, the driver said. Road emptied before we even reached the signs. I meant your departure from Boston, Swain said. Waited until full dark. Not much of a... He paused. A moon, sir. Don't mind my friend by the barn. His duties shall keep him otherwise occupied. But back to the matter at hand, if you will. No prying eyes gave your departure a moment's glance. I'm relying on your acumen. Just another wagon leaving at nightfall, sir. Let's trust you're right. And am I to be pleased with your cargo? Hope so, sir. We've 5. Marvellous. Somewhat fresher than your last delivery, I hope. Ours fresh, the red-bearded man said. Some, sir, the driver added. Bit of luck that someone met with their misfortune this very afternoon, sir. Some quick thinking when no one was about, and we nicked them before anyone was the wiser.
The disapproval in the silence that followed was pungent.
No one saw a thing, sir. My demand for circumspection above all else is not arbitrary, Mr. Flynn.
An impatient edge entered the man's voice. Footsteps drew closer, coming around to the back of the wagon.
Should as much as a hint of an inkling of a rumour catch the ears of various authorities or other persons of influence, I shall be darkly displeased, sir. Of course, Mr. Swain. Understood, fully. And not a one did see. Yet shall no one miss these hours fresh, recently misfortuned individuals. I find that rather hard to believe.
The wagon gate banged open with a rattle of chains.
For even in Boston there are standard procedures for fatal calamity, are there not? Fresh off a ship, sir. Alone. No one waiting for him. You know this how? They came into a tavern there. Atlantic Nag. Heard it from the owner. I see.
The driver, Mr. Flynn, apparently, pulled Wilkes's body toward the end of the wagon.
Attacked and done in not 2 streets over. Young lad I know ran and told me. Got to them before the constables. Or the crowd. No one saw 'em.
A damnable lie. After driving us to the isolated ruins of a burned house, the red-bearded man had set upon Wilkes, the hidden club swinging in a merciless arc to his head. I still heard the cracking thump, louder than a cannon, it had seemed. A brutal series of blows followed. I'd watched the entire murder without moving, stunned into disbelief. After the driver scolded him for bashing, the killer had dropped the club and come for me, stepping over Wilkes's body. He'd pushed through my upraised hands as though they were flowers, ignoring my pleas. I recalled the reek of sour sweat and onions. Turning me as though I was as light as a rag doll, he'd fixed my throat in the crook of his right arm and strangled me. One could hardly expect a killer to not also be a liar, I supposed. I barely breathed.
No one saw them, save for your vigilant lad.
Swain sounded dubious.
As I said, sir, rare bit of luck. So it would appear. And these others? That one there was killed by a falling stone during the repairs to the Brattle Street church after it burned. Lightning. When? Late spring. Not the fire, the stone. Course. Last week, sir.
Swain shifted the corpses, bringing to mind the market Wilkes and I had passed through after we'd left the towering ship and the grey swells of the Atlantic. Crates of salted mackerel and codfish, the air tinged with a briny bite. Ears of corn stacked in fragrant heaps. Geese pecking the cobbles within wooden pens. Merchants haggling with patrons over their wares.
And this one here? Potter from Cambridge. Died of pleurisy is the tale. Ill-fitting clothes, anyhow. Dug him up with him not 30 hours in the grave. Dead of night. We came and left like shadows. Shadows with pick and shovel. We wrap blankets round the tools, sir. Muffles the sound of the soil being removed. How clever. And this?
The body atop me slid off, dragged to the gate of the wagon. I remained as still as possible.
Ah, woman, sir. Know you'd asked for some. Doxy she was. Strangled by an irate customer. We saved her from a cheap grave, Flynn said. One beneath her is the other from the ship. Daughter, I'm guessing. Youth are of little use. I was clear on that point. She's not a kiddie, sir. Tall one, probably 14. A poor guess. I'd turned 16 on the crossing. Adults only, Mr. Flynn. Half the price, sir.
Flynn grabbed me by the collar of my dress and pulled me toward the gate. I remained limp.
Missing an eye, it looks. But she was fit.
He yanked my torso upward by the arm and shook it as though that might demonstrate anything at all in a lifeless body.
What's that one doing?
The red-bearded man growled.
Doyle,
Flynn snapped.
Why is he getting closer like that?
I'm sorry for this, Mr. Swain. Flynn released my arm, and my head cracked against the floorboards. I managed by the fiercest will not to cry out. A scuffle of footsteps rounded the wagon. Beyond that, pounding thuds, something throwing itself against a wall or a door, erupted a short distance away.
Don't move, Swain called out, his voice sharp and commanding.
He spoke words I didn't understand, and the sound filled me with despair. Unable to help myself, I clamped my hands over my ears and opened my eye. No one noticed.
Tell him to piss off or I'll...
The red-bearded man, Doyle, yelled before half his face erupted in bloody slices. He staggered.
Jesus, Flynn muttered.
The horses whinnied.
Back, Swain called out. Hailed Thone Biskepdom.
The wagon shook. A wave of frigid air crashed over me, sending my skin to gooseflesh, making my scalp tighten. The sensation of pins and needles crawled over my limbs. I sat up despite my feint of death. Doyle stood by the side of the wagon, clawing at the air in a frenzy even as more blood lifted up in fans. 10 paces from him stood an enormous man, wearing filthy breeches and nothing else. Half his head was missing. A gurgled moan escaped Doyle, and he fell still. In an instant, the enormous man with half a head sprang forward, his hands in claws, his jaw opening and snapping. He strained, leaning forward like a man bracing himself against the fiercest of storms. Flesh tore and muscles rippled. A ghastly shriek pealed from his mouth as he tumbled backward, where he wrestled on the ground with what appeared to be empty air. Flynn shrank back along the side of the wagon. Shadows swarmed in front of him. Before he could take another step, his head slammed against the side of the wagon, snapping his neck with a gruesome cracking. His limbs danced, like those of a marionette spun by a wicked child. A yard from me stood the man who'd spoken with Flynn, Mr. Swain. With dark hair of a fashionable length and a trim beard, he wore a well-tailored coat over a white shirt and grey waistcoat. Cravat, breeches, hose, and shoes completed the markings of a gentleman. He held his hands out before him, palms facing the shadows wavering before Flynn. He closed his eyes. With a bang, the door to a nearby barn opened, and an old man staggered out, wearing stained nightclothes. His hair flew off in an untamed corona of white behind him as he made straight for the wagon, breaking into a sprint that stunned me coming from a man that old. He leapt onto the back of the huge man, clawing at his face, biting the back of his head. The pair crashed into the wagon, tearing at each other with hideous growls. I fell back, tripping over the legs of the dead woman. With a hiss, the old man clambered over the huge man and pounced into the wagon, bony hands grabbing at my ankles, dragging me forward. The wagon shook as the bare-chested man also reached for me. I tried to wrench myself loose.
Sisyphia sigalid, wintres imbuten,
Swain bellowed. The air before me lit up with glowing lines of blue that tugged at my innards in a frightful manner. Frost spread out around me in an instant, climbing across the wagon, the bodies, my dress. The shadows over Flynn's body burst into the air, a plague of grackles fleeing into the night. Before me, the old man loosened his grip on me and collapsed, while behind him the man with half a head ceased his attack and fell forward. His arms and torso wedged on the wall, tilting the entire wagon to that side. My heart thudded as I stared at them, both as motionless, and apparently just as dead, as the other corpses strewn around the wagon.
Chapter 3. Hardly Dead at All. I tore the hem of my dress loose from the frost that bound it to the boards of the wagon, staring at the enormous man sprawled on the wagon's edge. One eye showed nothing but a crusted hollow, dried strands of fluid browning in the opening beneath his ruined brow. I felt no kinship in our shared condition. The old man stretched out before me, likewise still. I stared at them with my mouth open. My thoughts crawled, stunned to treacle. Swain faced me, his palms upraised, his gaze as focused as if he were pointing a musket at my head. I flinched. He whispered. The surrounding air whirled, seizing my hair, my dress. Bright lines of blue appeared, thin as gossamer, spiraling around me, causing my stomach to flutter and my balance to go strange. I grabbed the wagon's side. After a few moments, the light faded and the air grew calm.
"Why, you're hardly dead at all," Swain said.
"Yet another critique I shall make of the services of these two reprobates. Not that I have anyone other than myself to complain to at this point." He lowered his hands.
"Alive the whole time, were you?"
Yes, sir," I squeaked out in a pained whisper.
"Broken bones? Cracked skull? Stabbed?"
I wanted to shake my head, but my neck wasn't having any of that. "Strangled."
"How unpleasant," he said, sounding more as though he were commenting on a broken shoe buckle. "You'd best get down from there."
I struggled to step over Wilkes's body on the wagon's gate. After a moment, Swain stepped forward and offered me a hand. Alongside the wagon, the driver and the red-bearded man, what remained of them, glistened in pools of their own blood and torn flesh. Swain regarded them, his hands now on his hips. Unfortunate. Ruined, but fresh. What to do? What to do? Are you well enough to help me drag these and the others into that barn? I gaped at him. He stared at me and raised his eyebrows. Ah, I see. Have no fear, I shall deal with your father on my own. Too painful, clearly. Careful not to shake my head, I raised my hand instead, and forced my ragged voice out. Not my father. I see. Your uncle? Much older brother, perhaps? My master. Better yet. Then you can assist me without tears or grief, I'll take it. Well done. Tears. Grief. I'd spilled a Nile of the former and possessed an Atlantic of the latter. It was all I could do to keep from dropping to my knees and weeping, seeing poor Wilkes dead. I touched my throat where the skin was raw from the crook of the red-bearded man's arm. Swain leaned forward and looked. Ah, I see. Come. Without waiting, he turned on his heel and started for the manse. 2 full stories in height, and topped with a Dutch roof, the house wore decades of disrepair. Shutters, most missing slats, hung at imprecise angles at the windows. Paint peeled from the curved cornice above the front door, the design of which reminded me of angel wings carved into a tombstone. Ivy clung to the lower reaches. Blocking out starlight, a wide chimney rose from the haggard shingles in the middle of the roof. Beyond the house, light from the heavens showed thick groves of trees, stretches of wild meadow sloping to a dark harbour. I spotted the remains of what looked to be an abandoned town. A hint of moonlight on fractured glass here, the bones of timbers poking through a fallen roof there. Faint ripples of illumination traced the overgrown ghosts of roads and the collapsed skeleton of a bridge over a flowing river. Silence held unbroken, save for a mournful wind suspiring through the trees. No song of crickets broke the silence. No call of any wild things making unseen passage through the dark meadows. The manse and its grounds might have existed in another world. A world where August Swain was the last person alive after the dream of mankind had expired. Unsettled by the thought, I hurried after him. He disappeared through the doorway. I followed. As my eyes adjusted to the interior, I found myself in an entryway of warped boards, the stink of mildew in the air. Ignis, Swain muttered, a flick of his fingers accompanying the word. 6 fat tallow candles in pewter holders sprouted flames. I gasped. He lifted one. Now, as simple a conjuring as there is. Anyone with half a wit can achieve it. Ridiculous that what amounts to a parlour trick could ever become the concern of kings and courts, laws and men, emptying towns and valleys. But there we are. The world is full of wrong thinking, isn't it? Don't step on any of these lines. What appeared to be a perfect circle filled the hallway floor, comprised of metal filings that glinted in the candlelight. We passed into a study. A writing desk stood along one wall, stacked with papers, books marked with placeholders, inkwells, quills, and more candles. Along the other wall stood a workbench, where Swain set the candle. Tinctures and bottles, tin boxes, ivory-lidded containers, carved wooden boxes, and drawers lined the rows of shelves built into the back of the bench. I froze. Are you going to kill me? Kill you? Do I look like a killer? He said, looming over me. Believe me, that's not a comfortable question when you're standing alone with a tall man, having just left behind 8 corpses. Worse, with his shadow stretching up onto the wall behind him like a wraith, I have to say he did look like a killer. Or at least, he looked like a killer from a story. Yet I recalled Flynn and Doyle, actual killers. The sideways glances, the way in which they looked at me as though I were no more than a stray cat, their unkempt appearance. No, sir, I whispered. How reassuring. Now that we've gotten that out of the way. He motioned for me to stand within yet another circle of filings on the floor. Let's have a look at you. Your eye. Is that recent? No, sir. Kicked by a mule when I was 2, sir.
Resentful beasts. I never cared for them.
Nor I, sir.
Indeed. May I?
He motioned to the cloth I wore as a patch. I'd grown self-conscious of my missing eye as I'd grown older, but whatever remaining pride I'd clung to throughout my troubles of the past year had apparently been strangled straight out of me. I nodded. He lifted the cloth.
Interesting.
He lowered the cloth again and lifted the candle. And now for this throat of yours. Can you tilt your head up? I did, with pain. He examined my neck, prodding it with his fingers here and there, his touch delicate.
You can swallow?
I did, though it hurt.
Breathing isn't constricted?
I shook my head gently. He put the candle back on the bench and searched through several drawers. You may sit, he said, motioning to a stool within the circle. I did as he suggested, my knees trembling. He scraped 2 powders into a mortar, measuring them with a flat knife. Dried leaves from a bottle, a few drops of a rust-coloured elixir that smelled of sulphur. He ground it together with a marble pestle.
Not quite what any of Le Nez, as the perfumers of Paris rather pretentiously title themselves, might favour, but this will help keep the swelling down and help your skin to heal.
When it was ready, he spread it over the front and sides of my throat. The mixture was cold, and made my skin tingle even as the stench of it made my eye water.
Wait here, he said when he'd used up the paste. And don't step from that circle, whatever you do.
He left me alone for but a minute. The shadows in the corners of his study came alive, shifting as the candle flame wavered. A creaking sounded from overhead, and I raised my gaze. Tattered cobwebs dangled from the ceiling. As I scanned further, I saw a film of dust on the windows and in the musty nooks. Swain's work areas looked organised and clean, yet his need for dusting evidently began and ended with his work. The creaking grew louder, reminding me of the sounds from the ship that had carried poor Wilkes and me from London. Cracks marked the plaster of the ceiling, along with stains where the weather had seeped in. As I watched, one crack grew, marked by a fall of plaster dust. What might have terrified me a day earlier seemed barely worth noting after having seen a man's face torn off. A loud thud shook the ceiling, and a patch of plaster loosed and crashed to the floor. Swain returned, a pleated linen neckcloth in hand. In his other hand, he held a silver pendant on a thin chain, both tarnished. He showed me the pendant.
This is for your protection. You must never take it off. Never, ever. If you do, I can in no way guarantee your safety. Do you understand?
I can't say I did, but after what I'd seen, I nodded.
Excellent. Let's get this over your head, and we'll cover both it and your neck up with this cloth. And you should be more than able to assist me with the bodies, no?
He wrapped the cloth around my neck, securing it with a loose knot.
And let's hope you never run into the one who wrung your neck again.
The man, sir, I croaked.
Pardon?
It was the man, on the wagon. The bearded one, sir.
Swain frowned. I see. And your master as well, I take it?
I nodded.
Mr. Flynn knew of this?
I nodded again. Swain swept up the candle and turned, not waiting for me to follow. I scurried after him, sparing one last glance at the ceiling.
Careful, he said in the entryway,
pointing again at the circle on the floor. I stepped over the circle and followed him. The sight of the body stretched out by the wagon had lost none of its power to disturb me.
In Boston or out of it, Swain said, not slowing.
In, sir, I believe.
And was it also in broad daylight? Did they gather a crowd? Put out a tin cup for pence?
At a burned house, sir. It had grown dark.
They waited until dark. Remarkable discretion. And no one noticed you in their company?
Tavern, sir. Fishermen. Dock lads, near the market.
Well, at least there was nothing noteworthy about a one-eyed young woman leaving in the company of a large bald thug with a bright red beard.
He came to a stop before the wagon, holding the candle out. as ever disappointed yet not surprised. Words are vaporous things, floating pointlessly out of mouths, dissipating the moment they're uttered. Tell me, would you think the word discreet ought to have much to do with other words such as murder or kidnapping or tavern? I wasn't sure he expected an answer from me. No, sir, I said. Ah, verity from the mouth of babes. You are correct, and possessing more in the way of common sense than this pair of dunderheads. Well, if nothing else, you might help yourself to having the last laugh as you lend me a hand dragging them to the barn. You take that leg, I'll take this, and here we go. Chapter 4. No curse on you, Miss Finch of London. On that first night, August Swain taught me one of the great lessons of life. How easily one can step into the unthinkable if someone else treats it as ordinary. Drag 8 corpses across into a barn, one after another. It was as simple as following Swain's cues. Watch the head, fetch that missing ear if you would. We might have been moving pieces of furniture for the utter lack of solemnity. As I struggled to keep the red-bearded man's fat ankle in my grip while I tugged him through the barn door, I guessed that it was likely the same with killers and murder. Aim for the crown of the head. Put your weight into it. Make sure you get an artery. Yes, even a child. Same principles, lad. Otherwise, who would do such a thing? Or start a war, knowing the suffering and brutality to come? Or tamper with the unseen forces of magic? Thoughts were one thing. We all have them. But the doing was another altogether, and the key that unlocked that reality was someone else leading the way, saying, "Yes, come along. You're doing fine, yes, like so." I found the barn a frightful place, encouragement notwithstanding. Starlight fell in through rotted boards and joists to decorate the bodies in their deathly repose. A nasty odour lingered in the corners. We dragged the 2 final corpses, the enormous man and the horrid old man who'd grabbed my ankles, within the confines of a curious pen. 4 iron rods hammered into the earth, each with a thick loop of metal on top, strung through with heavy chains. The air around said chains crackled with a strange energy, the restless shifting in the moments before a lightning storm. Swain cautioned me not to touch the metal. Once we'd gotten the corpses settled, Swain closed the barn door and lit 2 lanterns hung from the wood columns that held up the loft. No magic this time. A tinderbox did the trick. I eyed Wilkes, sprawled out next to a pair of chests. My 7th master to die. Had the murderous ghosts lifted the hand of his killer? Had they brought down the club? I hadn't seen them, not the way I'd glimpsed the shade and ethereal forms that had laid low the others. But who could say? Wasn't Massachusetts riven with the infernal? Might the spirits have been at play, seeing to it that Wilkes and I might fall in with such dreadful company? Instead of fear, I felt anger at myself. I should have fled more artfully, more convincingly. I also felt profound pity. It wasn't only that Wilkes's life ended, that his heart had ceased its beating. No, his dreams had been murdered, along with his satisfactions, his joys, his victories, and all future paths he might have taken. Those who knew him, or might ever have shared a fruitful moment with him, they'd been robbed, perhaps just as dearly. I glanced at his killer, not willing to believe the same of him, but confronted with the possibility. Swain stood at yet another large workbench, a lantern before him, tracing a finger along a line of text in a book he'd opened. He appeared to have forgotten about me. I spied a bucket of well water hung on a hook, attached to one of the thick wooden beams of the barn. "Sir, may I?" Swain kept reading and spared me the barest of glances. He nodded. I went over to the bucket and dipped a tin ladle, drinking the cool water. Swain said nothing. After watching him read for several moments, I wandered over to the barn door and, curious, scanned the packed earth. While I saw bits of detritus, crumbled oak leaves, a broken quill mashed into the dirt, I couldn't spot any sign of a circle of metal filings as I'd seen in the manse. Yet I felt something. My gaze stopped at the post next to the splintered door, where a trio of symbols was carved into the wood, one atop the next. Each contained a thin silver spike embedded in the centre. I held my hand before them. My skin tingled.
I wouldn't touch that.
I jumped at the sound of Swain's voice, pulling my hand back. He'd turned from his bench. "I'm sorry, sir."
"Do you know what that is?"
"Is this like that circle, sir, in your house?"
"Very much like it, albeit a more potent example of a glamour. You know what a glamour is?"
I shook my head.
"Not even a guess," he said.
"Like a spell?"
"Like a spell, yet different. Any conjecture how?"
I stared at the symbols, chewing on the corner of my mouth. "You don't cast it." "It's already cast, sir."
"And the key element?"
I looked back at the symbols, recalling what I'd seen at the house. "The metal, sir."
"I'm afraid that metal is just metal, isn't it? A spoon is metal. A silver pendant is metal. A coin is metal. I doubt very much, then, that it's the metal."
As my family had fashioned metal into all manner of weapons, I was familiar with the utility of steel, of iron, of copper. I recalled what my beloved father, rest his soul, had told me of metal several years prior, standing beside a glowing forge, draped in his heavy leather apron, sweat clinging to his brow. The connection between the will of the maker and the materials at hand. "It's the intention captured within the metal, sir," I offered. Swain straightened, a look of unexpected satisfaction on his face.
"You just now constructed that concept?"
"It's something my father once said. But I think it right, sir, given what you asked."
"I should agree. Bravo. And your father is whom?"
"Eldridge Finch, sir. He's dead, sir."
"Pity. Of Boston?"
"London."
"And his profession was what?"
"Weaponsmith, sir. To the Crown." I paused. "Ghosts killed him."
"Ghosts?"
"Yes, sir."
"Ghosts don't exist."
"But, well, I saw them, sir."
"You can't have. The notion that there are souls who for lack of proper directions are doomed to wander some dark corner of the world, rattling their chains, moaning to be released to some farther stop along the route of the divine, is nothing but fancy. Misinterpreted noises, overheated imaginations, wishful thinking.
They dragged him through his workshop, sir." The memory brought back the chill that racked me on that awful evening. "Dark like smudges in the air. And they clawed at him. I watched the blood fly. They broke his neck against the wall, sir. Just as what happened to the men outside, sir. I'm telling the truth."
"I didn't say I doubted you. I only said ghosts don't exist. Demons, however, do. Do you know what a demon is?"
"A spirit, sir?" I wasn't sure the distinction mattered. Every waking minute since my father's death had deepened my life into nightmare, no matter what they were called.
Entities. Infernal entities from other unseen realms. Beings who prowl, who hunt, who kill, and worse. Might that be what you sensed?"
Sensed? Did he think I was making it up? That I was a meek little girl, head filled with tufts of nonsense, feathery words carrying no weight at all, only requiring a proper man to explain the world to me? Did he expect me to stare at the packed earth of the barn floor and nod along as he revealed I'd been carried away by my own overheated imaginings?
I raised my eye to Swain. "They killed my father, sir. Then they killed my brothers. Thaddeus with a knife while he slept. Willie and Roger choked on coal at the same time in the cellar. Georgie was pushed from the window
and broke his neck. Benjamin and Harry burned, along with the house, sir. He watched me carefully.
And your mother?
She died when I was 6, of yellow fever.
But the rest of your family perished at the hands, if you will, of these entities.
Yes, but that wasn't all, sir. An associate of my father took me in. Cyrus Beedon. A scythe flew across the stable and cut his head off. His neighbour put me to work in his shop, sanding staves for barrels. Virgil Pike. Shoved down a flight of stairs, cracked his head and died 10 hours later. Derek Shepley was next, sir. He slit his own throat, even as he fought off the hand that held the knife. Right in front of me, sir. Newton Hutch put me in his print shop. 2 weeks later, he was crushed in one of his presses. After him was Mr. Ives, strangled by a shadow. Alistair Bonewhite was hung, and his widow drowned in her wash. And others, sir. Swain took up a lantern and approached me.
All that would make you quite a fatal little companion, wouldn't it?
You ought to send me away, sir.
Whatever for?
Well, because
I'm not frightened of demons. Certainly not the sort you describe. Crude, blunt, obvious.
But they've killed everyone, sir.
They haven't killed me. Nor will they. Furthermore, as long as you wear that pendant, they shan't kill you. Though it is somewhat curious they haven't already.
I'd thought the same thing 1,000 times if I'd thought it once. Am I cursed, sir?
Only in the figurative sense, I'd wager.
He returned to his workbench.
In the literal sense, doubtful. While I'm no expert in curses, neither is anyone else within 1,000 miles of London. And what you describe would be a curse of a high order. Therefore, unlikely. Not that we oughtn't check, if only to eliminate the possibility. Step over here.
He returned to his bench and located a vial containing a powdery concoction, turning and motioning to the glamour on the floor at the far side of his bench. I stepped over and into the circle.
I'm more worried that you're under the influence of a demon in some fashion.
He approached me, sprinkled a few shakes of the powder into his palm, and spoke a quick enchantment.
Close your eye.
I did so. He blew on the powder. When I opened my eye, a glowing gust of brilliant blue enveloped me, as if I'd stepped into a miniature blizzard of crushed sapphire. After a few moments, the colour faded. Swain motioned for me to brush the excess powder from my chest, my face, my hands.
Well, you're not under demonic possession. Always cause for celebration. No stray demon is lurking near your person. Also good.
He slid the cork back into the vial and rubbed his chin.
William Easterbrook.
I swept the last of the powder from my sleeves. Sir?
Easterbrook, a most paranoid practitioner of the unseen arts, spent his life worrying over a curse allegedly cast upon him by the wife of his great-uncle. He wouldn't lift a spoon if he hadn't tested it for curse magic. Sip from a glass, step over a root. Clearly not a fellow to bring along if you were in a hurry. But he did leave behind the most comprehensive collection of curse detection in all of English magic. Before he died, ironically, of syphilis. Wait here.
In the glamour, sir?
In the glamour.
With that, he strode out into the night, leaving me alone with 8 corpses, whose visages grew no less alarming as the minutes ticked by and the wavering lantern flames kept the shadows moving as though alive. I tried shutting my eye, but that only made me more aware of the trembling of my knees. Was it getting colder? Did something shift in the far corner? My mouth went dry. The bucket of water may well have been in London, for all my willingness to step outside of the glamour and help myself to a sip. After what felt like half an hour, Swain's footsteps crunched in the darkness beyond the door, and he returned, a book tucked in the crook of his elbow.
You look like you've been holding your breath, he said. Nor do your ears require your shoulders to shield them. You're quite safe, as I said.
I tried to hide my exhalation.
Now.
Swain put the book down on his bench, his finger already opening the pages where he'd marked it. He made a soft clicking sound with his tongue as he scanned the page.
Here's what I dislike about curse magic.
Repetition. Each strand of the curse seems to require a separate greeting. Hello, and who might you be? And who is this next to you? And this? He traced a finger along several lines of text, reading. Rather like weaving if you enjoy that sort of thing. Which I don't. One page, then another. More clicking his tongue. A shake of his head. I suspect 2/3 to be unnecessary. Redundant. If you're going to accentuate each separate order of invisibili instinctu, meaning unseen impulse roughly, you're forgetting that all the upper harmonics are contained within the base order. He glanced at me. Like the ghost notes on a violin string. I knew nothing of violins, other than that they sounded pretty when playing a waltz. Still, Swain didn't appear to require any input from me. Fine, he said after a few more minutes, closing the book with a satisfying thump. This should suffice, unless you have syphilis. No, sir. Well done. He selected 3 glass bottles from the back of his workbench and set about mixing 2 dark powders with a pinch of an herb I couldn't identify. At least Easterbrook stayed with the basics when it came to instantiating the incantation. Of course, I would too if I felt compelled to examine every new piece of wardrobe, every new bottle of ink, every mirror I encountered for signs of being cursed. Maybe that was the curse after all. His last observation seemed to amuse him, but I couldn't muster a smile with the corpse of Silas Wilkes, staring up at the shadows not 10 paces away. Not to mention the talk of demons, curses, and magic. Once Swain had the proper proportions mixed together, he took the small bowl in one hand, lifted a candle with the other, and turned to me. You may step out of the glamour. Will it hurt, sir? It's a spell, not a strapping. You shan't feel a thing. He motioned me to a spot away from the bench. Now hold still, and be patient. The incantatory phrases are bountiful, and must be woven 1 strand at a time, God help us. He approached me with the candle. Holding it a foot from my face, he whispered a long string of words I didn't understand. The flame stretched high from the wick. He tipped the mixture from the bowl into this tongue of fire, continuing to whisper. Snapping flares in the various shades of the prism danced in the air before me, combusting into thin embers, glowing filaments that drifted around my head, untouched by either wind or gravity. When all the mixture had burned so, a shining veil floated around my head, multi-hued and bright. Swain paced around me in a circle, speaking one line after another. Fila fricende, fair an rete, whilem hilde dior, hier pan wina. Goman wudu grete, whilem gid, aurik. And so on, the sonorous phrases seeming to turn in on themselves, snakes devouring their own tails. Syllable after syllable, word after word, the flow transforming ever so slightly, with each iteration a different touch on the ear. The flecks of illumination spun around me, 1,000 floating parasols of sun-touched dandelion seed. In places, my skin tingled as though brushed by a strip of silk. The thought occurred that I'd just allowed a self-professed practitioner of magic, illegal, infernal, and immoral by all accounts, deliberately cast a spell on me as I stood obediently still. Would he curse me? Make me his eternal servant? Ravish me with no hope of defence? Enchant me to become a murderer, taking the role of the late Doyle and Flynn? Make me into a sprinting corpse? A little too late to entertain such thoughts, I realised with a sinking resignation. I closed my eye, hoping the entire year would vanish right along with the view in front of me. The spell took another 1/4 of an hour. The next time I looked, the swarm of tiny lights had dwindled to faint lines of red, spreading farther and farther from me, some reaching the dark corners of the barn. As a last shiver ran along the backs of my legs, Swain came to a stop, the last phrase rolling off his lips. Silence filled the barn, save for the wind knocking the doors on their rails and sighing over the roof. He snuffed the candle wick between his thumb and forefinger. A grey scribble of smoke rose. No curse on you, Miss Finch of London. He stared at me, a puzzle still. After a moment, He turned to put the candle back. The spell. It was beautiful, sir. He took another step and stopped, his head turning in my direction.
Beautiful.
The magic. The light, sir.
I beg your pardon. What light?
Around me. The light that shone. Hundreds of little, flares, spinning. He turned fully.
There was no light.
There wasn't, but, well, I saw it all over.
Are you talking about the candle?
No, sir, the other light. I thought it was the spell. His gaze fixed on mine, his eyebrows lowering. A glow emanated from his hands, running up along his sleeves, brightening at his temples. There, I said. More around you. It's not the same. It's like mist at sunrise, catching a golden colour. Don't you see it, sir? In an instant the glow faded. Swain tossed the candle over to his bench. He raised both hands, palms facing me.
Which one?
The centre of his right palm shone, with a curious ripple of red, low-huffing flames. Right, I said.
And now?
Neither of his hands glowed, but the candle on the bench shimmered. I pointed. That, sir. Not your hands. Swain put a knuckle to his lips.
Stand back within the glamour, if you would.
His voice lost the bemused rhythm of his earlier comments. I did as he bade.
Now, I want you to remove the pendant I gave you earlier, but remain within the glamour.
Is that, well, safe, sir, after what you said?
You're quite safe within the glamour.
And I'm here. With some resistance from my unruly hair, I soon had the pendant in my hand. Swain nodded.
Now place it on the ground outside of the metal filings.
I did so. The flesh between my shoulder blades crawled.
When I tell you, and only when I tell you, please step outside the glamour. Do you understand?
Yes. Yes, sir. He covered his mouth with his hand. I couldn't catch the words he whispered, though the sound of them echoed queerly in the barn. The feeling between my shoulders grew uncomfortable, spreading around to my sternum. Within the chains of the strange pen in the corner, the enormous man with the crushed head sat upright, a horrid groan seeping from his throat. He stared at the far wall, motionless. Of all I'd seen that evening, nothing frightened me more than the sight of the hulking man going from prone corpse to animated in an instant.
Exit the glamour now, Swain said, keeping his eyes on the man. And get ready to step back in the moment I say so.
It was suddenly the last thing on earth I wanted to do. But I realized that if Swain had wanted me dead, he'd had ample opportunity already. With clenched fists, I stepped out, one foot, the other. The moment my back foot passed over the metal filings, the man snarled, turning his ruined head until his lone eye found me, glimmering with malice. With terrifying speed, he leapt to his feet, hurling himself at the chains. Bursts of blue-white lightning crawled across his bare chest and arms, his mouth filled with crackling blue flames. Overhead, 2 planks tore from the roof with a screech of pegs and a tearing of wood. Splinters showered the spot where I stood. A shadow flitted past the stars overhead, now visible in the opening.
Back in,
Swain motioned at me. I didn't need any prodding. As soon as I landed within the glamour, the enormous man swung his head this way and that, searching, still crashing up against the magic. The shadow over the roof vanished, leaving only a small patch of stars in place of darkness. Swain said, Diga hifte ambirn isen, navala dreger. And the man collapsed backward, hitting the ground with a bone-jarring thud. Not a limb moved, not a finger, nothing. Swain watched the man for a few moments, then turned to me. He stepped to the glamour. He bent and retrieved the pendant, staring at me as he held it out for me to take. I did so, not needing to be told to put it back over my head. Can I?
Yes.
Gathering up my nerve, I stepped outside of the glamour again. The man didn't move. None of the corpses stirred. Swain continued staring at me. Sir, I don't understand, I finally said.
You don't? Swain said, as quietly as I'd heard him speak. Not at all?
I shook my head. My stomach twisted into a knot. What was he going to say? No, sir. He brushed a stray lock of hair from his forehead.
I find that almost impossible to believe, Miss Finch, he said. What haven't you told me?
I've told you everything, sir. I've no reason to lie to you.
Then you've no idea what you are.
What I am? What does that mean?
A witch. It means you're a witch. He crossed his arms in front of his chest. Of which there have been none for nearly 100 years. Not here, not in Britain, not anywhere across any ocean, north, south, east, or west. Nowhere.
Witch. I reached out to steady myself, suddenly light in the head. Witch? Chapter 5. Haunted and forbidden to trespass. I sat on a stool beside Swain's bench, staring ahead, not registering the barn, the bodies, the looks Swain gave me as he performed one test after another.
Do you feel this spell?
Yes, like pinpricks on my scalp.
Can you move this copper ingot across the surface of the workbench with just your mind?
No, not at all.
Without the pendant on, standing within the glamour?
No, still no.
Do the glamours glow or shine to you?
Neither, but I notice them immediately. They stand out somehow. Pendant on, I could walk about outside the glamour, with no hint of notice by any infernal presence. Pendant off, and it would be only moments before the ghost that had damaged the roof made itself known. Not a ghost, I corrected myself. A demon. Swain found it endlessly fascinating. I was terrified. The tests continued. What did it mean? How had I never been told? Why? Who was I? Had all the death around me been my fault? Such questions filled my mind, splashing and clawing like rats heaving themselves from a sinking ship. The ship, in this case, being everything I thought I'd understood about myself before hearing the word witch applied to me. Swain lifted his gaze from yet another book he'd carried in from the manse, opening his mouth to instruct me on yet another test. Before he could speak, I raised a hand. Sir? He straightened.
Yes?
Might I take a break, please? I feel rather weak.
This shouldn't take long, and it's utterly the key to it all. You see, if the visual artifacts, beyond the realm of normal senses, of the spells we've tried are clear to you, the forces involved in wards must also register in some fashion, very different from glamours. I've always sensed they organize energies in a fashion unique from anything else, and this might well prove just that. There's no record of it anywhere, but my guess is that you'll perceive. I must have looked a pitiful thing indeed, for he paused. No, of course, he said. Are you thirsty?
Yes, sir.
And when did you last eat?
Yesterday, sir, on the ship.
Yesterday? Why didn't you say anything? This won't do. He stood. Come. And don't suffer in silence, Finch. I've left my social graces well behind and would hardly demand more of you. Such conditions are suitable enough for my own needs, and I can work through the night with nary a pause. But I'm a poor host indeed, guilty as charged. Come.
He swept up the lantern. When I followed, he shouldered open the barn door and headed toward the manse again. The air had grown sharp and iron cold. As I shadowed him through the doorway, he said, Glamour, reminding me not to step on the lines of the circle. We passed the study and he led me to the kitchen. A large hearth glowed within the greying embers of an earlier fire. He clunked the lantern down on a sturdy table, yet another repository for books, and pulled a tin from a shelf. As with the other room, the section of the kitchen he used was clean and orderly, while the rest of it looked to bear a decade's or several decades' worth of dust and disuse.
You can stoke a fire and make tea, yes? Swain said.
Yes, sir. He handed me the tin.
Marvellous. I like it strong. Now you'll find cornmeal about here somewhere. Near it, molasses. What little milk I have has spoiled, I fear, but give it a sniff. You can make mush, I take it.
My stomach growled so fiercely that I almost let that suffice in answer. I nodded.
A large bowl for me. I like it thick, and don't be stingy with the molasses. You may help yourself as well. Now that you mention it, you do look on the brink of joining the others in the barn, and we can't have that, can we?
No, sir. Thank you, sir.
Splendid. You'll find me back in the barn. You know by now what not to step on.
He regarded a stack of books.
Now, where is my Fletcher?
Sir?
Fletcher. Archibald Fletcher, a book, Finch. And not a kind one, mind you. Yet one I think might shed some light on our situation. Unfortunately, reading Fletcher is rather like being a farmer, turning a field loaded with stones that dull the plough and try the patience. Yet he has his moments of insight, nestled in among the more stubborn boulders. So a-ploughing I shall go, should the book have the decency to stop hiding from me.
Not finding it among those on the table, he shook his head and left, calling back that the water for the tea should be boiling, not just hot. I stared after him for a moment and shook the tin. Tea. I set about to prepare it, throwing kindling on the fire, adding a pair of split logs from the rack. A sooty kettle needed refreshing. I filled it with water from a bucket in the corner and hung it in the hearth.
A few rules to mark, Finch.
I startled, knocking my head on the mantelpiece. Swain stood in the kitchen doorway, a thick book in hand.
Don't touch my books or my papers. No venturing off alone, manse or surrounding property. There are dangers waiting for the wrong moment of curiosity, even beyond your particular situation. A staircase on the verge of crumbling, cistern holes left uncovered, transoms ready to collapse, doors that may well bind or lock behind you. More crucially, if you see, or think you see, anyone else, be exceedingly wary. Don't approach them. And good Lord, whatever you do, don't speak with them. Really, do your best to ignore them. Clear? I worked through what he'd said, my worry deepening. Yes, sir. He looked around the kitchen as though taking a quick inventory. He nodded and left, his steps receding down the hallway and out the door. I wondered what he meant by not speaking with anyone else. The darkness that pressed in on the kitchen from the doorways and the two windows grew even more menacing as I thought about his warnings. Still, hunger has a way of forcing other concerns into the background, be they corpses, witches, or magic. So I busied myself in making the first decent meal I'd had in over 6 weeks, and one I still count among the finest of my life. As I later crossed from the manse to the barn, balancing a steaming teapot and a tin bowl brimming with hot cornmeal mush, drenched in molasses in one hand, a lantern in the other, the wind sent fingers prying beneath my collar, grasping at my ankles, tugging my hair into my eye. I lifted the lantern, the lone point of light in a sea of black. Witch. The thought rang in my head. A witch. Hail fell in the darkness, tapping the ground on the other side of the manse. The hemlock trees sighed beneath the stars. The night had all the trappings of a nightmare, yet I felt the wind in my hair, saw the bloodstains by the wagon. If I crouched and touched them, I'd find them still wet, I knew. No, I was awake. Wilkes was dead, and I was alone. Again. And a witch, a witch! That thought alone propelled me out of the darkness and into the barn, where a spill of warm light pushed back against the night. Swain didn't appear to notice me as I entered the barn, busy as he was scratching notes into a bound journal, his quill moving with precision. Before him, several books sat open. "Sir, your tea," I whispered. Swain continued to write. The edge of the bench.
I juggled the bowl, teapot, and a cup I'd found, setting them down with care. I dug a spoon from my pocket and put it beside the bowl. Swain licked a finger and turned the page of one book at his elbow.
"Why use 2 words when a score will suffice?" he sighed.
"Fletcher, sir," I said.
Fletcher, indeed. To say that the man was verbose is rather like saying that the Atlantic is wet. Why, listen to this patch of bramble that I just trudged through.
He flipped the page back and read aloud, his voice taking on a nasal tone. "'Tis when autumn eventide sets this feral forest a smoulder, as with the glow of hell's infernal chambers, that one begins to apprehend the discorporal touch of the darkness in this land, the soul, and the nerves preyed upon by the blackest currents of witchcraft and sorceries of most insidious origin, whose reach extends from beyond the borders of midnight to reveal a great realm winding unseen, beyond sill and threshold, beneath rivers. He turned. I might simply have written, Salem is unquiet, from a plainer perspective. Much more succinct, wouldn't you agree? I wasn't sure what even his simpler phrase meant, let alone the sentence he'd quoted. Salem, sir, I said instead. The said same feral forest. He reached for the tea and poured it, appearing satisfied at the steam released and the tarnished copper colour of the liquid itself. Full or not, my stomach clenched. The Salem of the witches. You are familiar with some other Salem of note? He sipped his tea and nodded once in approval at the preparation. This is Salem. We're in Salem, sir. At the edge, yes. Perhaps you appreciate why I find it ever so curious that you might suddenly arrive here. A witch. Salem. Infamous throughout the Empire, dreaded by even the most stout-hearted Englishman. Haunted and forbidden to trespass, by order of the Crown. No wonder the darkness stretched without end. I'd heard the stories, as had every citizen of the Crown, no doubt. The 17 families aboard the doomed ship Westernshire Belle, cast off along the unsettled coast. The town they carved out of the wilderness, and the pact with the devil that they'd made. Spells and trickery used on the settlers of Boston. Black magic, curses, people flying through the twilight air like storm-tossed scarecrows. Dried-up wells, wilted crops, and the unending night that had enveloped the town as the Lord had served his justice. Witches prowling graveyards, vanishing into marshes and woods. But I'm not a witch, I sputtered. The tests we performed beg to differ. He tapped the book before him with the spoon. And the more I read, the more I'm convinced. But I've never cast a spell. I've never made a curse, or a hex, or anything. Irrelevant. Being a witch isn't about what you do, but rather about what you are. I'm just me, sir. That's all. I've never been anything else. Not special. Save for the demon stalking you, which, if I were to guess, began at approximately the same age that you, well, began your womanhood, if you see what I'm getting at. I felt my face flush and, after a moment, nodded. My first flow hadn't been but a fortnight before my father had been slaughtered in his workshop. Before that, no hint of tragedy had shadowed my life. Save for the death of my mother at the cruel hands of yellow fever some 6 years earlier, a common enough tragedy for London at the time. But after my father had died, with me fully into womanhood, as Swain said, the relentless scythe of death had swung in every direction around me, driving me from one side of London to the other, and eventually across the Atlantic. There's precious little convincing literature on witches, I'm afraid, Swain continued. The usual blather about Satan's spawn or sinful women. Transparent, hateful nonsense. No, a witch is a human, but with more. More sensitivities to the unseen energies that permeate the visible world. Heightened awareness. Able to manipulate energy. Instinctive ways of interacting with such forces. And, of course, a vulnerability to demons. Hence the demon, or demons, that I suspect became drawn to you, causing such havoc to all those nearby. Everything he said, I hated. I wanted him to stop talking. None of it was true, surely. Then why didn't it, or they, just kill me then? If I was what you say, sir. They probably couldn't find you properly, or couldn't harm you properly. Swain stirred the mush with his spoon and took a mouthful. I'd certainly be interested in testing both theories. The question is a fascinating one. It's not fascinating. They killed everyone in my life, sir. Well, of course. He'd glanced down at the book as I'd spoken, tapped a finger on the page. Tragic, yes. Now, I've read an account postulating that young witches, as children, possess a form of natural camouflage from demons. They have it, or they're trained to develop it. Unclear. In either case, it would make sense, And I'm sure there are analogues in nature. And of course there would be the efforts of the parents to protect them, using their own witch nature, which would presumably be sufficiently advanced. Let's assume your father wasn't a witch. The traits favour females 10 to 1, though there have been males referred to as warlocks, clearly a ridiculous designation. And let's further assume that if he were a witch, he'd have told you, and also likely not have been killed by the rise in demonic activity around you. Then that points to your mother. Tell me about her. What was her name? The mere mention of my mother sent a familiar pang of grief into my heart. Patricia, sir. Patricia Finch, born Patricia Carey. She was lovely, and not a witch, sir. She died when you were how old? 6. And she never cautioned you about anything unusual, never demonstrated any curious behaviour, abilities. No, nothing. I pictured her sitting in her sewing room in Mayfair, her skin pale as cream, her lovely hazel eyes not missing a detail, her auburn hair catching highlights like copper in the early morning sunshine of a London spring. Beautiful, clever, fragile, gentle. No witch. She was lovely and kind, but got very nervous about things. She stayed home mostly, save for her routine errands. And even then, my father always accompanied her. She didn't like crowds or noise, sir. She read a lot of books. She couldn't keep herself in books, she loved them so. She was just a normal mother, sir. She never mentioned demons. No. The thought would have terrified her, sir. She was quite superstitious. How so? The usual. Cracking mirrors, the number 13, spilling salt, ghosts. Ghosts. Not like demons. Spirits, rather. She wouldn't go into the cellar alone. She'd always make one of my brothers or father go with her. The attic, too. At night, the darkness frightened her. But did she ever see ghosts? No, I think she was just afraid, sir. And no magic, nothing like that? Her smile was magic. The story she told me. How she held me, her only daughter. It seemed like a different world. Not like... I wiggled my fingers in the direction of the candle. That. And her parents? She was an orphan, sir, a foundling. Her name was pinned to her dress. She remembered nothing of her family. Curious, Swain said. Still, she may have been a witch. Unless it can skip a generation. Possible. How could she have been a witch and not known she was a witch? Remember, a witch is what you are, not what you do. You spotted my glamours, you saw magic, not thinking any better of it. I thought it remarkable, sir. But you didn't think I didn't see it. You assumed your sensory perceptions were normal. They aren't. Now, is it possible your mother went her entire life not understanding that her perceptions weren't normal? Were these fears of hers, the nerves, the superstitions, tied in somehow? A reaction to facets of the world she didn't understand? How old was she when she died? Late 20s, sir. Maybe she resisted it, fought against it, ignored it, Swain said. It certainly doesn't sound like she utilized it. But no demon stalked us, not then. Fair point. Could she have instinctively known how to hide herself, to hide her children? Those are just the first possibilities that occur to me. I suspect we'll never know. Yet the fact remains, you're here, you're a witch, and you had to have gotten it from somewhere. He looked me over. I'm rather jealous, I'll have you know. I've often wondered what the unseen arts would be like if they could be the seen arts. Yet, for all the fuss, historically speaking, over witches, one might as well assign odious motives to being born with blue eyes, or to attaining 6 feet in height. Random luck. I'm not sure it's lucky, sir. Note I didn't specify what kind of luck. I stared at the flame in the lantern. Well, out with it, Swain said. When I frowned, he leaned forward. I can practically hear the questions clanging around in your head, Finch. So, out with it. Isn't Salem cursed, sir? I said. By the witches? Hardly. Rumours carried from fisherman to fishwife to tavern, etc., veer ever so quickly away from reality. Still, such rumours serve to keep the deserted lanes leading here quite empty for the most part. I see to the rest. And do note you're the first and only witch I've seen here. He seemed to mean the last bit as a joke, but I found nothing funny in having just been told that virtually nothing of what I'd believed about my life was correct. I recalled Swain's initial assessment of me. If I wasn't cursed in a technical sense, I was certainly cursed in the figurative sense. Perhaps sensing my growing despair, Swain continued.
Salem is certainly worthy of caution. That said, I've managed to live here quite reasonably since late spring, in spite of the alleged inadvisability of doing so. Not to mention the illegality. Strictly speaking. Not nearly as difficult to get around as one might imagine, given that the old gentleman whose primary concern is this unquiet countryside rattles about Boston looking for his teeth most days.
Old gentleman?
Dr. Ephraim Rush, yes.
The magician of Boston. I'd heard of Dr. Rush, of course, famed on both sides of the Atlantic for protecting Massachusetts against a return of the internal threat, the witches, that once sprang from Salem.
The Royal Doctor of Magical Sciences. Let's give the man his due, Swain said, in a tone of voice that implied quite the opposite. And in fact, he once did impressive work, albeit 5 decades ago. I hear these days the good doctor confines his magic to the vanishing of delicacies and the conjuring of titters, as he beguiles the city's matrons with his bon mots and clavichord recitals. He reached out and rapped his knuckle on the cover of the book before him. Successor to Fletcher here, as a matter of fact. Fletcher was the first such royal doctor to be officially sanctioned by His Majesty, an earlier Majesty to be clear, in the Massachusetts Charter. Fletcher, then a man named Henrik Krause, then our Dr. Rush, whose tenure has eclipsed that of both his predecessors by 4 decades. And all 3 making names for themselves by dutifully standing watch against. He raised his index finger and whirled in a circle as though to say, all of this ordinary barn in the midst of an ordinary countryside.
But he's supposed to make sure there are no more witches, isn't he?
As I said, there hasn't been a witch in nearly a century.
Until me.
Until you. But fear not, Finch. I very much doubt you're about to terrorize the colony, and thus would be of no concern to our good Dr. Rush.
But if he found out?
I'm not sure how he would, especially if you wear the pendant, which, in addition to shielding you from the attention of demons, ought to keep you undetected by any of Rush's witch poles. He clearly saw the question on my face before I even opened my mouth. Witch poles. Glamoured lanterns set atop black hickory poles, placed throughout the colony, though most reside in and around Boston itself. Designed to detect witches, or so the claim has been maintained for half a century. I personally believe the Doctor has largely gone through the motions for decades. The witch poles, along with his plainer readings and various attempts at catalogue and cartography of any rumoured disturbances in this part of the colony, have likely done more to soothe the worries of one governor after another than anything remotely useful in terms of the infernal. Still, one can hardly blame the man for justifying his rather unusual position. It didn't strike me as comforting in the slightest to realise I found myself in the only colony armed against witches by the only royally sanctioned magician in the Empire.
But everyone knows the stories, sir, I said.
Of course they do, because people are parrots. The vast bulk of what anyone says is merely a repetition of some other person's words, passed on like cheap currency, ad infinitum. Hoping for an original thought from someone is distressingly akin to shouting down a well and waiting for a reply. Not knowing what parrots and wells had to do with witches, I carried on.
The witches could cast spells, though, couldn't they?
Of course they could. And so could you with practice. So can I, he said.
With a flick of his fingers and a whisper I didn't catch, all the books before him lifted inches into the air and dropped again with a bang that made me jump back a step.
There, a spell. And I'm no witch.
I eyed the corpse of the enormous man behind the chains. But what you did with him, sir? He straightened up and sniffed.
Yes, well, I'd like to see a witch try that.
It's magic, though, isn't it?
Magic? No.
Witchcraft. That latter suggestion was met with a roll of the eye that made me wonder if I'd pushed too far with my questions.
Hardly. And since you seem determined to chase this point the way a wily barn cat might chase a furtive mouse,
I will explain this to you. Once. Listen carefully. He paused until I met his gaze. A witch is born a witch, no more, no less. Such an individual can see into a darkness that others can't. They can manipulate the currents of planar energy that courses between worlds by some form of instinct. By birth. Witches and only witches. I suppose a witch might learn any number of spells as well, as a magician might. So you're not a magician, sir, I said. Not when I can possibly avoid it. No, within the study of the unseen arts, for those of us not born witches, there are two paths one might take. One is that of a magician, doctors of the magical sciences as they are known, and of course now mostly faded into obscurity, their heyday past, no new such practitioners in the making, thanks to the outlawing of English magic at the end of the last century. And in Europe, before that by a good 50 years. No, not for me, treading the well-travelled paths of incantation-based thaumaturgy. He poked at the bowl. The way that you made this, the gathering of ingredients, the following of basic directions, that is a magician. Part soup chef, part schoolboy memorization, and entirely beholden to what their circumlocutory predecessors deemed proper approaches to the unseen. He crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. Then what am I? That's what you're getting at. I can feel the question gathering up behind your lips, my mysterious, half-strangled little Finch. He walked over to the pair of bodies behind the chains. There is a second path within the unseen arts, a less trod path, a shifting, difficult, and treacherous path. He lifted one hand. The corpse's limbs jerked. I stepped back. Both corpses opened their eyes, turning their heads to face Swain. That other path is the art, and I mean art in the highest sense, of sorcery. The summoning, binding, and manipulation of the denizens of the unseen worlds that collide with our own, hunting, seeking out, and mastering. My will against theirs, my life risked against even darker perils, all for a glimpse behind the curtains that separate the limited reality that we see from the magnificent reality that is. He waved his hand and the corpses fell still once again. Denizens, sir, I said. Swain turned to me. Demons, Finch. Demons. The very same infernal spirits that hunted the last known witches to extinction. Until you appeared, that is. My mouth had gone dry again. Chapter 6. The Study of Genius. And so began my education in the study of genius. Upon announcing that my fearful plight was fascinating, Swain's full attention swung to the books before him. Half an hour went by. Another trip to his study to retrieve yet more books. An hour passed. Curiously, I appeared to be as forgotten as the wagon outside, or the daylight past, or the breakfast he'd presumably consumed that morning. I saw firsthand that whilst genius often burns with a tremendous glare, likely as not it will only focus its brilliance in one direction, as a bull's-eye lantern illuminating but one part of the surrounding darkness. I waited off to the side, taking a seat on an empty wooden box. Swain turned from one book to another, mumbling to himself as he did. He might pause and tap a finger thoughtfully on a page, or bark out a quick laugh as though he'd proven, or disproven, an argument. Now and then he stared at lantern flames, or at the corpses, or at me. At one point he muttered, "Such utter nonsense," closing and shoving aside the book he'd been reading as though it had personally offended him. He looked through another stack of books as yet untouched, shook his head, and grabbed up a lantern. He almost faltered when he spotted me. "Ah, still here, Finch? Of course you are. Well, no more pussyfooting around this magician's opinion or that. Let's try something." He stepped over to the chained pen beyond which lay the old man and the huge man with the bashed-in head. "Our friends here might be able to help me make up my mind as to whether I believe half of what I've just read. Come." The skin on my face tingled as I approached the chains. A prickling sensation as if I'd just walked face first through a spider web, perhaps one crawling with spiderlings. These chains are glamoured, sir.
You see it, or feel it, or both?
Feel it more, sir, on my face. He stepped beyond the chains and began tugging the breeches off the enormous man.
Quite a gift you have, Finch. If only most of the world wouldn't care to see you burned for it. Not to mention the demons and what they'd like to do with you. As for the chains, you are correct. The intention is bound within the iron, coiled and wrapped around each minute portion of the metal, packed in like the black powder behind the ball in a muzzle. Intention, indeed. I must say, I appreciate the phrasing of your late father. He turned. Have you a guess why I should inset these layered glamours into the chains at this location?
I turned my eye away from the disturbing sight of the enormous man's private parts. To keep people out, sir?
No. Try again.
I stared at the two bodies, and I knew. To keep these two in, sir?
Indeed. And what do you find noteworthy about these gentlemen?
He held the lantern out over the bodies and stared at me, saying no more. I looked from him to the corpses. The old man looked little more than broomsticks wrapped in a stained nightshirt, although his face retained a snarl. A hint of soot and smoke rolled off him. I shifted my gaze to the huge man next to him. He looked even more terrifying with no clothes, arms akimbo, meaty fingers curled into claws, his gaping mouth wide and full of rotted teeth. I stared at the top of his head.
Stove in, that much was clear. No bashing.
The words rang in my memory. I glanced across the barn to the bodies we'd dragged in, my gaze landing on Flynn.
You're bashing.
I looked at Swain. They were dead, like the others, I whispered. But they moved. A smile touched the corner of Swain's mouth.
Yes, they moved. Yet they are as dead could be, Finch. Dead as dead could be.
After he finished disrobing the corpses, Swain gathered an array of items from his workbench. Fine pins that shone like silver, a stone bowl filled with dark filings, deep red shavings of what I took to be wax, thin bands of glinting metal. Then what are they? If you don't mind, sir. Swain examined the metal bands and spoke in a hushed fashion.
Drauga, Driag, Lich, Dybuk, Revenant. They've gone by different names. Lazarus, perhaps. I've had my suspicions.
The ancient pinnacle of sorcery, Finch. Life to the lifeless. Defiance to the tomb.
That's what they are.
Your sorcery brought them back to life, sir. It struck me as horrifying. The idea of tampering with the greatest barrier of all, death, had the effect on me of bearing witness to the universe gone wrong, of time running queerly, of a flagrant offence to the ways of the Lord. Death was the end, and August Swain claimed to have turned it into a perverted beginning. Swain pushed his hair from his eyes.
Yes, a bit much to wrap your mind around, I see. But this is how humanity pushes forward.
Push humanity forward? I wasn't sure if he meant that emptying the cemeteries was the future of mankind, or rendering the concept of a cemetery obsolete. Either way, I found it terrifying. Swain held the pins, one after another, into the flame of a candle, then dipped them into the wax shavings until they were coated with melted wax.
My technique is noteworthy if you have an interest in these things, he said. While bringing a simulation of life to a body could hardly be called a breakthrough, in some ways it's a classic effort of the art. I've done something unique. Each subject required 6 hours of careful incantations, primarily of my own devising. A clever start. I then pricked them in 13 locations with a silver pin forged in the fire of wood from the heart of a peltagine tree. Purple heart. That wood was, of course, enchanted with a specific ward. Following a pattern of glyphs across their chests and backs, I activated a precise application of iron filings shaved from an ancient bell that I paid a fortune for. A bell of the dead. Wax seals to hold in place the thin bands of silver.
My own creations, mind you. He paused, staring at the revenants. From there, the purest expression of the art. A demon named, a demon summoned, a demon bound. A demon under my thrall as the summoner. As I looked with an even deeper horror at the hulking man missing half his head, Swain followed my gaze. Our friend there is now the prison of the notorious Blacker Haugbui, the Dark Ghost, a demon first summoned and documented by an 11th century Norwegian sorcerer named Ace Storstrand. Summoned the entity from a plane of existence known as the Mirkva Dis. Roughly translated, it means the growing dark beyond the grave. He nodded toward the old man. And within the elderly gentleman who smothered in a fire, or so Mr. Flynn assured me, I bound one of the shadow men of Jalulu Dedin, the Zalem Saks, inhuman spirits first noted in the Uruk period of ancient Sumeria. The strangeness of the names lent an even darker air to all he'd said. How did you find them in the first? Swain said. I nodded. Books, Finch. Scrolls. Vellum, he said. Rumours. Legends. Travels all across Europe. I've poked around in ruins, haunted forests, notorious sites of infernal unrest. Inhaled more dust than I care to think about. My nose pressed into ancient volumes found in libraries, private collections, countless book dealers. If one knows where to look, one might find record or sign of a demon, or better yet, the name of a demon. It all starts with the demon's true name. But that sounds, I don't know, dangerous. Terribly, sir. He slung back the cold dregs of his tea. The hazards involved have certainly left a well-documented trail of wreckage and grisly ends, so fair enough. But here's the thing. In all such cases, we're talking about the perils of but a single demon. What then of 2, straining against my will? What then of 7 others unseen, yet keeping watch day and night on this very spot, keeping intruders, both living and otherwise, at bay? If someone wanted a full appreciation of my achievements, they might do worse than to start there, he continued. Not only have I successfully summoned 9 obscure and powerful, malignant spirits, I've also managed to keep them all tethered, nearly effortlessly. The key is to leverage control over successive demons by harnessing some of the power of the demons themselves. Groundbreaking. Believe me, there's not a jot of it in any of the tomes, not an intimation of such techniques in any of the discourses. This parallel binding spreads the load across so many individual demons that guiding them requires trivial effort on my part, none of which would be possible without the marvelous energies that course through this place, so foolishly regarded as haunted. Do you understand? Understand? No. What he said was ghastly, yet he made it sound reasonable. He was what Silas Wilkes had striven to be, a master at his craft, his ability plain to see, his confidence speaking to the depths of his skills. Still, I nodded. You see, each of the demons under my thrall makes it easier to pull the unseen strings of the next, he said. Unheard of. A breakthrough the likes of which hasn't been seen in the art in, I don't know, centuries. He pulled a watch from the pocket of his waistcoat, letting it glint in the lantern light. This watch alone, bound in plainer sympathy with the rings our friends are wearing, took a full month of layering with interconnected bindings and wards, harnessing the deep planar forces thrumming through Salem. Only then did I notice that each corpse wore a metal ring around their left index finger. The rings and this timepiece anchor a vast webbing of forces drawn from the hidden realms from which spring the dark art of sorcery, Finch. The undiscovered country, if you will. Having imbued the mechanisms with my combination of spells, I can control the wills of all these demons using only a fraction of the effort that a single demonic binding formerly required. Quite brilliant, in fact. I should mark the date. I looked back and forth from Swain to the bodies, who had taken on an even darker guise. Now I knew each contained an actual demon. But It's not dangerous. Swain sipped his tea and nodded.
Oh, it's terribly dangerous. Objects hurled, blades, hammers, chests. It's why I make prodigious use of powerful glamours and wards, as you've noticed. Further, demons lie. They deceive. It would do well to note that while a demon will kill you if they have to, what they truly desire is to possess you.
Sir?
To own your will. To grind you into madness and then oblivion, taunted cruelly, a hostage within your own body. The fabric from which nightmares are woven, wouldn't you say?
That sounds horrid, sir.
It's worse than it sounds. Run through with a bayonet on a battlefield? Death will come, mercifully. Torture ends. Starvation, conflagration, enslavement. None can match the terrible emotions beyond despair that a demon will engender, nor the malicious glee with which such a demise will be exacted.
He lifted a pin and examined the tip.
Should one survive, whether through one's own titanic struggle to banish the demon, through magical techniques that even I find daunting to contemplate, or to be saved by a fellow sorcerer powerful and accomplished enough to drive out the demon. So much for the life you'd known. Such wretched souls become no more than husks of their former selves, their spirits brittle and scorched, their minds forever teetering in the twilight between the present and the hours, days, or years they'd spent under the shadow of an inhuman entity. Some never speak again, while others speak of nothing else, in voices hoarse with fright, eyes shining and fixed on a place no one else can see. As if that weren't enough, most bear physical depredations because of their possession. Tremors, blindness, or acute pain in their eyes. Limbs that clench like stone or burn with unseen flames. Inner clocks whose broken gears no longer allow for sleep or wakefulness during the days. Senses of smell and taste forever distorted. A constant sound of nearby murmurs and whispers haunting quiet moments. Strange shouts in their ears, heard by no one in the vicinity.
He placed the pins in a line, apparently satisfied that all were correct.
Most devastating. A flowering growth of doubt that spreads like ivy across all the pillars of one's life, hinting you'll never be free of the demon. That a presence still lurks in the deepest recesses of their minds, biding its time, waiting to snatch back broken bits of will and soul at any moment. He picked up his teacup again. Finding it empty, he settled for gesturing with it. Most such unfortunate souls take their own lives within a handful of years at most. He absently handed me the empty cup and approached the chains again. And demons can be devastating to a witch, for the literature suggests demons bear a special killing instinct so powerful that possession isn't even considered. Perhaps it's not possible with a witch. It's unclear. Unsurprisingly, the witches left little record on the matter. Still, of what we know, tearing, rending, and flaying of a most savage nature is the most frequent interaction.
I wasn't killed, sir.
Not yet, anyway. He rubbed his beard. Which is why I suspect there's more to the story. What puzzles me is why not. And, by extension, why then was Salem once home to at least 17 families of witches, who scraped by here for nearly 2 decades before vanishing, leaving behind nothing more than demon-swept ruins? What changed? Were there no demons here before they arrived? Or did their defenses fail them? Did they attract more demons? Was something else at play?
I thought the colonists drove them out, sir.
Don't believe it for a moment. The government of the colony might have claimed all sorts of things, but I'd be surprised if they'd done anything more than quake in fear. What happened here has all the markings of a catastrophe with roots beyond this world. An eruption of demons. A collision of witchcraft and perilous, unknown forces. It's happened before.
He pulled out his timepiece again and waved his hand above it before opening it. The hair on the back of my neck rippled. Both revenants sat up, their eyes rolling open. I dropped the teacup, which luckily didn't break. Swain stepped forward, inspecting his creations. The enormous man cocked his head like a dog hearing a distant cry.
In fact,
I bound the demon residing in this one in another such village. Heggen, it was known as. In the depths of the Kroksskogen forest, outside of Finnaflaxetra in Norway. Likewise abandoned, although for more than 200 years. The country folk still tell of the shadows, singing lullabies beneath the windows, announcing the coming of the devil. They won't go anywhere near it to this day. I bought myself several permanent scars seeking this demon out amongst the fallen hovels there. Very nearly died. Harrowing ordeal. He fell silent and raised his hand. Both revenants got to their feet, turning to face him. I shrank back into the shadows. Now, Swain said, of immediate concern is why my friends here disobeyed me when you arrived. Very naughty of them. I gave neither one permission to leave their spots, yet both did. Why is that? Well, we've determined they respond to your presence, true. Further confirmation as to your being a witch. But note they didn't lunge or hurl themselves at you. I wonder, then, if their initial reaction was to the demon stalking you. Demons don't get along, as a rule. They rather lose their minds when the opportunity to devour each other arises, as we saw. He left the revenants and went to the barn door. Best if we do this outside. Come along. With just a moment's hesitation, I hurried after him. We stepped out into the darkness. Swain led me past the wagon. Perhaps you might unhitch these horses later, he said absently. When we'd gone 30 paces down the lane, he stopped me. This should do. What I want is for you to stay here for a short time. The demon likely will show himself soon enough. Don't move, and whatever you do, don't run off. Swain started back toward the barn, leaving me shivering beneath the stars. Alone, sir, I called after him. You have the pendant I gave you? Yes, but... Then you'll be fine. I'll be nearby. I won't have a stray demon haunting my home, Finch, so it must be dealt with. I've enough to concern me as it is. It shouldn't take long, as I said. With that, he slipped back into the barn and closed the door, giving night back its darkness. I crossed my arms, chewed my lip, turned in a circle, horrified. Salem. How had I ended up in Salem, outside a barn full of corpses, standing under the midnight heavens alone? And all at the behest of a man I'd known for all of 4 hours. Swain wasn't like anyone I'd met before, true. Yet I'd allowed him to convince me to stand by myself at the edge of the most accursed town in the entire New World. Had I lost my mind? A movement snapped me out of my thoughts. A shade, darker than the night, sliding along the side of the barn. I froze. My hand drifted up until it touched the smooth metal of the pendant, a reassurance, or at least the barest thread of one. My heart flipped around in my chest, and I fought to keep from running off in the other direction. A breeze pulled at my dress with the abruptness of an impatient tailor checking the fit. The door to the barn opened again, lantern light spilling onto the trampled ground. One, then the other revenant stood in silhouette, their heads turning in my direction. They started toward me. Slowly, their hideous countenances blended with the night as they moved farther from the barn door. The thought occurred that Swain had tricked me. I'd witnessed his ghastly work, seen his face, heard his confession of illegally practicing the unseen arts, and could link him with a number of murders. He'd lied to me in order to get me outside on my own, and would have his horrid servants kill me out of sight. Perhaps I'd even become the next revenant in his collection. I took a step back, and then another, as the revenants neared, my breath coming in quick gulps. Finally, I could hold my ground no more. I ignored Swain's directive, and spun, sprinting off, my arms flailing as I navigated the unfamiliar ground in the faint moonlight. I'd never had a nightmare so stark. Corpses, witches, demons. They all seemed to close in on me at once. A cry burst from my throat. I went no more than 10 yards when my heel rolled sideways on a rock, sending me sprawling to the ground. A frigid wind gusted over me, the starlight flickering. I curled into a ball as the pounding footsteps of the revenants raced toward me. "Wis ward quida, when ik taliga!" Swain's voice echoed out into the night. Overhead, Great lines of blue-white spun, brilliant webbing wrapping over and under a dense shadow. Swain left his spot near the side of the barn, revealing himself the shadow I'd first noticed. His hands, held aloft, shone with a blinding glare. The revenants stood on either side of me, their arms spread, shielding me from the eruption of magic that filled the air above me. As Swain neared, the light from his hands connected with the blue lines, and he shouted the words once more. A terrible shriek rose from the shadow within the magic, the sound making me squeeze my eyes shut, even as my skin rippled into gooseflesh. Chill bands of energy crashed over me as the ground shook with tremors. An instant later, a bright flash burst overhead, brighter than the moon, before fading. After a moment, I pulled my hands back from over my head.
I said not to run, Swain said. You ran.
I'm sorry, I panicked.
Demons want you to panic. It's why you can never panic.
I thought panic was, by definition, a lapse of control. So how could I control the loss of control? I sat up. Swain approached me, crossing into the overgrown patch of meadow that fronted the manse grounds. The two revenants straightened and stood motionless. Swain's breath plumed in the chill air, as did mine. Not so the revenants, who might have been statues, their flesh in the dim light little different from the rocks in the meadow, pale as the birch, intermingled with the pine and hemlock where the meadow grew to the edge of the woods. As I stood and brushed the dirt from my hips, I noticed the trees to the east standing out against the eastern sky. Dawn neared, revealing hoarfrost thatching the ground in spots. "I'm sorry, sir," I said.
Well, you can be thankful I've practiced the correct wards.
He straightened the bottom of his waistcoat.
The demon shan't trouble you again, I'm fairly certain. Driven off. I felt the shift in the air as he fled. Usually a good sign.
It was the one?
I believe so. The revenants reacted to it instantly, yet this time they remained firmly under my control. My technique needed some minor adjusting, but it worked. Now, to make it permanent, which will require some additional glamouring of these two. But I believe they'll afterwards be exquisitely tuned to the presence of any demon who might come sniffing around you. You're welcome. And I think it confirms again that my guesses about your nature are correct. Your natural protection appears sufficient, or has until now. But I think some reinforcement is called for. He slid the watch from his pocket again. If you are in fact a witch, again, I believe we may answer that in the affirmative. There may be some value in your being here. I'm no believer in fate, mind you, but I am a believer in opportunity. We may have one, thrust upon us as it may be. I wasn't sure what to say, for even then my pulse hadn't returned to normal. How he'd been able to think so quickly through all the ramifications of my circumstance, thinking 4 steps ahead through the implications it meant to his work, to my well-being, all of it. Well, if that wasn't genius, I wasn't sure what else it might have been. He turned. So much work to do. But let me give you your first, and perhaps most important, lesson in sorcery. Know when you're nearing a mistake. It's an instinct that takes years to hone, but there is no more crucial skill. Exhaustion has no place around such beings, and as eager as I am to see what we can do here, all it takes is a single mistake for it to turn fatal in an instant. Can't have that, can we, Finch? Remembering the people who'd met their ends at the hands of the demon now banished, I nodded in agreement. He raised the pocket watch and whispered. Both of the revenants staggered to the barn door, slipping out of the fading shadows of night. Swain slid the timepiece into his pocket and wiped his hands on his breeches. And what say you now of sorcery, Finch? I wasn't sure what to say, aside from being overwhelmed. Overwhelmed at having just seen walking corpses. Overwhelmed at feeling magic crash over me. Overwhelmed at all I'd seen, heard, learned. I suspected that wasn't the answer Swain was looking for, however. It's impressive, sir. And genius, I said, grasping for something positive. Yes, well, once I have considerably more confidence in the disposition of my revenants, we can explore the proper adjectives. Until then, we'll make do. Sunrise wasn't far off. No birds joined in a song to greet the day,
and the silence unnerved me. It all looked so desolate, hardly less frightful than when the night smothered it from my view. I wondered what my future held in store. "Sir?" "Pardon?" Swain said, engaged with his watch. He didn't look up. Well, about me, sir." I shifted.
"Yes?"
"What about me, sir?"
"You have somewhere pressing to be?"
"No, sir."
"And you have your pendant?"
"Yes, sir."
"Good. You must never remove it. Do you understand?"
"Yes."
"That is the correct answer. As for the rest, I shall give it some thought."
My questioning of how my fate had become Swain's decision to make must have shown on my face.
Now, no sour frowns here. Believe me when I tell you I already have enough to think about, thank you very much, and the question of a young witch's fate isn't among the additions to that list I was in any fashion keenly hoping for. And unfortunately, I can hardly allow you to stroll off, head full of a rather extensive sense of my work here, ready to reveal every last detail the next time you stumble into trouble, which seems to be your forte. No." He turned back to his watch, winding a nub on the side of it. "Listen, Finch. Until I can think of a place for you, I'm afraid you're stuck right here. Make the best of it."
Chapter 7. 59 more minutes.
I wasn't about to remain in that horrifying situation, of course. The decision was mine. And so it was when Swain, exhausted, curt, and complaining about every little thing by mid-morning, announced he needed to sleep. I saw my opportunity. First, however, I had to help him as though I'd been his personal servant for years. Bed warmer filled and inserted in his silken sheets. He claimed his skin was too sensitive to sleep within anything but. For precisely 1/4 of an hour. Water drawn from the well, stationed at the bedside table, 1 glass, 1 pitcher, 1 sprig of mint, fetched from a tin in the kitchen. Curtains pulled, every shard of daylight hunted down and eliminated. No noises were to be tolerated. I was to rest in the kitchen until called for, and should further have a meal and tea ready for him within 10 minutes of his awakening. As for when that would be, why, he could hardly anticipate the hour he would wake until he'd slept. With a final reiteration that I wasn't to wander, he ordered me from his bedchamber, whereupon I padded downstairs to the kitchen. I waited to see if sleep would claim him, or if he'd stomp around, calling out for me for some final chore to ease him into slumber. A glimpse into the actual price of dealing with a genius, I was learning. I remained mouse-quiet, listening to the creak and sigh of the manse, wind and sunlight popping a board or window frame here, whispering with a draught there. Resting my eye for just a moment as I leaned back in the lone chair at the pine table, I fell asleep, exhausted. No dreams troubled me until I snapped awake hours later, confused and startled, stiff in the neck, and my tongue dry as old paper. Sitting up, I saw the sunlight had crawled across the floorboards of the kitchen, the western-facing windows shining. I listened and heard no sounds from above. Hurrying, cursing myself for having slept, I quickly scrounged a few days' worth of supplies. Biscuits, a slice of honeycomb wrapped in a sheet of paper, 2 carrots and a handful of wrinkling peas, still shelled, and put them in an old sack I found and shook free of cobwebs and dried crumbs. Each step I took, and each item I gathered, sounded cacophonous in the silent manse. I judged that I had at least a few hours of daylight with which I might put distance behind me. Not pausing, I tiptoed along the hallway, over the glamour, and out the door, quietly closing it behind me. With a glance at the barn and stable, and all the madness they contained, I followed the overgrown lane down the hillside, eventually breaking into a sprint and hurrying out of sight of the property. The lane bent southward, away from the ruins of Salem, the forest soon closing in. My footsteps accompanied the sigh of wind and branch, and the distant murmur of the ocean. Again, I heard no birds. No passage of squirrel, deer, fox, or whatever else might make its way through an afternoon. While I knew little besides London, the oppressive silence around me was queer. I wondered what potent magic had driven off everything that crawled, trod, or flew. And the witches? What of them? Had they been pummeled, strangled, dragged down into earthen graves? Hunted down by ravenous demons? Been turned to stone or wood, never to move again? I hurried, hoping to outrun such thoughts. After a while, the path crossed a river, 6 paces wide and slow. A plank bridge spanned it. The wind dragged brown leaves across the water. It was at that moment that the skin between my shoulder blades broke out in gooseflesh. Before I let myself grow any more frightened, I stepped onto the bridge, my weight making a loose board thump. A curling reflection of the sun rode the river's surface. At the far side I stopped, and the lane continued on, empty, edged with stretches of hobblebush and buckeye, fern and hazel. That's when I smelled the ripe stink of decomposition, heavy in the air. A stir of wind brushed the back of my head, and something moved in the shadows beneath the bridge. I stepped back, telling myself that my imagination had taken flight. Of course it had, after all I'd seen and heard. But no. Scraps of darkness gathered, seeping out of the empty air and spinning like leaves caught in a whirlwind. The temperature plummeted as the inky darkness grew in height, assuming a ghastly shape of stooped shoulders from which limbs angled queerly, stretching to the ground, trailing into black tendrils. A long shape I took to be a head, sprouting pointed horns in twisting clumps. Darkened in the centre around 5 shining orbs of violet light, the sickly colour of deep bruises. The overwhelming sense of malice nailed my shoes to the ground, stunning me with its ferocity. Swain's warnings replayed themselves in my head. The demon, for I had no doubt as to its nature, lifted from the surface of the river. As it moved closer, more shadows gathered around it, as though its presence wrung the leftover midnight from the air. A deep throbbing vibrated in my chest and the soles of my feet, with a pressure in my ears. A terrible fear crashed over me. The paralysis broke, and I turned and fled. I stumbled as I looked over my shoulder, just managing to not fall. The demon followed. I ran faster than I'd ever run, and then faster still. So fast that I came upon a pair of riders before they even noticed me. The older of the 2 men wore a grey shirt that strained at the girth of his belly, while his younger companion had a dark vest over a loose, stained shirt, a faded tricorn tipped back on his head. I waved my arms. "Help! Please, help me!" They reined their mounts to stop. "What troubles you, lass?" the older one said. The other rider pulled a pistol from beneath the fold of his shirt. "It's coming after me. Please, sirs, we need to leave." I huffed, winded from running. I kept glancing back, waiting for the sight of the phantasm to loom into view. A twitching along my neck told me the demon neared. "Aye, we'll help thee," the one with the gun said. He swung off his horse. "Come on, then. Climb up here, and I'll deal with whatever this be. This road's not one to wander, miss." I hurried over to his horse. The rider stepped in front of me, quicker than I'd expected, grabbing me by the collar of my dress. I yelped, startled. The barrel of his pistol kissed my temple. "I bloody remember you," he said. "And you're not going anywhere." I couldn't breathe. He pressed the gun to my head until I couldn't lean away any further from it. My insides turned to water. "How's she alive?" the older one said, still on his horse. "Because Flynn and that bald friend of his are idiots," the one who held me said. He spat. "They've probably been searching all night for this one." As he spoke, a jolt of recognition slammed through me. I'd heard that voice. "Raining bodies today, lads," he'd called out from the ruined house, where I'd nearly been murdered. "Told you Flynn's useless," the mounted man said. The skin on my arms rippled. Without warning, both horses spooked, the nearest rearing up in the air, the other trying to toss its rider. "Jesus," the older man said. He rose in the saddle, yanking the reins, trying to calm his horse. The man pulled the gun from my temple, raising his arms to shield himself from the terrified horse next to us. He dragged me to the side of the lane. Much as I tried, I couldn't tear myself from his grip. The horse kept trying to buck the older man off, while the other horse walked backward, swinging its head back and forth, snorting, eyes rolling back, nostrils flaring. Without warning, the shadowy demon burst from the trees and into the older man, sending him flying from the saddle, one boot coming off in the stirrup. He landed with a bone-crunching crash on the lane. Both horses screamed and bolted, smashing into the underbrush that lined the way, disappearing into the trees. My skin crawled, my bones and stomach too. The demon, dark as thunderheads, swooped onto the downed man. A horrified yell tore from the man as he dug his heels into the ground and shoved himself back. He didn't get far. As the shadows enveloped him, frost spread across his face, his chest, his fingers. His shrieks choked off as his head disappeared, smothered. A biting wind howled around branch and trunk. Frost spread across the lane, angling out from where his limbs thrashed. The man with the pistol pulled my head back by the hair.
"What is this? What have you bloody done?"
A voice filled the air, speaking strange words. August Swain stood in the middle of the lane, his hair awry. He wore breeches and a nightshirt, and shoes with no stockings. He held a brilliant silver medallion in his hand. As he approached the demon, the shadows lifted off the heavy-set man and flew at Swain. But Swain didn't slow, didn't pause, didn't change his tone of voice. The demons tried to entangle him, gore him, slice him, but couldn't reach him. The air between him and the demon wavered like water, bright with golden lines of magic. With a crackle, the lines turned bright red, shining like embers, and the demon hurtled through the trees, striking one trunk, then another, cracking them both as it flew deeper into the forest. The heavy-set man in the lane, now dead, steamed as the ice and frost across his skin warmed in the day's heat. Swain turned to the man in the hat who held me.
"I would advise you to let her go."
The ruffian jammed the pistol against my head.
"This is your devilry! Coming from a man holding a gun to the temple of a young woman, I find your choice of words ironic."
The man pulled me into the trees.
"You want her back, you'll pay me for her." "You're in no position to demand much of anything. Release her. Now. 5 crown and she's yours."
Frost snapped and fractured its way across leaf, blade, and soil, coming from the direction the demon had gone, reaching for us. "He was one of them!" I shouted, all too aware of the barrel of the gun digging into my face. "Where they killed Master Wilkes! Where they tried to kill me!"
"Liar," the man said. "Sodding little liar."
Our breaths grew visible as the temperature plummeted. I ripped myself from the grip of the man as he stared at the ice crystals spreading across the forest floor.
"No, you don't," he said.
He swung the pistol to my face and pulled the trigger. The pistol barked and a tongue of flame and smoke jetted from the barrel, not a yard from me. I flinched, expecting to be shot. When the ball didn't smash into my skull, I opened my eye. The sphere of lead hung in the air, spinning an inch from my face. I watched as a skein of frost covered the ball, just before it dropped to the ground, between my feet. The man who'd fired the shot stared at me, the hard look on his face sliding into one of surprise.
"Jesus bloody—"
That was as far as he got before the demon hit him from behind. As soon as the warping of the air touched his outstretched hand, holding the pistol, the man grunted, jerking his arm back. The pistol, and the hand that held it, fell to the ground. His eyes widened as thin streams of blood spiraled around him as though flying off a potter's wheel. Shadows wrapped him like ivy, like thorns. He fell, in pieces. As the last slice slapped to the lane, I stared at the heap of shredded bone, organ, cloth, and blood before me, my stomach rising into my throat. The stink of bowels filled the air. The demon reared up. Swain stepped forward, thrusting me out of the way, shouting words that made the air tremble. Again, the demon shot backward, taking branch and bough with it. Swain watched the destruction. 10 yards, 20, longer until it was out of sight. After a minute, he turned to me. The air was thick with the heavy tang of blood and the cloying stink of offal. I stared at the glistening meat, bone, teeth, and shredded clothes. Even the pistol was reduced to slivers of wood and steel, fanned out at my feet.
"Finch!" Swain snapped. "Are there others?"
I lifted my gaze to Swain. Demons?
Men! But I will handle the demons. Are there more men?
No, I don't think so. That might have been all of them. I thought hard about the house where they'd killed Wilkes. I'd only seen a pair of horses, maybe only the ones I'd just seen bolt.
"Perhaps you believe me now about the dangers of demons," he said,
pushing his loose hair back from his face.
"But if you're going to make a habit of ignoring what I tell you, then you may as well leave right now. I've hardly been waiting for a 14-year-old girl to appear to turn my carefully wrought order into chaos. Witch or not, capable of brewing tea or not." He crossed his arms and nodded. "I don't need the distraction. I only know so much about witches in any case. There's little I can offer on that score, fascinating though it may be. So, go. Just leave. I will see that no infernal entity troubles you for the next hour. I suggest you don't dawdle." He turned and started back toward the manse. I looked at the lead ball between my feet. "You stopped the shot from his pistol," I called after him. "With magic." "No, with sorcery."
He didn't turn. He didn't slow.
"By the way, the words you're looking for are thank and you."
"Well, I'm 16, I shouted. Not 14.
"Bravo for you. 59 more minutes."
I watched him go.
"And not a word to anyone, Finch," Swain called back over his shoulder, not stopping. "Or you'll wish your end will be as gentle as what you witnessed. My demons are familiar with your scent now, and they can find you any time I wish them to. Don't think your witch nature can save you every time. Nor the pendant I gave you. Doubting me is a mistake. And while you're at it, best avoid good Dr. Rush's witch poles. This colony doesn't have much stomach for witches. Adieu."
I watched as he disappeared around a bend in the path, hidden by the unruly boughs and trunks of the forest. My gaze drifted to the remains of the men. However terrifying Swain's work and powers, he'd saved my life twice since I'd come into his presence. Moreover, he hadn't died. Drowned, strangled, beheaded, crushed. None of those. He'd walked straight at a demon, fearless. Yet everything he'd said, done, and told me, particularly about myself, terrified me beyond all measure. How could he not be mad, crazy, lying? I was no witch. I could think of nothing worse. So I stood there in the breathless afternoon, alone, no guidance forthcoming from the forest shading the road around me. I raised my hands and looked at them. Solid, blood flowing through them. Averting my eyes from the gruesome remains in front of me, I glanced at the lane as it bent south, away from Salem. Tightening my jaw, I turned and ran back after Swain. Chapter 8. A radiant ship alight on a dark sea. Summer passed into autumn. Chores became routine, and my studies all-consuming. Swain had me reading and practicing basic magic 12 hours each day, sometimes 16. One night in late October, when the air held a crisp bite and the stars glimmered, I hurried from the barn to the manse with the tome tucked beneath my arm. Ahead of me, the manse shone with candle and lantern, a radiant ship alight on a dark sea. From my vantage, it looked as though I'd stumbled across a ball in mid-soiree. Silhouettes passed back and forth by the windows, casting shadows out onto the overgrown gardens. Yet no carriages lined up in the drive. No melodies from strings plucking out a waltz reached my ears. Clink of glass? Laughter? No, only silence. This was what my life had become, an eerie dreamscape. I hurried in through the kitchen door. only to be greeted with a loud thud from the front of the house and Swain calling for me. "Coming," I called out. I hurriedly stirred the pot of soup I'd hung in the hearth, then darted down the hallway to the entryway. "He always trips on it," Swain yelled from upstairs. "Help him! And you have the Garibaldi?" "Yes, sir." The book was Encantus Magisterium by Antonio Garibaldi. Garibaldi was one of the few magicians from the 16th century Italian school of magia nera, whom Swain thought worthwhile, though he insisted that Garibaldi's later works were in fact written by the magician's scheming brother-in-law after his death, as evidenced by a marked downturn in quality, with many of the magical constructs being utter nonsense. "Try not to take all night, then." Swain had only told me to fetch the book 3 minutes earlier, but time was an unpredictable quantity when he was deep in his work. Before I ran it up the stairs to him, I put the book on a low chest by the stairs and tended to the revenant struggling on the floor. It was Mr. Flynn, always troublesome. I locked my arms beneath the revenant's shoulder and heaved him upright. His legs kept walking, making the effort awkward. If it had been a ball, we'd have been the worst pair of dancers by far. I got him to his feet and he set off shuffling. I wiped my hands on the side of my skirt, detesting everything about his presence. All 7 revenants circled the manse, demons mastering the mechanics of the flesh. Every few hours, Swain had them reverse direction, taking the circuit of stairs, turns, obstacles, and uneven surfaces from a different approach. It was my job to rearrange the obstacles every hour. One of my jobs. "Name?" Swain appeared at the top of the stairs. He wore a bandage around his brow, fashioned after an incident involving a demon who'd developed a fancy for hurling cutlery. Swain had yet to apprehend the fiend, though he assured me he would catch it even more decisively than he caught the fork tines with his forehead. He'd assured me it was normal. For just as a blacksmith sometimes got burned, or a furniture maker sometimes found a splinter of wood driving into flesh or under nail, a sorcerer sometimes had trouble with a demon. I thought for a moment, watching the revenant Flynn shuffle off. "Attenburn. That's the first part, sir." "I didn't ask for the first part, Finch. The whole name is what I'm after. Remember your mnemonic." The names of demons held the key to binding them, so the ability to commit them to memory was crucial. Demon names contained power. Harnessing that power required precision, and a finely honed memory, as Swain had told me on a dozen different occasions. I thought carefully. A gleaming dream of tomb and crypt. "Attenburn vescumentript," I said. "Good. And the chief danger of this demon is what?" "I know it's not the one that strangles." "No, it's not. That's not, however, what I asked." My hand by my side, I tapped my forefinger and thumb together, a habit I'd developed in studying with Swain. "Attenburn vescumentript. Attenburn vescumentript." I racked my mind and then had it. "Stairs, sir. Stairs and ledges. He lures people." "It." I cringed. "Yes, sorry, it. It lures people." Demons are, strictly speaking, neither female nor male. They are, however, quite capable of mimicking either, or both genders, to suit their needs when interacting with humans. I found it impossible to separate what my eyes saw from what my mind knew, however. Lures them and then shoves them. Which means what? Which means that I must never let myself be near Mr. Flynn, Attenburn vescumentript, near the tops of the stairs, the well, or any of the upstairs windows if they're open. Probably best even if they're not. The demon once hurled the wife of a Hanoverian glassmaker through the window of the town hall overlooking the Schmiedestrasse. The window was closed by all accounts. As if Flynn, demon or not. It was hard to think of him any other way. Couldn't get more horrifying. "And let's have no more confusion about these demons," Swain said. "Their fatal predilections must be iron firm in your mind at all times. Now, the book." I grabbed the Garibaldi and hurried up the stairs, placing it in Swain's outstretched hand. "Attento," he said. He opened the book and flipped chunks of pages. He found the passage he sought within a quarter of a minute, no more, Not lifting his gaze from the text, Swain stepped aside as a young woman approached the stairs. I'd been trapped beneath her when I'd first arrived in Salem. Holding the hem of her dress a handspan above the creaking floorboards, she walked with a smooth grace that Swain assured me she'd never achieved in life. As she passed me, I remembered that she was the corpse inhabited by the Strangler demon, with the long name I couldn't for the life of me master. The mnemonic had something to do with tracing River's unheard shivers until the light of day, delays, the crying of the jays, and something about a forest? At the stairs, the Revenant glanced down and descended, not missing a step. "The eyes look better, sir," I said. Swain's earlier attempts with the eyes failed. The bound demons, allowed actual sight through the eyeballs, displayed their madness and malice plain to see, the violence driving the eyes, jittery and cruel, to circle and spin and twitch so much that even Swain found the effect disquieting. Refining the process over the summer, he'd settled on a method that left the tracking of the eyes a bit slow, but altogether less frightful. Anyone farther than a yard away might think the Revenant needed nothing more than a strong cup of tea. Still work to be done, but at least they're not tumbling headlong down the stairs every 3 minutes, he said, having found the page he sought. I wrinkled my nose at the waft of decay that trailed the young woman. Swain noticed as well. "Wait." She stopped at the bottom. "Let's see if we can't find her a more beguiling perfume, shall we?" Part of his technique had been designed to staunch the onset of decomposition. The results had been mixed. Swain closed the book and set it aside. I followed him down the stairs. At the bottom, he held out his elbow for the young woman and said, "Arm." She slid her arm around the crook of his, and they walked thus, a man and wife, or a gentleman scholar and his young admirer. Myself, I hated to touch the Revenants. We passed through the entryway to his study. A fire in the hearth set shadows huddling in the corners. Swain slid his arm out and commanded her to stay still. He shuffled through the papers on his writing desk. "Ignis," he said. The candles before him sprang to flame. He lifted a sheet. "Here we are. I've had thoughts on a better mode of preservation." "The others don't smell as bad, sir," I offered. While the other 6 Revenants had a musty smell that reminded me of a damp basement, the woman before us was notably worse. Swain scanned the leather spines along one of his bookshelves. "I'm not surprised. Nothing about the demon within her is normal. Quite a treacherous reputation, the demon. A Kelvering spirit, known additionally as dream poisoners or taxic nocentes carnificem. They've rarely been documented in the literature, as most attempts to bind and control them proved fatal to the sorcerer in question." I frowned. The Revenant stared at me. As a witch, I drew the demon's ire, even if their ability to act on it was circumscribed. My hand drifted up to the pendant around my neck. No demon could harm me as long as I bore it. Aside from being stared at by living corpses, being a witch had little to recommend it, I'm afraid. Yet by then I'd grown weary of wondering how it had all become my lot in life. Swain thought my nature allowed me faster progress in my studies of magic, but it all felt difficult to me. "This is the one," Swain said, pulling out a thick book. "A French translation, the best I've found. Les vies de cadavres. It means the lives of corpses." The time of the plagues was an impressively fertile era for the art of necromancy, as you might imagine. This volume was one of a dozen locked away by the Catholic Church underneath piles of inhumed bones in the catacombs below Paris. It wasn't inexpensive. He brought the book to his workbench, turning the fragile pages open to a silk marker. He read for a moment. "Ah yes," he said. 4 drops of ahidon." He moved to his workbench and opened a drawer. He lifted out a small brass box and handed it to me. "Open, don't spill. Observe." I slid the cover aside to expose a blackish, rust-smelling powder. "Ahidon, also known as sepulchre ink," he said. "Dried marrow, ox blood, and ground human teeth. Along with a particular spell, it's used in sealing crypts." Consulting both his notes and the faded French text, he assembled the other articles. Essence of violet, rainwater, a grey ash made from burned sage, and a curious silvery liquid that danced and shimmered. He weighed and checked each ingredient for impurities, explaining their origin and the role they would play in the spell as he went. Studies never stopped. When satisfied, he handed me a steel measuring knife. "When I name the ingredient," he said, "repeat back to me where it comes from and what its role is. Then add it to the mortar." I took the knife. As Swain called out the materials, I recited what he'd taught me and added them to the mixture. He explained the various ways in which the specific order could alter the effects of the spell. When I'd gotten through them all, grinding the resulting paste with a pestle, he nodded. "Excellent." He pointed to a brass crucible. "Mix thoroughly and put it into that." "It's safe, sir?" "Well, I wouldn't eat it." I scraped the mixture into the crucible and then, at Swain's direction, held it over a flame until the concoction bubbled. "Set it there to cool," he said, pointing to a stained marble slab. He turned to the Revenant. "Now, we shall make her gentler on the nose. Clothes off." The Revenant began a rough approximation of disrobing that failed when she couldn't manipulate any of the ties along the front of her dress. When she yanked it over her head, the material at the shoulder tore. "Stop," Swain said, holding up a hand. She froze as she was. "Help her, Finch. We have miles to go with their fine motor skills. Which reminds me, we need buttons and lots of them. Sorting them will help." I approached the Revenant and undid the ties of her dress, helping her slide out of it and her underclothing, until she wore nothing but the ring on her left hand. The glyphs drawn on her had faded. I guessed her age before death to have been only mid-20s, and her body said they'd been hard years, leaving her with scars, broken ribs that had healed poorly, stretch marks along her belly, burn marks on her legs, and sagging breasts. With her clothing off, the reek of decomposition was profound, and I put my sleeve to my nose. Swain touched her distended belly. "Bloated with gases. We'll deal with that later, and certainly not here in the study." I put her clothes in a neat pile at the foot of the workbench. "Once I refine the revenation technique," he continued, "the process of putrefaction will not only cease, but reverse, bringing fluids, organs, and veins back into a lifelike stasis. Unfortunately for her, we're too late. This is the best we can do." He pointed me to a glamour of protection he'd created around his desk and bench. Charcoal formed the hex, outlining a precise shape on the floorboards, traced with copper filings shining with magic. Over the past 2 months, Swain had increased the number of such stations around the manse and property, locations where demons had no power and couldn't penetrate, either to harm or to attempt possession. I stepped inside the markings. Swain spoke the incantation and repeated it 3 times. He appeared to shut all other considerations out of his mind. Body still, eyes closed, breathing slowly. A warm wind rose from the brass crucible, fluttering the candle flames on the workbench as he finished the final septet of phrases. My eyes widened as I saw the mixture's surface change from dark maroon to ice blue. A sharp pop sounded as the surrounding air changed. Swain opened his eyes. "There we are," he said. He lifted the crucible and examined it, then looked at me. "What do you think? Should I touch it?" "I wouldn't. No, sir." He reached in and lifted out a smidgen. "Incorrect. As the incanter, I'm entirely immune to any effects of such a spell. It would be a different story with you, however, so stay well clear of any of this." He smeared a dab behind each ear of the corpse, moving her hair aside to do so. He then hand-painted markings in several spots, the collarbone indentation, beneath each breast, on her sides at the level of the 3rd rib, 3 fingers below the navel, the sacrum, and one final swipe between the legs. He stood back. A quiet, crackling sound rose from the Revenant as a pale blue light limned her skin, tracing whorls and arcs. As quickly as it began, it ended. "There," he said. "Come, observe." With a tinge of unease, I stepped out from the glamour and approached the woman. Ice crystals gathered in her eyelashes and frosted her pubic hair. "Touch her arm and tell me what you feel," he said. I reached out and rested the back sides of my fingers along her arm. She was cold to the touch. I leaned in and sniffed. The stink of the grave had vanished. In its place hung the scent of a frozen lake, winter air, thick ice, a landscape buried in snow. "Her eyes, sir," I said. Earlier a dull brown, her eyes were now a shocking blue, the blue of a clear sky. Swain tilted her head.
"Interesting. The patterns of her irises have changed. I shall make a note of it. Put her clothes back on, if you will."
I gathered up her clothes. Swain turned to his notes, dipping a quill to document the detail.
"I'm not surprised that such a key feature might be unmentioned in the literature, given the inexcusable lack of precision that plagued the evolution of incantation-based thaumaturgy. And such practitioners have the temerity to call themselves magicians. Disgraceful."
He shook his head and wrote. The quill scratched across the paper. As I settled the dress over her, I stopped. The air grew rank with the repellent odour of decay. Swain stopped writing.
"Into the protection, Finch, now!"
I let go of the dress and darted back within the lines of filed copper and charcoal. A rush of foul wind swept up out of nowhere. Candle flames slanted, then extinguished. The fire in the hearth flared into brilliance, then huffed out, leaving the study lit by the faint red glow of embers. Papers spun from the writing desk and scattered across the floor. Swain joined me within the circle of protection. The blue gaze of the revenant followed him. The stink in the air was nigh unbearable. Silver cracks spread in the panes of the nearest window, accompanied by a delicate tinkling sound as dozens of wicked shards formed. The rotted wooden muntins between the panes bent. I lifted my hands in front of my face.
"Hold still," Swain whispered.
The window burst into 2 glass knives, just as Swain's right hand moved. Wind came from all directions, and the shards of glass stopped 6 inches from us, hung in mid-air. Before I could exhale, the shards moved forward again. One hung less than an inch from my eye, another pointed at the middle of my throat, and the third pierced my clothing, the tip pressing against the pendant I wore. Swain reached over and grabbed the shard at my chest between his index finger and thumb and pulled it back. The glass gave, then slid back. My pulse thrummed in my ears. Night air swept in through the missing window, rattling the paper strewn across the floor. A shadow slipped from the darkness of the corner by the window. The shard of glass slid the pendant up toward my throat.
"Ignis," Swain commanded, motioning at the hearth.
Flames blazed. In the sudden light, a woman stood before us. Not tall, homespun skirts faded and tattered, her face on the fair side of plain. Her skin shimmered as though lit by moonlight falling through shifting trees.
"Sir," I whispered.
"Something's here," Swain said. "A presence."
"A woman, sir. Right there."
As I spoke, she lifted a hand and the shards in front of me swept sideways. I stepped back just in time to avoid being sliced. The glass flew around the room like a sextet of sparrows, glinting with the firelight once, twice, then slamming into the revenant, piercing inches deep into her right cheek, her throat, her right breast, 2 into the side of her hip, and a final 1 into her thigh. The revenant's newly blue eyes didn't register a thing, but after a moment, she crumpled to the floor. Swain put both hands to his head, his face twisted in a blaze of pain. The intruder stared at me.
"Ignis," she whispered.
The candles on the workbench and the writing desk sprouted flames 1 foot high. Fire blossomed in the corners of the walls, on the papers on the floor, at the spines of his hundreds of books. Swain's trousers caught fire. I heard the shattering of windows throughout the house, the creak of post and beam as the walls tilted, quaking of floorboards and timbers. Swain hit his legs, slapping the flames out with his bare hands, dancing in a panic. I scanned my skirts and sleeves, but was spared the touch of fire. The woman lifted her arms. Windings of light appeared to wrap her, silken and brilliant. In the flaring light, she approached me, reaching out. I backed off, careful to remain within the protection. When I could go no farther, I stopped. She stood before me. She put a pale hand to her throat.
"Whereon efflingus eft tileodem fused her feren," Swain yelled.
A wind whirled in a vortex in the middle of the study, then boomed out into a gale. Magic danced across the walls, the ceiling, everything in Swain's study as the winds rose. In an instant, the woman disappeared. The fire on Swain's breeches blew out. As the wind rose, the flames huffed and tore. Sparks pulled straight into the air. Faster and faster it spun, taking every paper with it, pulling over candles, sending quills flying. I shielded my face with my arms. The door banged open. Then the flames were out, snuffed. Swain staggered and whispered, "Stepan." The wind ceased. Papers kept twirling, gliding to the floor. Wisps of smoke circled. The room fell silent save for the settling of the building, boards and sills groaning and popping. The room reeked of soot. I took a few shaking steps and grabbed at the mantel above the hearth, my hands trembling.
"My God."
Swain put a hand to his forehead. His voice sounded unsteady.
"That power. Did you feel it?"
"Who was she, sir?"
"I saw nothing but a ripple of shadow. A demon, no doubt, but with strength beyond the manifestation of fire. The planes themselves trembled."
When I described the woman I'd seen, he shook his head.
"Don't pay too much attention to the guys. Perhaps your incessant questions about the witches are being picked up on and manipulated. We need to be careful."
"I didn't think she was a witch, sir. Or had I? I wasn't sure."
"Demons sometimes know more about our thoughts than we might imagine."
He knelt by the motionless revenant and closed his eyes, shook his head.
"My demon is gone. The binding shorn. Unheard of.
I feel nothing, sense nothing." Even after he'd removed his pocket watch and manipulated the magic, nothing changed.
"I don't even know how it's possible."
"Gone?"
"Not a trace remains."
With a sigh, he stood, massaging his temples. Patches of his clothing hung loose, burned.
"Concerning. Also intriguing."
"Sir?"
"I believe we just witnessed an expression of the richest vein of demonic activity known to sorcery," he said. "Untapped, ready to harness."
He ran a shaking hand through his hair. Possibility gleamed in his eyes. No, it wasn't a setback as far as Swain was concerned. It was a glimpse of what might be. The future. His next great breakthrough, drawing ever nearer. I didn't share his enthusiasm. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat, as far as I was concerned. A faint ember glowed in the hearth, while darkness pressed in from the silent woods. Chapter 9. Without These Books. Daylight revealed the damage. After checking and rechecking every glamour on the grounds, unwilling to take further chances with this new power showing itself in Salem, Swain bade me to catalogue the harm the house bore, while he set about salvaging the books in his study. The stinging odour of blackened wood and scorched paper hung in the air, and would in fact take weeks to fade. When I returned to the study, I found my master slouching in his chair by the hearth, hands over his face.
"Well?" he asked,
not moving, his voice muffled. I glanced at the list I carried. 17 broken windows, sir. A number of bent hinges. Great chunks of fallen plaster in 4 of the upstairs rooms and the hallway. 4 doors with loosened stile, mullion or panel. 6 of the runners are cracked on the stairs. The banister looks—" He raised one hand. I stopped.
"I don't care a whit about hinges," he said, "or cracked runners."
I folded the paper I held. He mightn't care at the moment, I knew, but he would care eventually when the moment came. I slid the paper into my pocket. He took his hands from his face and sat up.
"Does a mother value her children, Finch?"
"Sir?"
"Does a mother value her children?"
"A mother loves her children, sir."
"Would you say I value my books?"
"You love them, sir."
"With more ferocity and devotion than any mother ever has, Finch. Any mother."
He swept his arm.
"And look about! The ruin, the catastrophe, each volume licked by flames is a wound I bear in my heart."
Most of his collection had gone untouched. Many bore superficial wounds confined to their covers, perhaps with edges smudged with soot.
Yet some looked beyond salvage, covers hanging by singed threads, blackened spines crumbling to ashes. As I stared at the books, damaged and otherwise, I found myself thinking not about Swain, but about my own mother. She'd loved books every bit as much as Swain, as well as I could remember. They were her solace, her sanctuary. When my father ran errands, she lost herself in books, rereading the same one over and over if no other was available. She was thrilled to borrow 1 or 2 books during a season, and I could only surmise that a room shelved floor to ceiling with books would have been her idea of heaven. Yet would she have been pleased to see her only daughter surrounded by books if she also knew of the corpses, demons, and unseen arts that comprised my days? Such thoughts left me uneasy. Who had she really been, passing on her dark gift to me without a word? Had she been waiting until I was older? Had it all been a terrible miscalculation? Such thoughts soured in my mind the longer I examined them, the conclusion inescapable. Her silence had brought ruin to our family, and kept me from ever having a normal life. I approached one of the damaged books, Thomas Wexler's Median Regionum. I tried to line up the scorched portions of the volume. Swain rose, shaking his head.
I can't even bear the sight of such a magnificent book reduced to ash.
He stormed from the room. I listened as he banged around the first floor and the kitchen for half an hour. I busied myself, trying to bring some order to the shambles of his study. When he at last returned, bearing a full kettle of tea, I worried he'd object to my handling of his books. Instead, he looked resigned.
Each one, you see, is a locale I've visited, dwelt in, he said.
Each acquisition a prize. Each author an old friend, an inspiration, a vexing instructor, a rambunctious fool in some cases. He set the kettle down on his writing desk.
Here's the thing, Finch. Read enough books, and eventually the larger contours of reality begin to reveal themselves. One thread crossing here, another leading there, yet another intersecting the first two, and soon the vast beauty and breadth of life stretches out from your vantage, connected by that sumptuous web of words and the minds who spun them. Without these books, I wouldn't be who I am.
I'm so sorry, sir. I shifted, unsure what else to say. I've put the worst ones over here, sir. Swain poured himself a cup and sighed.
I suppose I can't put it off forever. Let's have a look. Don't mind me if I weep.
He came over to the table where I'd gathered the casualties. He poked at the ruins of one thick book.
Well, if I had to pick a book to go up in flames, Hull wouldn't be the last on my list.
Another sigh. 16th century, Welsh. Willem Hole.
Once devised a notorious spell alleged to turn a ram's horn into an instrument designed to peer into hell and locate the souls of the more sinful among the English aristocracy. It did nothing of the kind, of course. It only served to help the charlatan peer beneath the skirts of wealthy widows.
Next to it sat another volume, with half its pages charred to cinders. I could make out the name Barnave on the front piece, sir, I offered.
Yes, Jerome Barnave of Dauphiné.
The recognition elicited no more than a deep frown.
Barnave's contribution to the arts was a technique for spying on individuals, using entrained pairs of mirrors over great distances.
He sipped his tea. It seemed as though speaking of the contents of the books was at least pulling him from the gloom. Or maybe it was simply the tea.
The chief danger with mirror magic being that opening such channels is a two-way proposition, and there is often no telling what sort of planar entities might gain an interest in the caster themselves. In fact, Barnave eventually disavowed his eponymous spell, and would under no circumstances tolerate the presence of any mirror or reflective object in his presence for the remainder of his life. A polished silver tea set would send him fleeing by all accounts. Can you imagine? I was going to confirm that I couldn't, but he'd already grunted in frustration at the sight of the next book. A stout volume blackened on the outside, half the pages devoured, reduced to cinder. Blackwell, he said. Lord Humble Blackwell. Damn it all!
I saw the cloud descending on his brow again. I hoped to stave off the darkest of his despair. What did he study, sir?
Glamours, and the plainer implications of warded metals used in them. Only the most widely regarded authority on the subject, which I've consulted dozens of times since arriving here.
And did he recant his work, sir?
Recant? Heavens no, not Blackwell. The man was the son of the 7th Baron Blackwell of Warwickshire, a promising young alchemist who turned to sorcery after marrying a local commoner. She was alleged to be a witch, interestingly enough. Said marriage, naturally, forced Blackwell to sever his ties to the Blackwell fortune. His family never gave up the conviction that he'd been spellbound, seeing signs of the devil in all circumstances surrounding the affair. He never spoke to them again. His work was lively, thorough, committed.
The morning sunlight fell in across the scorched books. Are there any books by women, sir?
Of course. He looked over the collection, though thankfully none appeared to be among the murdered here in this gruesome mortuary.
He pointed to a few spots along his shelves.
Right over there is Milreed Laird, also known as Sister Agnes of Deeside. She spent her life in the Abbey of St. Hilda, in the Grampian Mountains of Scotland, creating that lovely, exhaustive encyclopedia of demons. She claimed they were shown to her in visions from God that spanned nearly her entire life. Let me add my voice to those who contend that Laird was herself, in fact, a sorceress. Striking accuracy and detail fill her work. Further, records of the Abbey indicated that the sisters never suffered from the notable depredations, robberies, or malnourishment common to the sparse villages and towns in that notorious area of the Highlands, lending credence to the theory.
Stepping to a closer bookcase, he tapped the spine of a slender volume.
Emily du Marion, a French noblewoman whose travels to Safavid Persia uncovered a strain of planar entities known by the Sufis as shadow asps. Quite an inspiration. She lived a life free of convention, notably eschewing dresses for breeches. How shocking. Sadly, though perhaps unsurprisingly, she was shunned by most of the leading male practitioners of the art during her time. Pure foolishness. She disappeared while crossing the southern Carpathians, with her longtime companion Claire Claudel, herself something of an underrated practitioner of magic.
His voice held no scorn, no mockery, no condescension. I realized that Swain's dedication to the art was so profound as to negate any such distinction as sex, nationality, or ethnicity. He cared for the work, the intellect, the art. He held his finger on the edge of Du Marion's book for a moment, then turned back to me.
Let's get through this grim accounting. What's next?
This one is only damaged on the bottom corner, sir. The brown cover bore the title, Die Schimmernden Rand Mitternacht.
Ah, the glimmering edge of midnight, Swain said. Werner Schmieling's insights into the nature of those entities dwelling just below the surface of the visible world. I adore it. The muscular prose. It captures the exuberance of proper pursuit of the sorcery. Schmieling left Saxony as a young man, pursuing sorcery from Amsterdam to Vienna to Kalmar during his short life. The man was a genius. Died at the age of 27, decapitated by a mirror during a summoning gone awry. A bit how I feel seeing that rare book damaged.
I wonder if we mightn't get this one back together, sir. I nudged the first one I'd touched, the one that had driven him from the room earlier. It seems to have split down the middle, with only the centre of the pages scorched. Maybe just a few pages are lost.
Even a few pages of Mediam Regionum burnt is an appalling tragedy, Finch.
Swain looked over the broken spine.
Wexler was the first English magician to posit patterns of planar variation that follow a cycle that can be tracked, oscillating in complex cycles of 4 and 11 years for the first, 9, 12, and 23 years for the second. The poor man only lived to see half his predictions confirmed. His apprentice, Thomas Adams, went on to chart the shifts of 3 more planes before disappearing during a carriage journey
between Burton-on-Trent and Leek in the spring of 1672. According to testimony to the local constables, the driver of the carriage had arrived in Leek empty of his sole passenger, reporting nothing unusual, save for a thunderstorm with little rain that had been heralded by the appearance of a peculiar flock of ravens. Ravens? Notably, there exists a long tradition of English raven magic, often used to murderous ends. Perhaps he'd made enemies. The matter was never satisfactorily resolved. Swain turned to the last two books on display. Pages devoured, spine and binding destroyed, remnants of paper blackened and fragile. He put his tea down and ran a hand over his brow. "Those are the worst, sir," I said. "The demon might as well have disemboweled me on the spot. These are the works of giants, Finch. Giants." He looked as stricken as if his innards were in fact spilled out across the floor. "Irreplaceable." He leaned over the first book, though it was more ash than book. "The great man." I didn't dare speak. Swain shook his head. "The greatest German magician of them all, Gustav Koffler, pioneered the theories of planar behavior, documented the existence of 79 different planes. In fact, he came to believe there might in fact be an infinite array of them. Planes wrapped within planes, in an unending process of bifurcation, a cosmic nesting, a staggering mosaic of realities." "The same planes mentioned by Wexler, sir. I've never really known what that means, sir, not when you've mentioned it." "You haven't? Good grief, don't let a mystery linger. You merely have to ask." Easy for him to say. He'd never tried to interrupt himself mid-explanation. A fraught proposition, I could attest. He continued, "Planes of existence beyond our own. Invisible realms. Some of pure energy, others of nothing but the absence of light, of life, of matter. Among these are planes that are home to beings and intelligences that are entirely inimical to what we see around us. These would include demons and other malign entities." "But where are they, sir?" "They're all around us," Swain said. Koffler memorably described it thusly: "You hold within the palm of your hand universes, spiraled, knotted, nested, and alive, over and above, under and through. A vast web of glittering life and beauty, linking all that you see with all that truly is." I looked at my hand and saw nothing but a streak of soot. "Inside," Swain continued. "Within. And yet, for the most part, out of reach, save for those locations or instances where one plane, or more than one, collides with another. In those locales, the veil between worlds becomes thin, allowing passage. Much of sorcery depends on these sort of intersections of the planes. They make summoning possible, you see." I wasn't altogether sure I understood. Koffler's methods of planar explorations and cataloguing his findings were exquisite. Such crucial work. Dangerous as well. Yet he lived to be 79. Towering intellect until the very end. On his deathbed, he retained his poise. His final words are a mark of sterling poetry. Swain paused as though swallowing down the emotion that had thickened his voice. He cradled the blackened husk of the book in his hands, his face pale. "So viel Raume innerhalb des himmlischen Villa. Ich freue mich, jeden zu erkunden." It means, "So many rooms within the heavenly mansion. I look forward to exploring each one." Koffler's work changed the course of my life. After setting it down with care, he turned to the last ruined tome. Every page had burned, the thick cover barely holding together. "I can't even touch it," he said. "A jewel in the art. That foul demon has robbed the world. This is the rarest of the rare. Mirgol Grimhilders, Sravovis Ravasius. An original. From 1483, the classic work on magical wards. Printed, as a matter of fact, in the village of Heggen, before it met the misfortune I told you of, where I bound the demon now residing within our large, half-headed friend." So many connections to this work. He stared at the charred cinders. After a good minute, he sniffed and ran a hand across his forehead, leaving a black streak. I take little comfort in the fact that my copy of Angus Hume's English translation escaped the flames. Serviceable rending of the text, but no poetry, shorn of its numinous mellifluence, its awe. Swain turned away from the pile of destroyed books, bringing his voice back to his normal, rather loud, timbre. We shall leave this tragedy behind us, Finch. Such is the price of falling in love with books. Still, there are more in the world. On the morrow we shall venture to Boston, where perhaps other volumes await us, ready to make our acquaintance, along with other materials and sundry I have ordered. For now, let's give these priceless ashes the proper burial they deserve, so that we might start afresh.
I'll help, sir. Anything I can do.
Well done. He drained the rest of his tea and straightened up. Let me comfort myself by noting that it could have been worse. Why, do you know there was an infamous book of spells by a maniac named Derek Hill that had the most unfortunate defect of occasionally bursting into flames? It took out dozens of fine collections across Britain before the remaining volumes were properly quarantined. And with that, we set about writing the library back into something resembling order. By then, I was starting to see what my master meant about the larger contours of reality. Book after book opening a new world. Yet I couldn't help but notice the glaring absence of even a single book by a witch. Chapter 10. A Golden Spider. An autumn rain fell as we rode along a dank Boston street the next day. Streams of runoff hung like clear rope from the corners of roofs, sluicing to the cobbles of the street, while oil lanterns on posts and alongside doorways pushed back at the overcast morning. Although Swain had found it suitable enough for me to drive the team for most of the trip, as the river had come into view, he'd taken the reins himself. Appearances, after all. The street rang with the sounds of hammer, saw, and mallet. Passing by workshops, I caught glimpses of bellows and fires in forge and kiln, my heart tightening, recalling my father's shop, and of lanterns shining on workbench and jig. I listened to the call of the artisans, barking instructions to their fleet-footed apprentices, trading jokes with one another across puddled lanes. Wondrous noise after Salem's unending silence. Swain pointed out some of the city's witch poles, set back from the roads and cordoned off by rusting chains. The black hickory poles reached a height of 18 feet, topped with elaborate lanterns, designed to reveal the presence of witches. There are 66 of them in total, Swain said. A clever device of Dr. Rush's own design, based on the principles of transmogritive elemental energies. He had them erected in the 1690s. Will they light up if I pass underneath? Not as long as you keep your pendant on, I shouldn't think. Shall we try? No, sir. Thank you. Swain brought the wagon to a halt outside a shop, where an engraved sign read, Winslow and Sons, Fine Merchants. He turned. Seen, not heard. I nodded, taking the reins from him as he climbed down. As soon as I hitched the team, I followed Swain to the green-painted doorway of the shop. A fire warmed the front room. Candle holders, writing desks, walking sticks, mantel clocks, and wigs filled 3/4 of the room, while a collection of waistcoats, neckcloths, caps, and frock coats decorated the longest wall. Swain walked past it all. One of the shop assistants greeted him and led us to a desk in a nook set off from the main room. A gentleman looked up from a ledger book. Mr. Swain, the man said, rising. A pleasure. Mr. Winslow? The man placed his quill in the stand and came around the counters and shelves. He clasped Swain's hand and inclined his head in a graceful bow. Of slender build, Winslow wore his greying hair pulled back from his forehead. A pair of half-height spectacles perched on his nose, and his attire was well-tailored and expensive, from the embossed buttons on his waistcoat to the shining buckles on his shoes. He peered over his spectacles at me. Your servant, he said. I curtsied. Indeed, Swain said. Winslow looked me over as though determining what price he might put on the tag, and then turned his attention back to my master.
Please, let me get you a cup of tea to ward away the chill.
Winslow called for one of his assistants and led Swain nearer to the fire. I remained off to the side.
I'm relieved that I may at last tell you that your orders have arrived, Winslow said. Delayed only a tiny bit by the recent spate of wagon searches led by the governor's men. Searches, Swain said. They're looking for rattlesnakes.
When Swain registered no familiarity, he continued,
Members of the so-called Rattlesnake Society, a poisonous thorn in the side of our good governor. The tongues of Bostonians wag for little else these days. It began last year. Anonymous pamphlets lampooning the governor and taking to task the wealthy businessmen of undisputed influence in and around Boston. Harmless pranks, I'd surmised. The governor thought differently, yet with each new warning from him, a larger crop of still more pamphlets and posters sprouted, each more biting than the last. Last month, the mysterious rattlesnakes dumped a barrel of manure on the steps of Boston's townhouse. And just last week, an unflattering effigy of the governor was hung from the gallows by the Haymarket, bearing a placard around its neck that read, Whitelock's time is over. Since that midnight statement, it has been wagons searched, homes and businesses raided, and still no snake's nest uncovered.
A young assistant carried a tray in and set it by the fire. He poured 2 cups and was dismissed.
A long way of saying that I apologize for the delay in your shipments, Winslow said.
Swain reached for the tea.
Your facility with such acquisitions never fails to impress.
Winslow nodded.
I'm eager to provide such service and discretion as you desire.
Swain had told me that Winslow offered what Swain valued most, no questions and no prying. He knew the value of pounds and of his own reputation, and treated both with respect. I could see that everything about Winslow's manner focused on pleasing my master. After a further minute of exchanging pleasantries, Mr. Winslow led us through to the warehouse that extended behind the establishment. Crates, trunks, and boxes occupied the large storage room, unpacked to varying degrees. A pair of servants, Irishmen by the sound of them, lifted a bronze statue of a gaudy angel from a crate. Winslow led us to a group of items set apart from the others.
Here you are, sir, he said.
Swain looked over the parcels and items. He lifted bottles from a small chest, holding them to the light of the windows. 24 bottles, each containing a teaspoon or 2 of powder, dark liquid, or other ingredients.
They meet with your satisfaction, sir, Winslow said.
Swain tilted the bottle he held. The small tails within shifted, stiff.
Quite, Mr. Winslow. Difficult to procure, as you know. Doubtless.
He returned that bottle, and lifted one half filled with crushed yellow flowers.
Aconitum vulparia, he said, sparing me a glance. Wolfsbane. He put it back. And the silver instruments from Mr. Thomas Pomeroy, where are they? Ah, Winslow said. The one delay, I'm afraid. Flooding near Barnsley made Pomeroy Hall inaccessible. Rest easy that the procurement will arrive with as much haste as a flooded moor and an Atlantic crossing can allow.
A bell rang in the outer shop. Winslow ignored it and continued to help Swain inspect the shipment. The sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by voices.
Momentarily, madam. I'm in a hurry, a woman said.
Madam, I must insist. Laughter bloomed from the doorway to the establishment. Winslow frowned. A young woman with shining dark hair pushed through the doorway. She wore a hip-length charcoal jacket with a hood and matching petticoat, and waved a dismissive glove at the shop assistant who trailed her.
I'm sorry, sir, the assistant said.
His face was flushed.
Not as sorry as Mr. Winslow will be for making me wait for my new gowns, the woman said.
She flashed a charming smile at Winslow, and then shifted her gaze to Swain.
Don't tell me you're whispering to someone else that they're your most important client, Mr. Winslow. Madam Whitelock, Winslow said, bowing from the waist.
Even I sensed his discomfort. The woman turned to Swain. Our good shopkeep lays on the flattery with a trowel, wouldn't you say, sir?
I find Mr. Winslow well-mannered in all cases, madam, Swain said.
Whitelock pursed her lips.
Unlike those who barge into back rooms. To be fair, there are gowns at stake, Swain said.
I was impressed, having been on the receiving end of countless orders, complaints, and outbursts of temper, and witnessing him padding around the manse, hair wild, in a nightshirt and scuffed boots. He now appeared as polished and engaging as Mr. Winslow himself.
I don't believe we've had the pleasure, sir. She lifted the hem of her petticoat and curtsied. Mary Whitelock, at your service.
Madam Whitelock, Winslow said, squaring his shoulders and putting a cramped smile on his face. I'm nearly concluded with my other client.
Swain leaned forward in a gentle bow.
August Swain, at yours. Whitelock's gaze sharpened. Am I to take it you are the August Swain? I didn't realize that the definite article could sound so grandiose. She turned to Winslow and swatted a glove at him.
You never mentioned that you had such a renowned client, Mr. Winslow.
I thought Winslow looked like a man overdue for a bowel movement. After surveying the crates and boxes, Whitelock turned back to Swain. I wondered how she knew of him.
Tools of your trade, then? She asked.
Hardly a gown among them, Swain said.
Yet I detect a hint of obsession, satisfied nonetheless.
Perhaps you do, madam.
When I was in London, she said, you were quite the talk at court. Sending a phaeton through the streets of London, pulled by no horses, pulled by nothing. A chair with a lord of somewhere or other, lifted 100 feet above the brown Thames.
Such tales grow in the telling, madam.
Do they?
You may observe the 2 ordinary horses of my team outside.
A darling of the capital's newspapers, she continued with a smile, giving him a direct look, until our dearest Majesty appeared to grow a trifle jealous. Perhaps egged on by certain men of influence with their own agendas. My interpretation, sir.
No, you've hit the centre of the target in one shot, he said.
Just after your infamous debate, wasn't it?
Which I won by a lap, Swain said.
Which left you hunted by the king's men, not to mention exiled from London's influential circles.
Circles that teem with all the invective that disappointment, ignorance of fact, and malicious falsehoods are wont to make fertile, Swain said. Perhaps the others in the room missed it, but I could see his feathers ruffle.
That must have been dreadful, she said.
Swain fiddled his thumb into the pocket where he kept his watch. Only for the short time it took for me to realize that my detractors were, in fact, the precise definition of the smears they were ever so busily hurling at me. I was breaking uncharted ground. They were treading the same banal paths of unctuous, small-minded greed and aggrandizement that every forgotten do-nothing has ever trod.
My, don't hold back.
Forgive me, madam.
Nonsense. Criticism is easy. And how many of their names do I recall? None, sir, she said.
Swain looked pleased at her comment.
Still,
you left. My new work has beckoned me elsewhere.
To Boston? How remarkable, she said, brightening her voice. I should think you might like an introduction to our good Dr. Rush.
Swain tilted his head. I've retired from the unseen arts, madam, and all the angels on head of pins arguments that arise when 2 such practitioners so much as note that the sun is shining.
She smoothed the front of her jacket, holding his gaze. And here I am, interrogating you. Please forgive me. I shall let you conclude your business without further prying and distraction, sir.
But a few minutes more, and my good Mr. Winslow will be free to let you have at your gowns, Madam Whitelock.
She returned his slight bow with a practised curtsy. I hope to have the pleasure again, sir.
As do I, madam.
With one more look into his eyes, she went to the door, waiting for Winslow's assistant to open it for her. She glanced at me for a moment, as though I were one of the many items bound for delivery to one of Mr. Winslow's wealthy clients, only less interesting. The assistant led her out. Once they left, Winslow approached Swain.
I beg your forgiveness, he said. My policy is strict. My assistant shall be relieved before the clocks ring noon. Such measures are unnecessary. You have every right to be furious, Mr. Swain.
I must confess surprise that my master appeared unperturbed by the interruption.
With certainty, and yet I'm not, sir, Swain said. Inevitably, my presence shall become known. You're far too kind, Winslow said, frowning. As they say, it's difficult to stop a Whitelock in Boston.
Swain glanced toward the door.
So I've heard.
He adjusted the black ribbon that tied his hair back at the nape of his neck, then turned back to Winslow.
And the other matters we've discussed?
Ah,
yes.
Winslow's voice grew quiet, and he clasped his hands behind his back.
It may be more difficult. As is my work, Mr. Winslow. Without question, sir, without question. General Whitelock has gotten involved. Madame Whitelock's brother? The same, yes. Reports of grave robbing, largely ignored earlier, have become a significant concern. Swain looked unhappy. Are there no other issues in the colony requiring his attention? I find it hard to fathom, sir, that it should be such a problem as to require that level of attention. As would I. Save that the grave of a certain William Abbott appears to have been plundered over the summer, body and all the rest stolen. The Abbotts are one of the governor's largest benefactors. They own 3 merchant ships and half the city's market stalls are stacked with trade connected to them. Just last week, the silken coat he was buried in was found for sale among the rather suspect possessions of a man known for trafficking in stolen items. An investigation ensued, culminating in the discovery of the theft. Swain sniffed. Flynn's handiwork, I guessed. I thought of the revenants and realized the bearded man with the ill-fitted clothes, a co-passenger to my arrival in Salem, was very likely the missing corpse. They'd taken the burial clothes right off him, sold them, and dressed him in whatever tattered clothes they themselves could spare. I kept my face neutral. Then am I to be deprived of what I require, Swain said. I need to find a different source, someone who can keep a low profile while General Whitelock is scouring the city for the grave robbers. There are already soldiers from the governor's own regiment stationed at the cemeteries, I hear tell. I need those materials, Mr. Winslow. Winslow nodded. And you shall have them. All I ask of you is your patience, given the unfortunate circumstances. Swain sighed. Very well. He patted the pockets of his coat, looking distracted. Finch, fetch my billfold. I must have left it in my satchel. Yes, sir. I hurried to the front. Madame Whitelock sat by the fire, tea and biscuits set on the table next to her. I kept my head down, but out of the corner of my eye I could see her following my progress. You there, girl, she called. Come here. Pausing, I looked at the door, then her. My master, ma'am. He needs something. Yes, I'd say he needs a servant who doesn't look as though she crawled out of a chimney. She tapped the end of the umbrella by her side, waiting for me. With a glance back at the hallway to the warehouse, I approached her and curtsied. She smiled at me in a way that told me she was used to getting what she wanted. Her eyes were the colour of pale slate, and I found them striking. How old are you, child? 16, Mum. What's wrong with your eye? I fought to keep my hand from reaching up to touch the cloth over it. Lost it as a child, Mum. I see, she said. Although silly of me, poor choice of words. My cheeks burned. Hold your arms out, she said. I did. She pointed to one of Mr. Winslow's assistants. Go stand next to that young man. I nodded and stepped over to the assistant, who looked like he'd rather see me outside in the rain. Closer. Back to back. She studied us and then nodded, waving me along. Your master will be glad of my expertise in such matters, she said. I hesitated, then curtsied, and hurried along to the front door. Outside, I was glad for the cool of the rain against the flush of my face. When it came to my eye, all I ever felt was shame. As my brothers had pointed out, I was a cyclops, and I could look forward only to marrying a man of equivalent deformity. Missing a leg, maybe. Or a nose. Possibly, if I were lucky, just a few fingers. While they'd just been boys enjoying the pleasure of teasing their lone sister, the message had taken root all the same, making me ever more conscious of my appearance. I forced the thoughts out of my head and climbed onto the wagon. Swain's satchel sat beneath the bench. I shouldered it. The rains had lightened, filling the air with a fine mist. My nose filled with the wind coming off the harbour. As I went back into the shop, I hoped that Madame Whitelock's amusements were over. She scratched out a note by Mr. Winslow's desk, her back to me. I moved as quietly as possible, and fast. She cleared her throat. I paused just outside the door to the warehouse, wincing. I turned around, but her throat clearing had been directed at one of Winslow's assistants, who picked up yet another dress from a shelf and held it up for her review. She shook her head. What are you keeping him waiting for? I jumped. One of Winslow's assistants had come up behind me. I nodded, annoyed and frightened, and pushed my way through the doorway. The assistant followed me.
Swain took the satchel from me. The assistant shouldered me aside. "A gift from Madame Mary Whitelock, sir," the assistant said. He held out a bundle. A folded note sat atop it.
"What's this?" Swain said.
He took the note and read it aloud.
"My good sir, a gentleman of your renown ought to have a servant wearing apparel within a whisper of fashionable. These should fit your girl, the green with room to spare for growth. Also, please tell dear Winslow that I never forget a lovely item, no matter how little use it might appear to hold for me. The patch. Yours, etc., M.W."
Swain looked up at Winslow, and then over at the clothing.
"Why, how lovely. You must thank Madame Whitelock immediately for her generosity. I am much indebted."
He folded the note and slipped it into his pocket, then turned to the assistant.
"You may put it with the rest.
What is this about not forgetting?" A smile touched Winslow's face, and he tilted his head.
"I must give Madame Whitelock credit. She never forgets a thing if it involves silk or brocade."
He reached over and lifted a small velvet bag from the bundle the assistant held. He wiped dust from the top of it and reached inside.
"The handiwork of Monsieur Alain Dufray of Paris. Lovely workmanship. I recall showing this example of his craftsmanship to her. She thought it splendid. I'd forgotten about it, to be honest."
He pulled out an eye patch. The patch itself was embroidered in a flowery pattern, maroons and gold against a dark blue. The ties were equally detailed.
"Shall I?"
Swain nodded. Winslow motioned me over to him and directed me to remove the cloth over my eye. The assistant stared at me. I met his gaze. He knew better than to say a word. Winslow slipped the patch over my eye and knotted the ties behind my head. It wasn't what I was used to. Less cumbersome, and my face felt bare. Winslow turned me around.
"She has impeccable taste." "I shall post her a formal thank you before the day is out," Swain said.
He spared my new eye patch but a glance. A mirror in a gilded frame leaned up against the side of an armoire, so I snuck a peek at myself. The eye patch was lovely, and only highlighted how ungainly the rest of me was. My dress was clean but faded and growing small, torn in places, and frayed along the hem. I was in need of more than one bath every fortnight, and my hair hung lank. And while Madame Whitelock thought I looked like a chimney sweep, the face that looked back at me, freed from the tattered cloth and wearing the colourful eye patch, struck me as older than I'd remembered, matching how I felt inside. Did I see my mother in it? Was it truly the face of a witch? Swain looked over the rest of his shipment. His gaze landed on a flat package, wrapped in brown paper and twine. He pointed to it.
"And that?" "Ah, yes," Winslow said. "Rather curious. It didn't appear on your list, or in the inventory of your prior orders. You'll note, however, that it bears your name. Is it something you'd expected?"
Swain hefted the package. It appeared to be a book.
"I had not specified anything such as this."
He turned it over and paused. I saw the name Swain written in dark ink on the back corner of the wrapping.
"I have no other orders of books unaccounted for, sir," Winslow said. "And since it appears to have your name, you may open it with my consent. I more than trust your confidence should it not be for you."
Swain turned it over and pulled the twine off, then carefully unwrapped the paper. Inside was a book, slender and bound in old leather. The spine and the front cover were worn, and the letters that adorned the front barely legible. It looked to have been mishandled and water-damaged, and carried a mouldy scent I noticed from 6 feet away. He cracked open the cover with care. The pages showed further water damage, but curiously, no print.
"The pages are blank," he said.
He leafed through a few, a dozen, and the expression on his face changed. He inhaled.
"Is it yours?" Winslow said. "Perhaps an older order through a different merchant?"
"This came here how?" Winslow folded his hands, shaking his head.
"It was just inside the back door, after we'd brought in several items from the docks last week. I suspected that it had been tucked away in with the other things. There were a number of trunks. It may have wedged among those. I take it you recognize it."
Swain didn't answer, his gaze drawn back to the book. He appeared both repulsed and entranced, startled, and yet unwilling to fling it to the floor, as though it were a golden spider, a snake of jade and ruby.
I need this all loaded onto my coach immediately, sir. Of course, sir. At the back of your establishment, if you please. Very good. Winslow summoned assistance. Swain folded the book underneath his arm, pale as the French linen that sat folded on a chest behind him, and strode to the back door. I followed as he stepped out into the lane that ran behind the row of shops. He closed his eyes and moved his lips. An instant later, I detected the uncanny presence of a demon with a prickling of my skin. A patch of the fine rain whirled in unnatural directions. Swain looked along the lane, gazing at doorways, windows, and rooftops. Other than an apprentice to a shopmaker trimming lead and dropping the balls into a wooden bin 2 doors away, there was no one in sight. "Sir," I said. He motioned with his hand. "We mustn't tarry. Get the wagon, now." Glad for a reason to step away from where the demon brooded, I ran around the corner and readied the team, pulling the wagon around to the back just minutes later. Winslow and the others stood inside a large wooden door they'd opened. When I pulled the team to a stop, Winslow directed his assistants to lift the crates and chests, securing them in the back of the wagon. Swain's mouth had gone down to a tight line. He reached into his satchel and pulled out a leather billfold. Counting out a handful of bills of credit, he handed them to Winslow, not taking his gaze from the lane, clutching the book in his other arm. "You'll find this sufficient to cover your expenses above and beyond the bill of goods. 'Tis a pleasure fulfilling your needs, Mr. Swain." With the last of the chests secured, Winslow mentioned future service and assurances that my master's next order would be handled with alacrity. A black dog slunk along the side of the building, tail down and eyes watchful. An unease grew. Something tickled my senses, a pressure, a wave breaking before something large. "Come, Finch," Swain said quickly. "Our queue has come to leave." He slipped the book into his satchel, tossed it up into the driver's bench, then leapt up after it, snatching the reins from me. He turned to Winslow. "I shall check on my order within the fortnight," he said. Winslow bowed. "Always my pleasure, Mr. Swain, and rest assured that—" Swain shouted "Ha!" to the team, snapping the reins, and setting us off in a clomp of hoofs and the grind of wagon wheels. I looked back, seeing Mr. Winslow staring after us before turning back into his shop. Swain said nothing. I learned later that had we lingered but a minute more before setting off for Salem, we would have seen the head of the shopmaker's apprentice relieved of its perch upon his neck, swept off in a surgical manner, and hurled through a window across Pudding Lane with explosive force, glass shards littering the ground like January ice, the talk of which soon spread throughout Boston, in circles both high and low. While the constables searched for a suitable explanation for the apparent murder, none were ever offered to the public at large. Chapter 11. The Seeds of Midnight. In the weeks following our visit to Boston, the book consumed my master. Days and nights revolved around it. Meals. More tea than I'd ever known a person to drink. Ink, quills, candles, lantern oil, all shouted for in the depths of the night, whispered for in the grey before the dawn. He locked himself in his study, the various details of his sustenance and hygiene left to me. I brought him fresh washing bowls and emptied his close stool. Sometimes I'd hear him muttering to himself when I knocked. Sometimes he'd let me in, if only for a moment or two, bearing a tray with a bowl of pottage or greens. Peaches I'd picked not far from the manse, an armload of fresh firewood for the iron caddy by the hearth. Other times he'd ignore my knocks altogether, and I'd have to settle for leaving the tray at the threshold, where it stood a chance of being snatched inside at a later time. I couldn't guess what the tone was, or how it beguiled him so. Questions on my part were met with an upraised finger and a sharp tut. So I did my best to manage affairs as I thought proper. I carried on cataloguing the damage from the demonic intrusion, seeing to it that Swain's papers were sorted properly, that the books were divided into those requiring new bindings, those with only surface scorch marks, and those untouched. I spent time each day studying The Magical Properties of the Known Base Metals by Edward Neal, written in 1643. Swain felt it a reasonable introduction to magic theory, with the observation, and caution,
that Neil never found a metal or alloy that didn't merit an extra page or 3 of guesswork beyond what was demonstrably known. My keenest interest, learning more about witches, had foundered once I'd exhausted the few sources within Swain's collection. Mentions here and there, some accurate, and most not, according to Swain. Any explorations of my own abilities were to be done strictly under his tutelage, given the profound risks involved in doing anything of the kind in an area riven with demons. No guidance was forthcoming, with Swain locked away with his strange book, so I kept to Neil. Beyond that, I cooked and cleaned, dusted, explored the various disused and unkempt rooms, sorting through pieces of furniture with cracked legs, dusty mantles, shelving that had slipped its rails. As I investigated, I remained cautious and always wore my necklace. I sometimes sensed the nearby presence of a demon and learned to give them their space. When the sensation grew particularly malevolent, I retreated to one of the protective circles. One dreadful evening, at least half a dozen of the infernal entities surrounded me for the better part of 4 hours, hurling knives, racing chairs across the floors, trapping me within the glamoured markings. Swain, in one of his rare stretches of sleep, didn't hear any of it. On another occasion, the peeled paint on the front of a small door that led to a storage eave assumed the guise of a horrid face, replete with horns, a forked tongue, and cruel eyes that followed my movements. I tacked a mildewed curtain over it. One revenant in particular, poor Wilkes, I'm afraid, found ways to appear where I didn't expect him. Just inside the cellar stairs when I needed to fetch the broom that hung on a hook. In a closet. Gazing in through the kitchen window at night as I readied more tea for Swain. Aside from the horrid startle, my neck always broke out in chills. Swain told me the demon in question was known as Softfoot Peter, first documented and bound by the legendary Yorkshire sorcerer William Postgate. Troublesome from the start, the demon became infamous in the summer of 1610 for slipping his bindings to occupy the body of a recently deceased Pickering farrier named Peter Fox. After strangling the mourning family of 10 to death, the demon-inhabited corpse prowled through the North York moors for a fortnight thereafter, strangling any lone travellers he happened upon. The demon finally inhabited the body of a hound who'd been decapitated. Perhaps the origin of the tales of headless hounds run amok on the moors, before Postgate cornered and rebound the fiend. For a time. Postgate was found dead not half a year later. Strangled, of course. I found that placing a sack over Wilkes's head spared me the worst of the crawling sensation on my throat. Swain tolerated my solution with a shake of his head. The demons found my cleaning an irresistible target for their mayhem. I'd often find a room I'd recently organised in terrible disarray, everything turned upside down or strewn across the floor. One room had the floorboards pulled up and left with the rusting nails exposed, ready to be trod upon, while in another I found a broken sewing table, pressed to the ceiling. Breaking window panes was yet another favourite. Frost, heat, or stench plagued dark corners for no obvious reason. And although I grew cross, I remained ever alert, with extra caution after sunset, at the top of the stairs, and near those doors capable of slamming cruelly. When the demons stayed quiet, I kept the horses in heather and hay, and mucked their stalls unmolested, taking what companionship I could from the time I spent with the animals. I dedicated a few hours each day to organising Swain's workshop in the barn, finding places for his latest deliveries, tidying up the corners, facing the labels on every bottle and box the proper way. I swept, scrubbed, and polished. With study, I worked out how to replace broken panes of window glass with others I found in a crate tucked off in the corner of the barn's loft. I cleared away one of the smaller rooms on the second floor for my own, dragging in the least mouse-eaten mattress and blankets I found, after beating them free of dust and washing them. I hung the 4 dresses that Madame Whitelock had purchased for me, committed to keeping them clean. My hair and face received several scrubbings each week, determined as I was that no one should again think I crawled out of anywhere, let alone a chimney. Though when I did, in fact, crawl out of many of the manse's chimneys, after clearing them of old nests, thick draping of cobwebs, and the bones of an ancient family of raccoons, I made note of how filthy I'd become. It was far worse than what Madame Whitelock had suggested. As viewed in the one mirror I'd found in one of the slanted rooms on the 3rd floor, I felt pleased with my appearance, in a fresh blue dress and with my new eye patch. The days grew short. One such late afternoon, with the western sky glowing behind the trees outside, Swain appeared in the doorway of the kitchen as I rolled out dough for more biscuits. The haunted look that had taken roost on his face since our trip to Boston had broken, replaced by a serene expression made all the more remarkable in the last rays of the day. I straightened up, brushing off a streak of flour that had decorated my apron.
"You've been a busy Finch, I see," he said.
His tone wasn't one of reprimand or annoyance. Rather, he sounded pleased and calm. "I wasn't sure what else to do, sir. I hope you don't mind." He stepped into the kitchen.
"Mind? Nonsense. You've turned this house into something approaching its rightful state. Unlike my narrow, barely practical burrowing. Did the demons trouble you much?"
"Now and then, sir." He nodded.
"They've been antsy, vigilant."
He walked over to the table. I'd set out a platter of rolls to cool.
"May I?"
"Of course, sir." With a delicate grip, he lifted the still hot roll and tore off the end, watching the steam rise. He sniffed it, then put the bite into his mouth. He nodded, looking at me.
"Delightful. Who taught you to bake? Your mother?"
"Yes, sir. I followed her around the kitchen since I could stand, sir. Until she died."
"Well, she did a fine job."
"There's a berry preserve I made, sir." I pointed to a glass jar. "I found bushes of them growing wild, not far off. Mulberries and raspberries. I also found currants, chestnuts, and filberts. They seemed fine. I discovered a tin of old sugar, too, though more would be nice, sir." Swain opened the preserve and used a wooden spoon to smear some onto the roll. He looked to have lost 10 pounds since the book had come into his possession.
"We'll see to it. Another trip to civilization is in order. You haven't grown too lonesome for living companionship, I take it?"
I shifted on my feet, then looked at him. "It never bothers you, sir?" Pausing with the spoon in jar, he met my gaze.
"It hadn't until I realized the pleasures of fresh rolls."
It wasn't much of an answer, which he appeared to realize after a quiet few moments.
"Look, this is rather new, having to worry about anyone else, having my work seen, half seen, witnessed, guessed at."
He looked to mull it over as he spread the preserves.
"Not my natural inclination, if you want to the truth. Moreover, if I'd wanted a servant, I could have found one. Or made one."
I frowned. I wasn't altogether certain what answer I was looking for. On one hand, no one had been horribly murdered around me for the first time since my misfortunes began. What I'd done to the manse had been my idea, of my volition, and a source of unexpected pride. And while Swain could be more than difficult in his own way, I'd discovered a growing fascination with him and his work. Yes, there were the demons and corpses. The despondent gloom that night brought was sometimes so overwhelming that I huddled beneath my blankets, wishing to be anywhere else. But where else would I be safe? Or anyone around me be safe, given the curse I'd been bequeathed? Salem would seem like the very last place for a witch to find safety, yet I had. Of a fashion.
"That said," he continued, "I haven't had to worry about the nonsense that pulls me from my calling since you've arrived. Food, drink, nature's interminable duties. That's saved me. Not just time, but attention. And what I've seen, Finch, what I've seen has opened my eyes. These have been the most important weeks of my life."
He paused. The colour of sunset washed across the table where we stood. "Is it that book, sir?" He stared out the window. I imagined his mind drifting through the walls to his study where the book sat on his desk.
"Do you know what it is, Finch?"
"A book of sorcery?"
"Wrong," he said, drawing his attention back to the kitchen, and to me. "It is the book of sorcery, the occultatum ostium, the hidden doorway, a guide to the impuri quisdam mundi, the world sinister, the shadow world that mirrors the common world of life. And quite a history goes along with it.
Lives lost, murders committed for it, strange appearances and disappearances. There is but one copy, and now it's here." "You didn't buy it," I said. "It is not a book that one can buy." He leaned forward, his hands on the oak table. "It finds its own way, from one sorcerer to another. True sorcerers, mind you. The greatest of their age." "So someone sent it to you?" "I doubt that very much. It's been over a century since any record of it has appeared." I was still trying to work out how he'd gotten it, if no one had sent it to him. Had it wrapped itself in paper and twine and floated across the ocean? Had it worked its way up from hell, grinding through the floorboards of Winslow and Sons? Had a demon carried it unseen? "The pages are blank, you see," Swain said. "At first. Yet every time it's opened, it may reveal a new puzzle. New text, diagrams, some sharp, clear, piercing, others obtuse, grudging. There's nothing like it. A section may appear full and rich, yet the longer it's read, the fainter the text gets. Some words burn like embers. Phrases ring in the mind long after they're read, the fading note of a giant bell. Days, in some cases. A week." "But who wrote it, sir?" "Its origin is cloaked in rumour, though it's clearly the product of a sublime application of magic. I've heard it said to have been the masterwork of an 8th century German sorcerer whose name, upon the enchanting of the book, vanished from the world, from the minds of all who knew him, from even the tongues of his own kin. It's also rumoured to have been brought out of the Far East as part of a trove of oddities carried by foreign traders. Still another tale speaks of an Anglo-Saxon liege with a dying son making a grim bargain with a sorceress of the forest. The man's soul was bound into the book in exchange for his son's life. No firm records exist, and while there are various accounts of it threading through the literature, no one's ever claimed to know who first came into possession of it, or where, or when. All that can be agreed upon is that a most powerful magic is bound to it, and that the book has a mind of its own." It sounded frightful, and even more so for Swain having locked himself up with it for so long. "It is the keystone of the art," Swain continued, his voice betraying a level of enthusiasm I'd never seen in him. "The code to unlocking the universe. And it has taken all that I thought I've known about sorcery and shattered it. All of it shattered. And all those pieces have been rearranged into the most beautiful mosaic I ever imagined." He went to the window. "Do you know what this place is, Finch?" I was certain he wasn't looking to hear the words that first came into my mind. Cursed, lonesome, queer, frightful, unlawful to occupy. Full of demons, I guessed instead. "Rather too full. And you're on the right track. For you see, the reason so many demons plague this stretch of coastline has to do with the plains." I'd seen nothing but untended meadows, weathered buildings, and roads disappearing beneath bramble and fallen leaf. He turned from the window. "Now, my research over the past few years has led me to believe that Salem is home to more than one plane. In fact, I'm now relatively sure that we stand in the shadow of a powerful planar confluence, greater than any to have been recorded in history. Multiple planes intersecting, a great spiraling of unseen worlds. A vast reserve of energy just waiting to be tapped. A raw resource that might allow me to bypass the heretofore assumed limitations of sorcery." He folded his arms, leaning against the cabinet beneath the window. "Binding demons without requiring their names. Accessing new types of magic. Opening different worlds. Now, I haven't yet worked out the precise manner in which to harness these energies, but the book has pointed the way as clearly as any beacon. Temporal eddies and harmonic resonance. Not unknown theories in the arts, but ones that have languished for far too long. Think of them as energies leveraging existing energies, and not altogether different from the work I've been exploring, with multiple, parallel bindings." I didn't understand much of what he'd said. but I'd also never known him to be so relaxed and open about his work. He wasn't snapping questions at me, wasn't distracted, wasn't testing my attention. I wanted to enjoy the moment while it lasted. The book said that, sir.
It intimated it, he said. Nothing with the occultatum ostium is ever overt. It speaks in riddles, in metaphors, through diagram and symbol. Yet it's given me the key I've been searching for. And that key, Finch, lies in the concept of densely packed glamours capable of opening up the so-called seeds of midnight that exist where the planes collide. By harnessing them properly, probably through carefully arranged harmonic shadow control, the energies enfolded within can blossom out, increasing the magic involved tenfold, or more, and at no cost to the original enchantments. The standard barrier that restricts the effects of spells, you see. I believe I can bypass such limitations here, in this place.
And it's not dangerous, sir?
If left without order, yes. But the key, I think, is sympathetic entrainment, a concept found in harmonic resonance work.
He seemed to be talking primarily for his own benefit, and just as well as I had no idea what sympathetic entrainment or harmonic resonance even was.
Linking these energies via a device capable of generating a winding movement at a consistent speed. That's where technology has traditionally failed. Mechanical technology at a small scale, done with precision, accuracy, reliability. For instance, a clock.
He paused, brow furrowed. I was afraid to make a sound or movement for fear of distracting him. The sunlight faded from deep red to a dimming rust. After a few moments, he brushed the crumbs from the front of his vest and stared around the kitchen as though seeing it for the very first time.
So yes, Finch, it's dangerous. As has been nearly every step that advanced humanity. We've work ahead. Work the likes of which the world has never seen.
Chapter 12. My Deepest Nightmares. A week later, we ventured into the heart of Old Salem for the first time. As afternoon stretched long over the hills, we stood before an abandoned bridge. The incantations that shielded us as we made our progress from the manse had taken Swain most of the day. While he'd focused on safeguarding our passage, I'd lugged the small trunk of necessary ingredients and items, handing him whatever he called for. Needles made from human bone, several slugs of copper, white powder that shone with a pale blue light, a sharp knife he used to draw forth a bead of his own blood, and mine as well. More. I carried food and water in a tattered pack to keep us going. The efforts had taken all my concentration, and Swain looked worn. 8 hours had brought us no farther than a mile, to the banks of the river. My master looked at the rotted bridge, rubbing his brow. The town and the collapsed wharves on the far side stood silent on the edge of evenfall. Deepening sunlight slanted into missing windows, and the gaps between weathered slat and joist. Empty hearths moaned with the wind off the harbour. Despite the abandoned appearance, a growing terror bloomed inside me, a reaction to the disquiet of a place gone bad. What had the witches found here? What remained? My pulse quickened. Swain registered my unease.
I feel it too. The atmosphere is potent.
I adjusted the pack on my shoulders. We're not wanted here, are we?
No, certainly not.
It's horrid, sir. He stared at the town beyond the bridge.
I shall make no claim otherwise. Tales or not, there is measurable danger here, as much as we might find anywhere under the king's colours. It's wound in among the shadows, coiled in the unquiet night, burrowed through in 1,000 spots across the town. Thus, our precautions.
He squinted against the chill wind that rattled the last curled leaves of autumn in the tall oaks nearby.
Which should also serve to hide our presence from any clever magic the renowned Dr. Rush might maintain nearby, designed to alert him to any disturbances. I've not found any, but he's a wily old bird. Or at least, he once was.
The thought hadn't occurred to me. There aren't any witch poles, are there?
You could take off your pendant for us to find out.
Sir? Now, just a jest. That would be the very last thing you would ever want to do this close to the heart of Old Salem. And there are no witch poles per se. As for other, similar constructions, we must assume the answer is yes, in one form or another. Perhaps bringing a witch along with me isn't one of my brighter ideas, but who knows? Maybe you'll see what I miss, in which case the arguments for will outweigh the arguments against. You might prove useful after all, Finch.
Thank you, sir.
It seems to be a curse of mine. Where others see ruin and threat, I see promise. Look around carefully. It looks bereft of anything but detritus, no? Yet unseen amongst the tumbled walls and rotted foundations of this place lies a treasury far richer than anything under guard for any of the world's monarchs, sultans, or lords.
Looking at the weathered remains before us, I struggled to believe it.
Swain gauged the fading daylight. From a pocket in his waistcoat, he pulled out a small device. Wood and brass, it fit in the palm of his hand, and looked something like a small bearing compass. Instead of a sliver of magnet seeking true north, however, the device had a minor demon bound within the silver end of a 1-inch needle. Swain and I both watched as the needle quivered. The demon inside was drawn to the weakest stretches of the barriers between the planes, making the device an indicator of planar alignment. The frantic movements of the needle showed that planar fields around us had shifted even since our last measurements earlier in the afternoon. Swain frowned. He scanned the nearby landmarks, adjusting the compass, tracking its movements. We can risk no further glamours of protection from here out. Such complexities of energy would render any incantations unpredictable, and risk exposing us to whatever prowls this spot. He tucked the compass back into his pocket. That didn't sound promising. I looked back to the manse atop its promontory. I wanted nothing more than to return to its familiar safety. Twilight seeped out of the low spots around us, spreading and pooling as the sun slipped behind the hills. What do you think, Finch? Can you cross this? He nodded to the bridge. I looked over the rotted planks. I think so, sir. Brilliant. Go ahead, then. Hefting the trunk, I stepped from board to board, avoiding the mouldered and missing ones, listening to the sounds of my crossing echoing among the pilings that rose from the silty water. The wind gusted. I kept my head down, and when I reached the other side without incident, I waited for Swain. As he began his cautious crossing, I looked at the deserted hint of road. The stillness was deceiving, for as the dusk deepened, I sensed demons. Swain approached. We're edging into the most dangerous acres in the New World. The exhaustion that had set in after hours of incantations had fallen away. His eyes were clear, his gait sure, his cheeks holding a high colour in the freezing air. He reached into the satchel he carried and unfolded a damaged map. Across the top was printed the title, The Infernal Town of Salem in New England, by Captain Philip Dawson, 1654. I'd seen Swain spend hours hunched over the map, studying every last tittle and hash. He spent minutes comparing the map to where we stood. I glanced back. The daylight dwindled. With each step we took, a potent emotion gripped me. Desolation. After just a few minutes, I stopped. Mournful. That's what it was. A dull soul ache at the turning of the hours and days of that cheerless place. You sense it, don't you? Swain said. He waved me to follow him. Remember this, Finch. It's not you. It's the energies here. I shivered. From the witches, sir? Doubtful. More likely the residue from the infernal energies they were exposed to, still powerfully toxic after decades. You'd do best to ignore it, and any other strange emotions or thoughts that take hold here in the presence of potent magic and planar fields. What about demons? They're here too, and I'll wager they'll make themselves known soon enough. Demons are the vainest of entities. He consulted the map again, pointing out shadowy Reed's Hill and distant Leech's Hill. We walked a half-mile farther along the ghost of the road, moving through Bishop's Weed and Thistle. He nodded toward a field to our left, beyond which stood a house. I believe these were the old grazing fields of Thaddeus Rivers. one of the lesser warlocks, and one of just 6 men among the first settlers carried aboard the Westonshire Belle. This should do. Come. We stepped over a fallen rail fence, splintered grey and dotted with lichen. The strange emotion grew stronger, blooming into anguish. I did my best to ignore it. We followed the line of the fence, having to search now and then in the meadow grass grown brittle. We approached the remains of the river's house. Leaning walls had warped the sills, and the faded paint, once an earthy red, was nearly lost beneath stains and damage from the seasons. I looked beyond the overgrown fields as the sun disappeared behind the hills. A brilliant slice of the sunset caught the roof of the house, and a shiver rolled down my back.
I fear we started out too late, Swain said.
He hurried to the house and stooped through the slanting doorway. I followed. Inside, I heard the roll of the nearby tide as a faint breath, while the wind split into a chorus of draughts through stone and board. Nothing prepared me for the deep sorrow that coursed through me. I froze, overwhelmed.
Finch, Swain said.
I realized that I'd groaned.
What is it? What do you sense?
I shook my head as though to clear it. The angles of the house, sir. They all feel wrong. As I looked about, I reacted with unease to the lines of the boards, the slant of the roof, the tilting windows. It's as though there's more than one house here, one overlaid atop one another. More than one. World. All running through the house around us. I caught faint glimpses, impressions, of stairs going up 1 flight, 2, 10, 20, up into the stars. Dozens of rooms, hundreds more. And down, cellars beneath cellars beneath cellars, leading to places ripped from my deepest nightmares.
Then we'd best not tarry, Swain said.
I tried to shake off the feeling of disorientation that wrapped me, and followed him to the main room. The boards squealed underfoot, and our steps kicked up fine dust that mingled with the scent of aged timber, hardened resin, and mildew. Beyond the doorway, a larger room opened. As we entered it, we passed through currents of freezing air. I felt the pressure of the air change against my face, my hands. A hearth built of field stones sang with the wind. Empty windows looked out on the growing twilight. Somewhere above us, a loose clapboard banged against a beam. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat.
It's time, Swain said. Get the hexed nails in place.
I set down the trunk and opened it, concentrating entirely on my task, pushing aside the sensations that overwhelmed me. I took out a mallet and a tiny bag containing 4 thin nails that Swain had layered with protective spells. Hurrying, I went to the doorway leading into the room, fumbling out the first nail. I raised it to about head height, trying to keep it steady. Here, sir. Swain looked over and nodded.
3 taps, no more.
With more concentration than I thought I was capable of, I set the first of the nails into the splintered door jamb. 1, 2, 3 hits with the mallet. I got the other 3 nails placed, finishing the final one just as Swain reached into the trunk and pulled out a contraption of brass and wood. 9 inches long, 6 wide, 6 tall. It had 2 hinged, fitted openings on each of the long sides. The device had been built earlier in the year by Robert Twelves, a precocious apprentice to the noted Boston clockmaker George Graham. Swain originally commissioned it for another purpose altogether, but had modified the internal mechanisms based on the ideas he developed out of reading the Occultatum Ostium.
I dub this a planar clock, Swain said, with which I put my theories to the test, and begin the process of peering past the corner of the universe.
He placed the device on the floor. As he'd shown me the night before, it relied on a combination of sorcery and mechanical clockwork. The device held, imprisoned in the mechanism, one known, named fiend, the bait. When the incantations that hid the clock loosened to reveal its presence, the demon bound within would attract the attentions of a greater fiend. For while demons always found humans curious and behaved malevolently towards them, they were relentlessly vicious towards their own kind, and would attack on sight unless restrained by sorcery. Should an unknown demon pass into the trap, another set of spells would descend, making it impossible for it to escape, the springs and escapement of the clock dancing in time with the spells laid within the gears.
If this works, Swain said, carefully readying the planar clock, it will open up a confluence chamber, tapping into the harmonic resonance nodes, the seeds of midnight, just long enough for the capture of a demon. Such trapping of a fiend without relying on a name is unheard of in sorcery.
I leaned over, watching. He wound a brass key set in the left of the interior of the mechanism.
Just like winding a clock.
Easy.
And then we slide these open, like so.
Opposite the escapement and miniature pendulum were 3 chambers, each large enough to fit a good-sized egg, with hinged lids, each with a spring. Swain opened them, clicking them into position against the tension. Steel fittings held them in place.
And if this works, he said,
the possibility exists that we might one day clear Salem of all its demons in one shot, giving us unfettered access to the massive energies lying dormant here. With that amount of power at our disposal, an unimaginable resource, we can bend the course of the future, reach unattainable goals. This is how the arc of mankind turns. The silver-plated interior of each chamber bore engravings across all 6 surfaces, and each harboured a different set of dormant magic symbols. A separate compartment near the escapement held a glass globe that Swain removed. He put it aside. The pernicious ill feelings that swirled around us grew more intrusive, and I found it hard to pay attention. Swain looked to the door. Rat-tat-tat-tat came the knocking from above us.
Yes, yes, we've come under scrutiny. Hurry, the candle.
I rooted through the trunk and found the short candle, faintly red. Swain took it and placed it into a holder built into the device. Next, he asked for a tinderbox, unwilling to risk even the simplest fire incantation.
Ingenious, this, he said as he struck the fire steel against the flint, dropping sparks into the unrolled char cloth.
As soon as he had a small fire going, he held the candle to it and brought the wick to life. He blew out the char cloth and folded it up again, holding it up for me to take. I did.
To my knowledge, there's never been a more powerful containment magic placed into such a small physical anchor as the scrap of paper within this candle.
He set the globe over the flame. The light did little to hold back the quickening dark. I noticed that his hand shook ever so slightly. Fear? Excitement?
The paper will burn away within the hour, releasing a powerful summoning, at which point we'd best be far off. In the meantime, the mechanisms of the planar clock will generate a subtle ripple in this plane, which will cloak it from the entities I seek to capture.
He stood up and wiped his hands, motioning for me to gather the trunk.
A ring is melted into the candle's base, and when the demon I've bound into said ring appears, tethered to our device, why, there's no telling what we might catch with such tempting bait.
I thought of all he'd told me of the dangers of Salem and wondered how wise that was. As he latched shut the trunk, I returned to the slanted doorway and paused. The atmosphere changed. "Sir," I whispered, peering out into the gloaming. The horizon shone with fading sunset, while the fields and trees that lined the overgrown road darkened. A figure stood silhouetted in the orchard. "The demon, sir." "From the library." The woman stood unmoving, the cold wind snapping the edges of her cloak sideways, strands of her hair whirling with it.
"The same appearance?"
"Yes, sir. A woman, plain features, striking eyes, dark clothing." It was no wonder the demon had lifted such thoughts of witches from my mind. They occupied my mind all too frequently. If I could have forgotten all about it, or better yet, never heard it in the first place, returning back in time to my old life, I'd have been all too glad. Yet there the demon stood, in the guise of a witch. She lifted a hand. I stepped back from the doorway. Swain left the trunk and looked out into the twilight.
"Fear not. I have something here that it won't like."
He pulled from his jacket pocket a circle of hammered steel, which he'd earlier in the week infused with a potent ward. Demons would find it baleful, he'd explained. A blinding glare that crossed planes.
"Or so we'd best hope," he'd added.
My hand reached up to my necklace, reassuring myself that it was still there.
"Fetch the trunk. We're leaving."
Swain stepped outside. The moment I followed him, the appearance of the house shifted, as though I'd stepped back into the real world. Before us, the figure didn't move. Her hand remained raised, her finger pointing at the house behind us.
We shall walk right past it to the bridge. Beyond that, we'll be safe.
As my eyes adjusted to the deepening eve, I saw the demon's, I corrected myself, face, revealed as though by starlight. Slender nose, high cheekbones, pale eyes that watched us. The skin of my neck, shoulders, and scalp rippled into gooseflesh. We started to the road, stepping into the overgrown grass, and made straight for the bridge.
That's right, Swain said. Not much farther. We follow the fence to the lane, to the bridge, and it will be as easy as...
Ignis. The strange voice whispered just behind us. I leapt sideways. Flames appeared on the sleeves of Swain's coat. The woman stood next to me, her cloak and skirts the colour of charcoal and ash in the dusk. She reached for me. Swain wasn't as unprepared as before, however.
Infragore flamma, he cried.
The flames snuffed out in puffs of grey smoke. The apparition put a cool, pale hand to my forearm. It felt as weightless as if it were made of cobwebs. I recoiled. Swain yanked the ward from his pocket. As the metal circle that contained the ward came into sight, the entity mouthed a silent shriek and flew backward, leaving a trail of embers across the meadow that fronted the house. 20 feet, 30, farther. The bits of fire crackled, the wind sweeping up the sparks. Swain backed away, holding the metal high.
Fast now. We need to get across the bridge.
He reached out and grabbed me with his free hand. I needed little encouragement. We sprinted along the fence line. In the light of the emerging stars, the many tales of demonic wreckage and grisly ends Swain had told me paced me, urging me on, faster, faster. We reached the lane without the demon coming closer. Another 50 yards and we'd be at the bridge. The woman stood by the river's house, tracking our progress. A sudden wave of noxious energy rolled over us, lighting up the windings of sorcery nearby. My heartbeat hammered and Swain paused.
Planes are shifting, he whispered. Leave what you're carrying and run.
A grinding sound reached us as we darted across the field to the bridge. Behind us, the chimney on the river's house keeled to the side, dropping with a ground-shaking boom. In the lane, a flurry of dust rose, spinning with bits of dry leaf and twig. I let the trunk thud to the ground and shrugged off the pack on my shoulder. The ward that Swain held glowed red. With a cry, he dropped it to the ground, where it blazed white-hot. Patches of grass around it kindled into flame. The eddy in the lane grew larger, grabbing more dirt and branches. The mounting sense of dread tightened into a panic.
Now, Finch! Now!
Swain yelled. He needn't have worried. I outpaced him. Embers spun up as we ran across the field, flames springing to life around us. I watched my steps, paying as much care as I could to whether my clothing or my master's was burning. At the bridge, I bounded across as though I'd done it 100 times. Swain took more care. I held out a steadying hand at the far side and guided him across the final planks. As we dashed back within the glamoured protections, Swain turned. Water murmured below the bridge. Behind us, the figure of the witch faded into the gathering night. The fires smouldered, but didn't spread.
We're safe here, Swain said around deep breaths. All that work, the glamours, we're safe. From here back to the house, safe.
I scanned the darkness of Salem. Nothing followed us onto the long stretch of lane where we stood. My legs shook, and my pulse trilled. Swain pushed his hair back from his eyes.
We may have done it. We may have.
Will it be safe? I said. The clock. I couldn't imagine that what we'd placed on the creaking boards of the abandoned house of Thaddeus Rivers would remain untouched.
It should still be hidden. That's the idea, he said.
And if it works, I will have opened an entire new discipline of sorcery. Can you imagine? I realized in that moment that August Swain was a man who stood at the edge of a vast, unexplored plateau, untrodden by any other practitioner of science or magic. He stared off into the darkness over the old town, and I could see his panic turn into exhilaration.
Come, Finch, he said, turning to me with a nod. We've earned ourselves a meal, I believe.
We turned, 2 lone figures, following the glamours of protection, back along the blue-black lane. The moon rose through the silent woods, our only witness. Chapter 13. Demons for the Taking. My master steepled his fingers against the bridge of his nose, staring at the workbench. Behind him, the planer clock sat on the floor. For 7 days it had remained within the decrepit house of Thaddeus Rivers, in the quiet of Old Salem. We'd retrieved it after a day's worth of careful preparations, and now it sat at the centre of a tetragon, formed of narrow lines and silver filings, the corners aligned to the cardinal directions. Candles sputtered around it, and threw crackling sparks as flecks of nitre, carbon, silver and sulphur embedded in the wax ignited. 16 glyphs formed a compass rose extending 100 feet from the spot of binding, layered with magic protections that had taken Swain hours to cast. 3 magical workings he'd spoken in English. Out of extra caution, he'd cast others in their native tongues: Latin, Old English, Arabic, Aramaic, Low Saxon, and even one excruciatingly long spell in the Faroese of the winter-dark regions of Scandinavia. The atmosphere in the barn grew charged. I remained off to the side of the workbench, well within a glamour of protection. Swain ran a hand across his chin and straightened the many piles of papers. He righted one of the quills. He'd spent several hours readying himself, alone in his study. I'd listened at the door and heard nothing. No turning of pages, no scratching of notes being made, no whispered mutterings to himself, as he was often wont to engage in, no pacing. Risking a peek through the keyhole, I'd seen him sitting upright in the chair before the hearth, his eyes closed, and I knew he'd gotten himself into a state of concentration so focused as to be mistaken for stillness. I'd tiptoed off, careful not to disturb him, left with my own thoughts about what the planer clock might have caught. Swain opened his eyes again.
No point delaying further.
It's all set, sir.
The incantations and adjunct summonings are correct, yet I sense subtle fluctuations in the energies. I assume it's related to the forces here in Salem, so there's little to be done about it other than to hope that it introduced no unpredictability that might allow for my castings to warp or redirect themselves.
Is it from the demon, sir?
Doubtful. If the planar clock had done its job properly, whatever entity we've caught should have no influence beyond the containment spells.
Swain moved around the barn, re-examining the candles, the glyphs, the filings. I looked at the device with trepidation. Having learned more than I'd ever cared to about demons, I appreciated the many reasons why, even with the multitude of protections employed, the practice of sorcery was almost uniformly derided as folly. From the 5th century observation of Hierius of Athens, that summoning a demon was akin to inviting a hungry lion to inhabit every shadow for the remainder of the sorcerer's life, Scia Liontari, to the magician Percy Brasher's conclusion that the question of possession in a sorcerer is simply a matter of when, not of if, for no matter how much care is taken, there is never care enough against such fiends. One could be forgiven for equating sorcery with madness. Brasher himself was profoundly influenced by the frightful end of his great-uncle, Henry Brasher, a sorcerer who allegedly became possessed by the demon known as the Reaper's Sigh, and hung half the children of Pinner, England, before impaling himself on an iron fence one terrible night in the winter of 1655. Moreover, what Swain was attempting was unheard of, binding a demon to his will with no knowledge of the demon's name. The names of demons, required by traditional methods of sorcery, must be won through perilous interlocutions, and book after book recounted that more than a fair share of sorcerers had died playing that chancy game of tricking a demon into revealing its true name. As for relying on the historical records of known entities, Swain claimed the method flawed. In the first place, it left out a multitude more demons and other planar entities whose names could never be known. In the second place, the named demons knew this weakness and, being wary, were even more resistant to summoning. The revolutionary intent of Swain's invention was to bind demons without the need for their names.
It's time.
He loosened his neck, this way, that.
We either redefine sorcery or die trying.
Die, sir?
If I've allowed even one incorrect element to slip in, it might cost me my sanity or worse.
He stepped over to a point between two candles.
Now let me concentrate.
I held my tongue. Swain stayed outside the line of silver. The air surrounding the clock grew strange. It wavered, slender lines of shadow, spindling out, mixing with faint glints of light, as though the whole arrangement sat at the bottom of a fast-flowing river. I wondered if I ought to have accepted Swain's offer to remain in the manse, after all. Swain reached into his pocket and retrieved a small brass key.
Amongst all the various spells I've layered here, I deliberately left one small passageway open. Enough so I may do this.
He stepped over the lines of the glamour and knelt. With steady hand, he slid the key into the keyhole. Click, click, click. The key released the delicate tumblers. Swain withdrew his hand. He sat back on his heels and lifted a thin sheet of tortoiseshell he'd placed nearby for this moment.
And with this I shall close the remaining gap. By the time the mechanisms release, the integrity of the containment magic will be unbreakable.
He touched the sheet to his forehead, his lips, his chest, then raised it to speak the final spell. I held my breath, my pulse racing. Swain spoke.
Nana Lankara, deep tam svatika manini bam.
As he finished the final word, he broke the tortoiseshell in two. The air shifted. Swain placed the two halves on the floor and stood up, brushing his hands along his breeches. The mechanism within the planar clock filled the barn with a sharp ticking as the series of pins slid from the springs. Inner clasps came free, and the lid swung open with a tension-released rattle. The pendulum spun, and the escapement ticked as it had during the earlier tests of the device.
1, Swain said.
The first chamber opened. I swallowed.
2.
The second chamber opened, the silver inside of the door catching the light of the nearest candle.
3.
All three chambers inside the device stood open. The ticking continued. Neither of us took our gaze from the clock. A minute passed, then another. Swain didn't move.
It can take time, he whispered.
One candle flame fluttered, then resumed its steady burning. A faint light emanated from the leftmost chamber, as of delicate starlight through fog, brightening into moonlight on stone. The flames wavered as currents of energy rolled through the barn, sending flecks of old straw and leaf to cling to the wooden beams, sucking the feathers of quills on the workbench together, lifting the hairs on my head, and sending the hems of my skirt to grasp at my legs. The light from the clock grew so bright I saw the grain of the old wood of the hayloft. Curls and helices of light traced the contours of the barn. Swain nodded.
The bindings are holding, so far.
He lifted a quill, separating it from the others with a crackle, and dipped the end in an inkwell, his own shadow stretching crisp as a printer's black across the bench. On the top sheet of paper, he scratched a few quick notes regarding the timing, consulting his pocket watch. Swain lifted the quill and turned. He glanced at me.
Do you see anything, Finch?
Light, sir. Above the device, weaving beams of light, like the sun shining through deep waters. In the corner of the barn, a shadow seeped through the wall. Another grew near the doorway. Soon, a dozen shadows hung in the air. Sir, I whispered. Shadows. He scratched out another note.
Likely refractions from another plane. Ignore them.
The temperature in the barn plunged and the air grew foul, common precursors to an infernal presence, I'd learned. Something is happening in the middle of the floor, sir. A figure coalesced. The air shimmered in a web of fine cracks. In the far corners, the shadows I'd noted trembled. My palms grew sweaty, and I wiped them on my dress. The barn doors rattled, and the ground shook just once, and the demon stood before us.
It's here, Swain whispered. The air is darkened.
I see it, sir.
Good. Describe it.
I wanted to turn away, not look more closely. Half again as tall as Swain, the demon resembled a misshapen, bipedal pig, enormous and horrifying, covered in scorched and crackled skin, the colour of seared meat, hind legs bent backwards at the knee. Tendrils of acrid smoke lifted from it, moving as it swayed back and forth. The grasping of the demon filled the barn, deep, booming, and thick as the fiend coalesced. It stretched its grotesque limbs and twisted its head on the thick neck, filling the barn with the cracking sound of knuckles and tendons loosening. The sight of the fiend set my flesh to break out in chills, my knees to knocking. My voice trembled as I gave Swain my impressions, barely aware of what I said. After he'd written down my halting observations, he put the quill aside and took a handful of steps to where the demon brooded. The demon's glowing yellow eyes, points in the blackness of the face, pinched and focused on my master.
"You shan't get away, so I warn you not to try," Swain said,
his voice commanding and firm. Even so, I noticed beads of sweat at his temple. The demon turned to me. The urge to flee was so strong I barely managed to hold myself in place. It stepped forward on horribly crooked legs, and it wept, a piteous babbling. One misshapen forelimb extended toward me. It's weeping, sir, holding out a paw.
"Ignore everything it does," Swain said. "It's trickery."
I didn't move, keeping my ground. After a moment, the demon reared its head back and then leapt at me with a keening shriek. Its maw opened, and steaming mucus hung in quivering strands. I raised my hands and turned my head. Swain didn't flinch. All the bindings he'd layered into the space lit up, lines of glimmering flame, arranged in an intricate pattern between us and the demon. The light drove the demon back on its haunches.
"Behave yourself," Swain warned.
The demon roared. It swung its head back, clawed, and filled the air with a wretched stench. But the protections held. The barn filled with thunderous air as the bindings strained. Papers flew, books flipped, tools crashed against the walls, and the air pressure grew so great that my ears popped. I struggled to keep my footing.
"I am your master," Swain bellowed. "Silence!"
The bright webbings of flame closed in around the demon. It howled as the bindings shrunk into its flesh at head, limbs, and torso. Charring smoke and steam hissed where the thin lines of potent sorcery traced patterns and symbols onto its skin. The demon's eyes closed in agony, and it stilled. Swain reached into the pocket of his waistcoat and pulled out the twin to the key with which he'd opened the planar clock. He raised it to his forehead, then spoke.
"Adrifan."
One simple word. The bright scrimshaw markings of the spells on the skin of the demon grew blinding. White to gold to orange to a deep red, then faded to hints that shifted like cooling embers. The demon rose to full height, staring once again at Swain. It made no move to attack him, though its eyes shone with malice.
"Well," Swain said.
Smoke coiled from the fiend's mouth. It showed its foul teeth and spoke in a voice of charred flesh and stone that set my every nerve on edge.
"Master." "You're mine now," Swain said, narrowing his eyes. "Best get used to it. I shall call you as needed."
He walked past the demon. The demon trembled but made no feint or lunge at him. Swain knelt and closed the chamber lids within the planar clock. They snapped shut with soft clicks, and the demon vanished, bound. Swain put the key back into his pocket and stood up. He returned. Lines of sweat ran down his face. I went to speak, but my mouth had dried. Clearing my throat, I said, "It worked, sir?"
"Exactly as planned. Exactly."
He reached one shaking hand up to his face and wiped away the sweat drops. Or were they tears that gathered in the corners of his eyes? "And it can't escape, sir?"
"No. It's under my will, just as firmly as any of my other bound demons." "Incredible."
He shook his head in amazement.
We're in new territory now, Finch.
On the brink of redefining the unseen arts. Demons for the taking. Incredible resources at our fingertips. Generations have quailed at the mere mention of this place, but no more. We have the chance to turn Salem into the birthplace of a new epoch of mankind, the cradle of a better civilization. I was still too horrified by the way the demon had stared at me to share in Swain's enthusiasm. Sleep seemed far off, birthing a new hope for mankind or not. Even stepping outside of the glamour of protection I'd watched the summoning from took more nerve than I'd admit. As Swain warmed to the idea of reaching a new summit, I eyed the planar clock on the floor, as one might an adder that hadn't quite stopped wriggling. Chapter 14. The Pursuit of the Unseen Arts. Later that evening, I walked around the long oak table in the manse's kitchen, past the racks of pots and ladles, knives and tongs, past the rows of drying herbs and flowers I'd strung up in front of the windows. I peered into the stone oven and saw it wasn't hot enough. I grabbed a poker and stirred the embers, adding more wood. My master had retreated to his room, exhausted, with firm orders to leave him undisturbed until his grinding headache subsided, offering me a brief glimpse into one of the prices of sorcery. Axercitus vomica, the summoner's bane, a well-documented byproduct of demonic binding, said to resemble the effects of a steel band around the head, tightened inexorably. I took the opportunity to make us rolls and buns for the next few days. I pushed my thoughts away and watched the fire grow, bringing the oven to the proper heat. Over and over I recalled the demon's leer with a shiver. I glanced out the windows toward the barn more than once. Swain had assured me that the fiend was locked away, within the planar clock, and behind the many glamours and glyphs that crisscrossed the barn. I hoped so. I stepped into the pantry I'd organized and gathered flour, sour milk, thick butter, and more. Soon, I had one hand on a wooden bowl as I mixed the dough in a rhythm as natural as drawing breath. The heat of the oven and the smell of the dough took me away into the familiar, kneading, pulling, tearing at the dough until I had 24 buns laid out. I loaded a tray into the oven, lingering in the warmth, staring into the shifting flames. Standing the peel on end, I watched as the buns rose. Behind me, the kitchen door boomed open and slammed shut, causing me to bound over to the glamoured circle of protection in the corner. The chill air gusted for a few moments. I'd grown annoyed with that demon of late. He'd nearly taken my fingers off my right hand, with a closet door on the second story, as I'd been reaching for a dustpan. Swain's contention that such an inconsequential demon, no more than a noisy ghost or poltergeist, was simply a nuisance that would have to be borne until more pressing threats could be attended to, had done little to lessen my feelings on the matter. "There's a clock waiting for you, you little cretin," I said to the closed door. "And you're lucky I don't know how to bind you. Yet." I took the resulting silence as proof that I'd won the skirmish and continued with my baking. Within the half hour, I'd loaded a second tray into the oven while the first batch cooled on the long table, dusted with sugar I'd powdered. I wiped my forehead. As I turned to check on the oven, noises moved down the second-floor hallway overhead, a faint pounding at first, far off in a distant part of the house. I wondered if my master had stumbled on the way out to use the privy. The ruckus grew louder, with scraping and slamming, pounding on the walls, the ceiling, the floor, as though a troupe of acrobats and musicians and brawling thugs moved in voiceless unison. Plaster dust fell from the cracks overhead. A chill rolled from the ceiling, and I shuddered. I dropped the peel I held and ran to the circle of protection set up in the corner of the kitchen. The racket passed overhead and stopped. The silence after the uproar alarmed me. I waited, hearing nothing but the snap of the fire in the oven. "Master," I called out. Nothing. I glanced out the nearest window, toward the barn, wondering if the demon had broken loose. Or had the other demons under Swain's thrall taking an exception to their new sibling. I raised my voice louder. "Master!" No reply. I'd once dropped a ladle during an evening when he'd demanded to be left alone, and the string of his invectives had been instantaneous. Him not responding to my shout disturbed me more than the sounds themselves. The noises started again, louder, by the servants' stairs that connected the second floor to the kitchen. I touched the necklace I wore, afraid to take a step beyond the enchanted circle drawn on the floorboards. The silence lasted for a dozen beats of my heart. I counted the thudding in my ears. And then the sounds resumed elsewhere, farther off than when they'd begun. It sounded as though the narrow attic was being attacked. I called for my master 3 or 4 more times, but again got no response. After an agonizing internal debate, I dashed from the circle to the door to the servants' stairs, lifted the latch, pulled. The weighty door scraped along the boards of the floor as I tugged it. An unnatural shiver rolled over me, head to toe. I rushed up the stairs, sprinting to Swain's room. "Master? Master!" I pounded the door with my fist. Nothing. I knelt and looked through the keyhole. The fire in his hearth had burned low. Straining to make out where he was, I saw a form under the blankets of his bed. I hit the door with my palm, twice. "Master!" He didn't move. Odd shadows slanted on the walls and angled up from the corners. As I looked more closely at the bed, I gasped. An object floated above it, and I took only seconds to see what it was. A ghastly face of skin, jagged around the edges, torn from a human head. Worse, I recognized it as the face of the red-bearded man who'd strangled me. The damage he'd sustained after being slaughtered by the demon had been so great that Swain had declined to attempt to bind a demon within his corpse, and we'd disposed of him down by a purling brook on the far side of the meadow. I froze. A moving black stain floated behind the face, a distorted haze that rolled along the wall, the boards of the ceiling, keeping pace with the mangled scrap of skin. Tendrils of shadow stretched down to the books on Swain's night table. A peculiar terror gripped me, unlike any I'd felt before. No corpse, no demon had frightened me so. I lifted the latch, only to find that it didn't budge, not a hair's width. I hit it harder, the metal digging into my hand. It didn't give. A force had sealed the door shut. I kicked at it, calling for my master. I pressed my eye back to the keyhole. The inky blackness and face descended over Swain, a slow smothering. Where were his demons? "He needs you!" I shouted. "Save him!" Would they? Were they bound to? All that Swain had told me had made it sound so. Yet, in their malice, it wasn't hard for me to imagine them holding back, darkly gleeful to see their master meet his end. I ran back to the stairs, calling for the revenants. And there they were, gathered at the bottom, bunching up. Before them, a pair of carving knives from the kitchen slashed the air back and forth, floating, seemingly untouched. The blades sliced at the revenants, stabbing, driving them back, filling the stairwell with the sound of flesh ripping open. A blurring distortion in the air, like a patch of murky water illuminated with a sickly light, spread from where the knives swung. A demon. There was no help to be had. I needed to open the door myself. I kicked at it. I searched for something to smash it in with, but found nothing more suitable than a heavy candle holder that did little beyond denting the wood. My eye fixed on the hinges. Could I pry them off? I dropped the candle holder and ran my fingers over the iron of the hinges. They were bolted on tight, unyielding. Iron desires to please, but can never be fully trusted. The words came back from Edward Neal's The Magical Properties of the Known Base Metals. I squeezed my eyes shut. I'd been trying to memorize various passages of the book, particularly the spells that the author had transcribed. As I'd found with the mnemonics that Swain taught me, I had a knack for such memorization. I stepped back from the door and concentrated. When I had the proper phrasing in mind, I raised my hands, as I'd seen Swain do, palms to the hinges. Ferrum audio, ferrum torquent, ferrum adspiret. Liberare ignem penetralibus. I tried to sound like Swain, firm and commanding, though I'm afraid that it came out more like a frightened plea. For a moment, nothing happened. And then my palms itched, growing hot. I held them out, facing the hinges. Orange light seeped from my hands, tickling my skin like dancing nibs of quills. My eyes widened. Tiny sparks leapt into the air, and my hands began to burn as though they were just above candle flames. The spell wasn't working. Worse, the pain in my hands crossed a threshold into agony. Panic set in. I knew enough even by then to realize that the spell couldn't simply be repeated, not without risking a magical backlash, even more powerful. I waved my hands, desperate to stop the burning. A witch is born a witch. No more, no less. Such an individual can see into a darkness that others can't. They can manipulate the currents of planar energy that courses between worlds by some form of instinct. Fine. With no idea what I was doing, I imagined the center of a flame, the exact heart. As I did, I felt that I'd grabbed hold of a slender wire, a wire that connected to my hands. Raising them, the air before them shifted, as though blown by a brisk wind. Out, into the hinges, into the iron, inside. A tremendous surge of energy ran up my spine and along my arms, shining with strange light, deepening into a glow so red and deep as to be liquid. For a moment, it felt altogether too powerful, as though my limbs were on the verge of sprouting flames, as though I'd be reduced to cinders while I stood there, a young pine tree engulfed in fire, throwing off embers. Steadying myself, I held my breath, trying to keep the crashing energy from sweeping me away. Cupping it in my hands as though it were water, I flung it at the door. It flew from my palms and caught and spread across the front of the door, onto the door frame, gathering on the hinges and the latch. Was it the spell? Or something else within me? I had no idea. I only knew that energy poured out of me, stunning, potent. I gasped. The hinges of the door shone brighter and brighter, and a great explosion of colour burst from them, a glimmering whirlwind of flame. With a shattering of iron, the hinges and latch clanged to the floor, broken and glowing. And not only them, but the hinges on every door on the hallway, sending the doors all falling in, boom after boom. The power in my arms went from a geyser to a trickle, to nothing. I staggered forward, dizzy. The door fell inward with a crash, slamming to the floor. Freezing air rolled out from Swain's room. I took 2 unsteady steps in, treading on the fallen door. "Master!" The shape over Swain's bed turned. Cheeks, flopping nose, scraggles of beard dangling beneath the rough mouth, empty eyelids, a grotesque slit of a mouth with lips that curled into a terrible grimace. The sight of the red-bearded man's face brought me right back to the horrors of my first night in the colony. The face and the stain behind it drifted, focused on me for the moment, the decomposed flesh stretched into a hideous simulacrum of curiosity and hunger. "Master!" I called out again. "Wake!" Before another syllable could pass my lips, a shadow slammed me to the floor, leaving me pressed down by what felt like a wagon load of field stones. A doorway of sorts opened in the air above me, shrouded in black shadow. Within, spinning stars backlit great arcing pillars of bone, a winding cathedral. Snaking, twisting, diminishing to a distant point. Fangs appeared by the hundreds, encircling the opening. My lungs found no air. The foul veil expanded, and a voice, a mind, touched my own, a more intimate touch than I'd ever imagined. The thoughts burrowed into my brain. "You can stare at me like the sun on your last day, witch. Stare at me like the serpent hanging still in nothingness. Stare at me until your very skull crumbles away in the burning sand. You will see me." The words rang out in my head. If I'd had any air, I'd have screamed. I could only gasp. A brutal coldness ran up my arms, as though I'd shoved them shoulder deep through a hole in a frozen sea. The side of my face went numb. A power enveloped me with a stunning force. Swain's voice. He blasted out words as fast and loud as he could. Den der man in pardisu, pue kinunuit, hus in himele, dar kimuit ifo hilfa kinuok, piduo is derfoot mihil. Light leapt across the room, over the roiling and swollen thunderhead that filled my sight, in a great blue-white flash. The room shook, and items fell from shelves, from the writing desk in the corner. I shut my eye and covered my face. The bed, the floor itself shifted with a thud. Timbers throughout the manse shuddered. The air bent, and I gasped. With a boom, the pressure righted itself. Small items rolled to a stop on the floor. Bits of ash from the hearth fell like grey snow. Swain stood near the foot of his bed in his long nightshirt, his hair gone wild, visage pale. Nothing else filled the space. He rushed over and knelt. "Are you hurt?" I wasn't sure. I moved my arms, my legs, tried to sit up. He caught me by the elbow and helped me. Strange flashes of colour danced around the room. The ghost colours left in one's vision from staring at candle flames. "I'm not sure. I think so, sir." Swain glanced at the room. He lifted me to my feet. "By God, but your quick thinking may have saved us, Finch. It had me. It had me so far down that I wasn't even aware of it. Very nearly the end." His voice shook. Once I saw that I was steady, he lighted several candles and lit them with an incantation. He looked shocked and ran a shaking hand over his chin. My arms tingled as I got to my feet. In the middle of the floor, a tiny wooden box sat on its side. The surrounding air trembled. What is that?" "Don't touch it," Swain said, raising his voice. He approached it. "It's an older device of mine based on Kepler's concept of translocational manipulation. I never thought I'd need it, but now it seems like the bloody best 4 days I've ever spent. Good Lord. I'll need a dozen more, at least, and you should best carry a few." I stepped back from it. My shoe pressed onto something soft, and I recoiled as I saw that it was the corpse's face, lying on the floor like a discarded nightcap. I shuddered. "What was it, sir?" Swain went to the night table, running his hand over the aged cover of the Occultatum Ostium, as if to assure himself it was intact. In truth, I found the sight of it loathsome. Its curious dimensions, the scars of mildew across the cover resembling a vomit stain, the stray bits of binding hanging from the spine like the legs of a centipede. I stayed well away from it as a rule. Swain checked the corners of the room, the walls, moving his hands to and fro in concentration. Enormous. And it swept right in. Not good. Not good at all. It was a planar umbra, an entity, a monstrosity in a nearby plane, one so powerful that its mere presence projected a shadowy darkness into this room. Remarkable. I suspect it was attracted by the summoning with the planar clock in some fashion. Quite concerning. I thought it worked properly, sir. It did. That still doesn't make it safe, apparently. Not that much of our work is. No, I may have pushed further than I should have without better protections in place. If we're to effectively harness the powers here, the planes will need to be stabilized. They're clearly far too unpredictable. I'd assumed demons to be the worst thing about Salem. Knowing more terrifying entities and dangers lurked just out of sight did little to slow my still galloping heartbeat. "I called for you," I said, glad to at least hear that I kept the tremor from my voice. "Yes," I heard. But it had me in its thrall. I couldn't move. It wound in, somehow, while I slept, past my demons, past the glamours. Apparently satisfied that the integrity of the room was intact, he approached me. "It was only when you distracted the intruder that I was able to snap out of it." He stared at me. "You served me better than my demons, Finch," he said. "It would have devoured me." Devoured? Soon enough. It needed to seep a hair further into my thoughts for me to relinquish the protections I kept about me as I sleep. But it was close. Wiping his hands on his nightshirt, he lowered his head in concentration. After a minute, he looked up. My demons return. I shall have them patrol every nook and inch of the house and barn. With luck, we'll know. The air in the open doorway warped with the presence of a demon, the one that always made my throat feel exposed. Bits of the iron latch and hinges rattled on the floor, and Swain stared at them with a focused gaze. A frown appeared. I didn't mean to, sir, I said quickly. I didn't know what else to do. It was shut, sealed off, by that thing, the umbra, the planar umbra. He snapped his gaze to me. You did this? Yes, sir. Magic? He sounded doubtful. I paused. Yes, maybe. I don't actually know, sir. He looked back at the rattling bits of metal. Neil? I tried a spell of iron breaking, sir, from his book, but it didn't seem to work properly. He motioned with his hand, and the demon moved along, stilling the broken metal. His hand ran across the beard on his cheek, and he stared at me with dark eyes. But then I tried, I faltered, to simply make it work, from within, manipulating the energy like a witch might. As I spoke, my face grew red, and I found that I couldn't look at his eyes, only at the floor in front of me. I saw him cross his arms in front of his chest. I'm not even sure how I did it, sir. It was just... well, it just happened. And I'm afraid I couldn't really control it. I think it may have ruined the other doors as well. When Swain spoke, his voice was uncompromising. This is a place of sorcery, Finch. My sorcery. A lifetime's worth of study and discipline. Do you think magic, or heaven help us, witchcraft, is something you can just take on yourself, like memorizing a poem, like tidying up the pantry? Who exactly do you think you are? A vain little upstart. I swallowed, met his gaze. He looked furious. I'm sorry, sir. I realize I'm just a... Just a what? Just a servant, sir. A servant girl, sir. The silence stretched out. All I could do was stare at the floor and wait for his fury. Is that right? Well then, please listen carefully, servant girl. The world is more than happy to give you a ready-made identity, and all the dreary expectations that do or don't come with it. If that's all you're after, congratulations, you've got little struggle ahead of you. If, however, you wish to write your own descriptions of yourself, you ought best relinquish the notion of just anything. Just this, just that. I glanced up. He continued, all the best of us do. Do note, however, few people you'll meet will be pleased when they sense or decide that you've strayed outside your cage, whilst they remain comfortably contained within their own. It's up to you to decide what matters for you, your own life, or the life that others would have of you. I think you might guess which shore I stand upon. He turned and went to fetch his clothing. And another thing, Finch. You'd best learn to take a compliment better than that. But what? I'm sorry, sir, he said, mimicking me. Nonsense. Never apologize for the pursuit of the unseen arts. Bravo. Bravo, bravo, bravo. I didn't think you had it in you, but you've surprised me yet again. He tugged on a pair of breeches beneath his nightshirt and motioned for his shoes. But I urge you to be exceedingly cautious with witchcraft. I can give you no first-hand guidance, number 1. The last witches to occupy this spot on the map didn't fare well, a rather resounding number 2. I would suggest that you abstain from all such efforts, at least until you've come to understand the basic principles of both magic and sorcery. While they're not at all the same, I suspect you'll find insight, discipline, good habits, understanding. Can you make me that promise? Thinking how close I'd come to seeing the energies I'd summoned spill out of control, I had little reason to refuse. I promise, sir. Fate is a curious thing, wouldn't you say? Fate, sir. He nodded. Fate. Whatever fate brought you here to this place. A witch, one whom demons want. one whom the colony would jail, or worse. One whose very presence could also land me in jail. Altogether the last person I'd ever choose. He shoved his feet into his shoes. Perhaps you're the apprentice I need, after all. I wasn't sure about fate. It was death that hounded me, nipping at my heels all the way into Salem. It remained all around, in the corpses who walked the hallways, in the tales of mayhem, preserved like insects in amber, on the pages of the books in Swain's library. And I'd almost seen it strike close to the centre of the target once again. For if I hadn't managed to open the door, Swain wouldn't have been able to talk about either fate or the apprentice he needs. The shards of iron on the floor drew my eye. I'd done that. Witchcraft. My hands still tingled from the feel of it. How might I truthfully write my descriptions of myself, as Swain suggested? I wasn't sure. Could my mother have done something like that? How much of her daughter was I? A leaf on the branch of a tree, a line of women, strong women, witches going back generation by generation. Was that my story? The thought made me dizzy. And yet of all the emotions that swirled through me, vivid and bright as the energy I'd drawn forth, pride, wonder, excitement, relief, one rose above the rest. Terror. Chapter 15. Roaring Heart of a Forge. Finch! The floorboards knocked as my master, in his study on the floor below, hit the ceiling with a broomstick, impatient. I opened my eye. A candle guttered on a small stand before me, beside Angus Hume's translation of Grimhilde's Sravophis Ravasius. I was an hour deep into my daily practice of wards, a crucial and fundamental element of the art that Swain insisted I learn after the incident with the planar umbra. Swain himself knew 221 wards against demons, and could do 17 of them instantly. The best sorcerers in history knew no more than 5, he claimed, and he assured me that 5 would be all I'd ever need, but that I'd best be an expert in those. My life and soul might depend on it. The chime of a bell reached my ear, and the floorboards banged again. If you think I have nothing better to do than ride out to listen to that man moan about his back for the better part of an hour, reconsider every assumption you've ever made, please. Swain's muffled voice ended my concentration. I leaned forward and blew out the candle. I'll let him know. And meet him, sir, I called out. Sorry. Hurrying out of my room, I straightened the front of my dress and headed to the main stairs. Several steps bore gouges from the trunk loaded with blankets, boots, and sundry that had careened down the hallway and onto the stairs a week earlier, like a runaway carriage. It would certainly have killed anyone standing in its way. I still needed to fix the steps. Swain muttered some further displeasure as I jogged down the stairs, his voice floating out of the open door to his study, but I ignored him. He was in one of his moods. The entryway I passed through was clean, floors polished, plaster patched, a fresh coat of white paint on the walls and ceiling, all work I'd accomplished as autumn turned to winter. The rest of the manse was coming together, room by room, hall by hall, more so now that my master had allowed the revenants to be useful in carrying barrels of paint, sanding floors, and a dozen more tasks that could free up more of my time for studies. I hurried to the kitchen. A brass bell, no larger than a sherry glass, hung in the air, swinging back and forth. Having decided he no longer cared for strangers, bringing certain deliveries directly to Salem. Too many complications, an observation I didn't take altogether personally. Swain devised a system of companion bells to signal a delivery. When I rang the bell before me in return, both parties would know to rendezvous at a little-used bridge in the outskirts of the nearby town of Andover. It would take me 2 hours or so to make the trip. I grabbed the bell from the air. The ringing paused. I rang it 3 times. Yes, meet me. Outside, I readied Swain's wagon and headed off down the lane from the manse, sparing a glance at the snow-dusted remains of Salem that stood beyond the fields and across the river. Our explorations had grown more cautious, primarily restricted to mapping the edges and contours of the regions of planar activity, while Swain dedicated the bulk of his hours to developing what he believed to be a technique for neutralizing the greatest dangers. For myself, I wasn't sorry to stay away. My thoughts often returned to the brooding malice of the abandoned town. The silence at night, the stillness at dusk, even the look of the daytime shadows. The slant of the light over sagging roofs and frowning doorways. The slate-grey harbour beyond. It was impossible to put it entirely out of mind, though riding away from the place always lightened my mood. And so my mood remained as I eventually neared the wooden bridge spanning the Shawsheen River some 90 minutes later. At the sound of the straining of the hitches and the clop of my horse breaking the lonesome silence, the driver of another wagon raised a hand in greeting. Huddled in his coat, he slouched. I pulled the wagon to a halt on one side of the bridge, dismounted, and walked across the bridge. "Mr. Preston," I said. "Lovely to see you." He doffed his tricorn at me and gave me a smile comprised of the few stubborn teeth that remained, brown and crooked, in his gums. In his prime, he'd clearly stood no taller than 5 feet, and his prime was well past.
"Miss Finch?"
"My master expected you earlier in the week. He's been rather cross about it."
"Aye, a terrible slow fortnight it's been, lass," Preston said.
He ran a hand over his balding dome.
"What with this trouble and that in the city."
I nodded. "I understand, Mr. Preston. Yet you know my master. Not a patient man, as I'm sure you appreciate."
I do, and I apologise if I kept him waiting, lass. I only mean to get him what he needs, secret and unseen, as promised, and no mistaking."
"Then let's see what you have." I ignored his further stream of explanations and headed around to the back of the wagon, hoping the delivery would be sufficient to quell Swain's foul mood. Peeking over the side, I cursed silently. 2 corpses. That was it. "Mr. Preston, you're making it hard to keep my master happy." The old man climbed from the driver's bench, grunting as he did. He hobbled around to where I stood, waving his hands as if casting a spell of his own that might dilute my master's coming annoyance.
"Soldiers about, night after night, searching for the lads who keep putting up those pamphlets. Rattlesnakes, they call themselves. Governor's not happy at all, making him look foolish and all."
"Still, my master is paying you for bodies, sir. 12 bodies." Before us, the 2 corpses sprawled on the bed of the wagon, their features pale and sunken, lips pulled back, necks arched, in the rictus of death. One wore a shabby dress, tight-laced up the front, with hair hitched up above a painted face. She looked young, a few years older than I was, which I found disturbing. I turned to the other, a gnarled man who didn't look to weigh much more than the frayed coat that fell loose around him. Dried soil gathered in the corners of the wagon, on the corpses' clothing, in their hair. From the stink, the corpses were more than a few days dead, their clothing and skin the worse for it.
"That's not all though, miss," Preston blurted,
grabbing a sack tucked into the corner, sensing my displeasure.
"With the pox and all, I also come across these. Snuck in through a window to get them."
He held open the sack. I looked inside and turned quickly away. "Mr. Preston, really?"
"Wouldn't charge him the full price, course."
I looked away. A man willing to procure corpses had few lines he wouldn't cross. Swain himself did, though. Preston worked his tongue over his lonesome teeth, saw the look on my face, and nodded.
"But, given the difficulties," he said, "you can just have 'em. Remember what your master said now. That's right. Just trying to do my best to get him what he requires, lass."
He held out the sack. "They're infants," I said. I made no move to take the sack. After an awkward few moments, Preston nodded and placed the sack back into the wagon. He wiped his hands together.
"To your wagon, then, is it, lass?"
"Thank you, Mr. Preston." He nodded and raised the gate on the wagon, then limped back around to the front. As he reached up to climb into the driver's seat, he grabbed his back and slipped from the wagon to the little used lane. "Are you all right, Mr. Preston?" I said. walking around the wagon.
Sorry, Miss Finch, Preston grunted. This'll pass.
Sorry thing, this back of mine. Ideas of its own, I sometimes think. He lifted an arm, hoping for help, but I ignored him. A strong wind swept through the thicket of hemlock that marched off along the lane, mist veiling the lowest boughs. Trunks, fern and thorn receded into the woods. I felt a presence coming closer. Swain and I both agreed that I'd become more visible to demons since I'd used my witchcraft to rescue him. Perhaps the most compelling argument against attempting to use it further. In the shadows of dusk, alone in the morning sunlight, crossing from manse to barn in the evening, the feeling of being observed rarely left me. Still, it wasn't as though I had no defences. I touched the glamoured pendant I wore and concentrated, readying the demonic ward I knew the best, nervous that I'd never had to use it. The nearest trees burst apart. Trunks cracked lengthwise, raw wood blazing through the torn bark, while branches fluttered and shed their green shoots. Violent clacking and howling and snarling sounds filled the air, drowning out Preston's groans. I ducked as a pine branch whacked my shoulder, leaving a streak of pitch on my sleeve. An inky shadow whirled before me, crackling with veins of red light. A malign will assaulted me, wanting to hurt me, to shred, tear, and strangle me. Fearsome claws on the ends of whip-like tendrils emerged from the shadows, rending the air. I held out my hand and yelled, "Severit wort Panthangen, als im das Vol gesam, mit Wilgrosen Ehren im was da Niermengram." A great meeting of force, pressure, and collision built, and I stepped back. A crack of thunder erupted before me, shaking the ground, air whipping. The sounds ceased. The winds stilled, leaf, bud, and cone whirling to the lane, dotting the wagon. For a moment, I sensed the demon moving to and fro unseen, and then it vanished. The surrounding air, the surrounding plains, thrummed in its wake. Even at such an early point in my sorceress training, I'd become sensitive to such disturbances, and there was no mistaking it. I lowered my hands, scanning the woods before me. My pulse raced, but I'd done it. The ward had worked. I didn't relax my guard even so, for day by day the demons around me grew more brazen. Within the quarter hour, I had Mr. Preston on his feet, bending with no pain, his mouth running with a gratitude I found a little much. A simple conjuring of heat, familiarity with the anatomy of the spine and muscles, thanks to the many corpses I dragged and prepared for my master, manipulating the shoulders for nothing more than effect, and Preston prattled on that decades had lifted from him. His wagon emptied, and the corpses hidden away in swains beneath a sheet of canvas and between pairs of empty crates. I handed him a small sack of coin. "After what you've done for me back, lass, feels wrong to even take this." He didn't have much trouble slipping the sack into his coat pocket, I noticed. "He's expecting more," I chided him. "You'll get me in trouble if it continues this way." Course. With my back fixed so, shouldn't have no troubles. The fuss'll calm down soon enough, always does." "His work doesn't slow." "Neither do people meeting their maker, so I'll have more for your master." "More than a pair, I dare say," I said, giving him a smile. His gaze drifted to the broken tree by the side of the lane, and he nodded. "Your good master's business is his own, lass. That much I'll say. But none of it'll be mucked up for lack of our quiet friends. I'll see to it." Preston climbed back onto the emptied wagon and picked up the reins. I watched as he turned along the bend in the road and soon disappeared behind the curve, lined with towering elm, winter bare. The sun shone off the slow-moving waters of the river. I drew my cloak close and turned my wagon back in the direction of Salem. By the time the manse came into sight, the sun tilted toward the west. I worked away the chill carrying the two bodies to the barn. Once inside the shadowed interior, I sensed the residual magic in the air from Swain's latest work. His workbench was neat. I kept the candles, notes, sulphurous tinctures, painstakingly collected herbs and dyes, the other major and minor phylacteries for his work ordered, and at the ready. The newest revenants lined the barn walls, struck here and there by bright chinks of sunlight, standing motionless like groups of strangers waiting for something to begin. They all followed me with their gazes, drawn, as with the feral demons, to the witch in their midst. As revenants, though, they could do little more than stare. While the phenomenon still unnerved me, I'd learned to live with it. Stepping over to the nearest one, an older man with a belly big as an overturned wheelbarrow, hanging pasty from beneath a stained shirt, I ran through his mnemonics, recalling his name. The veils of mist hold fowl and fauna. Ku us sara, Sarah Skana. Even thinking the name wordlessly brought a groan from the revenant, though it remained otherwise still. I turned to the smaller workbench that Swain had given me for my work, opened a ledger book, and wrote down the time and location of the latest demonic contact. My scrawling handwriting, my master likened it to the markings left by a wounded sparrow limping across a page after stepping in an inkwell, tracked every time a demon tried to attack me, and I rather took to the habit of notating such incidents. Writing them down gave me a tinge of control, or at least the illusion of control, comforting nonetheless. Still, the pattern trended inarguably upward of late. As Archibald Fletcher had discovered, Salem was home to a planar confluence of profound complexity. If one dug deeply, rare references to such areas of concentrated infernal activity existed. Even the natives who dwelt along the coast, from the mists of time, had kept away from this particular shore. Too many evil spirits. I often wondered if it had just been bad luck, then, that the captain of the Westernshire Belle had chosen this particular harbour to abandon his passengers, not willing to carry them any further, despite their having saved the vessel as it floundered at the height of a terrible storm, revealing themselves as witches fleeing the old world in the process. How quickly had they realised the nature of their new settlement? Fletcher seemed to think it hadn't taken long at all. But as the rest of the colony shunned the 18 families cast off the ship, they seemed to have made do as best they could. For a time. I turned my attention to the 2 new bodies. Swain wouldn't be pleased to find but a pair. He'd been eager to summon a particular quartet of demons he'd confirmed with the acquisition of a long-sought tome of notes of Emily du Marion. He'd returned to the practice of utilising only known demons for the process of revenation, after a failed attempt to bind the spirit he'd trapped in the house of Thaddeus Rivers with the planar clock. The pig demon, for that's how I thought of it, had made for a terrible revenant when Swain had bound it into the body of a red-haired woman in her 60s. Glaring eyes, cruel laughter, and a wattle of loose flesh beneath her chin, swinging back and forth as the revenant proceeded to smash apart half the barn before Swain subdued it. Each subsequent attempt to tame it had ended similarly, forcing Swain to admit it wasn't safe to keep the revenant in any state at all. In the end, he'd bound the foul pig demon into an antique amulet and locked it away. The body was disposed of. A revenant shorn of its demonic bindings is of no further use to the sorcerer. The complex process of readying a corpse for revenation appears to preclude the repetition of such steps. Relatively little research had been done on the topic in the face of the towering amount of anecdotal evidence, wherein subsequent attempts at revenation ended in grotesque mimicry of the desired outcome. Bones shattering, heads twisting in the wrong direction, intestines projecting out from sundry openings, eyeballs hanging from optic nerves, all the while the revenant mewling and groaning, heaving itself to and fro. As the Reverend Geoffrey Hale of Horsforth, West Yorkshire, himself a former sorcerer, noted in his rather sanctimonious account of the art, on Sorcery, 1655. The eye of nature and the Lord may be evaded in the first instance of such black tramplings into the realm of the tomb, yet the hubris of a second such trespass will, with certainty, draw forth their ire, with a clear visage of the punishment awaiting the incanter at the moment of his own demise. Swain himself felt it due to subtle damages to the tissues, combining with residual magic, enough to disrupt the proper start of any new bindings. Worse for me, even after I dragged the useless corpse down to a brook behind the barn, it had reeked enough to be smelled from the barn. Swain directed me to a bin of lye in the workshop. I still recall the horrid way that the Revenant's face softened like a rotting pumpkin afterwards, and have long had nightmares about that unpleasant task. After properly stowing the newest bodies, I examined the dead girl. Her eyelids were half open, the eyes themselves like dull seashells, staring out at nothing. My master had told me to regard the sight of a corpse as a gift, as strong a testament to the infinite stretches of darkness that bookend this brief sliver of existence you'll find. In his more expansive moods, he offered up any number of such pleasantries. As I looked at the dead girl, I just thought it sad. I was to strip the bodies, remove any jewellery, which with these two seemed unlikely, wash them, and ready the items for their revenation. I rolled up my sleeves. Learning to deal with the bodies had been horrible at first, but repetition brought forth a certain balm. Still, I procrastinated, looking instead over the items on my master's bench. Every item had a purpose, each capable of unwinding the stitchings of the seen world to reveal the unseen. The siren song of it resonated in my heart, as unexpected as any other turn that fate had dealt me. I held my hand out. At a quick word, a low blue flame danced in my palm, fluttering. Magic. When Swain had taught the spell to me, he'd explained that, in many ways, it differed little from setting a candle alight. The flame stood for the caster's will. The wick represented the strands of planar energy, the dormant sources of potential that wound unseen through this world and the planes adjacent. The wax, the substance of the visible world. But if magic was the light of a candle, then sorcery was the roaring heart of a forge. Magic might illuminate a dark room of secret knowledge, but sorcery, well, sorcery could pry up the edges of the universe itself, revealing a vastness beyond both life and time. I considered the fire in my palm. Yes, anyone could cast a spell. So Swain insisted. Given enough practice, dedication, guidance, yes. Attention, retention, intention. Much as I found it hard to fathom, that I was a witch was neither here nor there, save for the peril it brought me. But I'd decided that if I was to bear such a burden, then I would do all I could to challenge such a fate. To immerse myself so deeply in magic and sorcery that no demon could touch me or anyone in my life ever again. Fill my days and nights with study and practice. Take the tools afforded to me by Swain and rise above the lot I'd been given. I'd come to wonder if my mother had known she was different. Would the word witch have even occurred to her? Why would it? Had her life been one of unexplained difference, of being terrified, of making do, of clutching together a patchwork of fears, beliefs, superstitions, and coping methods in order to achieve even a semblance of normalcy? If she'd had the chance I had, could she have spared herself a life lived under constant worry, clinging to routine, relying on my father with such ferocity? She couldn't, so I would. August Swain was willing to give me what my mother never had. Yes, he was temperamental, fickle, brilliant, preoccupied. In all of his mercurial states, demanding. And to be sure, it was difficult to envision more harrowing circumstances. Danger permeated Salem, untapped energies that rumbled like a tremendous underground river. Yet Swain offered me hope like no one else had, or could. And as for the dangers, I'd grown certain that Swain would be the one to harness them, to master Salem. His was a genius unmatched, capable of breaking the barriers that had confounded even the greatest practitioners of magic and sorcery. And I was his apprentice. The blue flame in my hand became orange, then yellow. It stretched long in my palm. The eyes of the dead shone with it. It wouldn't be long before Swain called for me, impatient to begin, so I snapped my palm shut, extinguishing the fire. I had work to do. Chapter 16. Talk of Spirits. While my master was without question a genius, after more than 2 months of study, I'd developed a certain genius of my own at keeping everything in his orbit running smoothly. To his credit, He'd by then ceased to approach every last one of my utterances, as though I were a hopeless dullard. While his initial instinct had been to over-explain even the simplest task, lest I sod everything up, he might now merely gesture and bark my name. When I asked him a question, he no longer assumed that I'd already made a mistake. He often stopped what he was doing to detail out the answer, occasionally thrusting a book into my hands and telling me to take the question further and see what I found. Where his first inclination had been to live like a squatter in a dusty, cobwebbed, decaying house, well, I'd put an end to that. He'd hardly have admitted it within my earshot, but a well-run household suited him and allowed him to keep his pace and his work without finding himself gnawing on mouldy bread or realizing that he'd not changed his clothes in 4 days. Having grown up with 6 brothers, I knew how to navigate the inherent tendency of the untamed male to devolve to a coarse, uncivilized state. As part of managing the unceasing entropy that surrounded August Swain, I undertook a weekly trip to pick up supplies. I'd woken to find a fresh dusting of snow on the ground. By the time I left the deep forest behind me, dawn lit the meadows that lined the road. I neared Andover again, in the blue shadow of early morning. Swain's first house in the colonies was nestled, unused, in a dale deep in the woods there, where we allegedly resided. As I passed the edges of town, smoke rose from chimneys, and a handful of roan cows clustered at the edge of a trampled field. I felt a surge of relief at the sight of life, so welcome after the sullen brooding of Salem. The road wound between low stone walls, marking off fields sculpted under drifts of snow and orchards of bare trees. Day broke. The near edge of town held but a dozen small houses, across from a tavern. A cock crowed, and I heard a door bang closed somewhere out of sight. I pulled the wagon up in front of the tavern's stable, passing by the sign that read, "Knox's Inn and Tavern," then climbed down and hitched the team. A red-haired lad of about my age, Bertram Nagel, carried a bucket from the well past the corner, nodding at me as I waved. I pushed open the tavern door, stepping into a warm, large room with whitewashed walls and floorboards painted green. Wide sash windows let in the morning sunlight, and a fire burned in a hearth, beside which stood 2 stools next to a pile of netting and twine. A woman of about 20 carried a pot to the hearth and smiled when I appeared. Her name was Iris, and she had lovely freckles and an earthy beauty that had kept half the lads of Andover drawn to her as the hound was to the hare, until she'd crushed all their dreams and married one Ethan Knox, proprietor of the inn. With one child already crawling about, she was heavy with a second. Seeing a healthy, living family always gave me a stab in the heart, thinking of what had happened to my own. "Goodness, is it Friday already?" Iris said. "That smells amazing." She hung the pot. "You should try some before you leave. Pheasant, parsnips, carrots. We made it earlier this week, and there wasn't a smudge left in a single bowl." Swain had various packages and weekly supplies sent to Knox's, by way of a merchant associate of Nathan Winslow. Having goods make several stops before they ended up in the quiet tavern at the lonesome edge of a wooded town, assured that my master's presence and work drew as little attention as possible. "Did the delivery arrive?" "Late yesterday, but it's here." Iris put the cloth she'd held the pot handle with over her shoulder. "The driver was stopped twice, can you believe it? Searched both times." "Stopped?" "Aye, by the governor's men. Driver wasn't happy about it." Nor would Swain be happy to hear it, but I ran through a list of what should have been in this lot. Nothing remarkable in any fashion. Foodstuffs, new linens, doorknobs, buttons, a new coat for my master that had taken 6 weeks of hounding for him to submit to visiting a tailor on King Street in Boston for fitting. The governor's soldiers would find more of the same in any dray or wagon they stopped within 30 miles of Boston itself. "Quite a week we've had," Iris said. "Do you know we were visited by Dr. Rush? Tuesday," Iris said. "Asking all kinds of questions, though he complimented me on the stew." Dr. Rush. Swain had just that week spent an hour reading me passages from Rush's most lauded work. on the principles of planar cartography from 1704, powering his way through 3 scones and as many cups of strong tea, as he underscored the myriad errata and false assertions made by the good doctor when he'd been in his prime. I tried not to show too much surprise on my face. "How exciting," I said. "What kind of questions did he ask?" "The kind to keep me up half the night." Iris wiped a tabletop with the cloth. "Had I heard any talk of spirits? Any word of hauntings? Strange figures seen on or off the roads? Any graves disturbed? Can you imagine?" Yes, I could. I furrowed my brow. "Now I won't sleep. Thank you, Iris." She laughed. "Can I see the delivery?" I said. Swain would want to hear of Rush's visit straight away. "Course you can." Iris led me through the public room and out into a pantry beyond the stairway. Crocks, casks, flour bins, and cordwood stood along one wall. I glanced out the window and saw a flock of grackles lift up from the ground and speed into the trees, their shadows roiling across the snow. In the corner, I examined the supplies. One decent-sized wooden crate I couldn't at first account for, but as I looked over the side of it, I saw the markings and perked up. The clockmaker Robert Twelves's latest device. Built to Swain's specifications, it was a more powerful version of the planar clock, designed to clear vast stretches of planar fields in one go. A resonance clock. "Brilliant," I said. "How's your master doing?" "Well enough. As long as he has his books, he's fine." "He's lucky to have you, that's what I think." "He might be," I said. Swain, according to our cover story, was a retired bookbinder turned collector of rare books, teaching me the craft of book repair. I was, not a stretch of the imagination, his orphan apprentice, brought over from London. Unfortunately, Iris and her husband were so kind and encouraging, an earnest young lass running errands for her reclusive master, that I felt shameful. They often threw in ears of corn, or a loaf of fresh bread, or a gallon of beer for me to take home. Iris pointed to a parcel wrapped in a cloth. "2 loaves of pumpkin bread. The spices are lovely. For you and your master." "You're too kind," I said. She convinced me to stay for a bite before loading the wagon and setting off for my master. She buzzed around the public room, readying it for the day as I sat by the hearth eating pheasant stew. Delightful. The stew and the company. I spent all my time with Swain, and precisely none was spent chit-chatting about the affections of young men. Iris had a kind nature, and a sharp eye for discerning the scruples, or lack thereof, of the young lads in the town and those nearby. She ticked off such charms as they had, and weighed them fairly against their deficits. I added my own observations, based on the few I'd passed any words with in the time I'd been coming to Andover. Of late, she'd nudged me to consider the affections of the red-headed Bertram, her younger brother who cared for their invalid grandfather in a small cabin 2 miles from the inn. I must admit I thought Bertram daft. Gangly, freckled, unruly hair the colour of copper, and always ready with an inscrutable joke he found riotous, and which I found bizarre. Any attempts at conversation he made with me quickly veered off into baffling territory. His theory that holding apple seeds in one's cheeks would decrease the need for sleep. His study of an alleged Hindu practice for slowing aging involving drinking the air. The development of a style of poetry that could be used as coded military communication. The like. It was absurd. I saw nothing in common with him. My identity was a lie, and all of my brother's teasing about my eye had rendered me incapable of believing that any lad might show the slightest interest in me, in any event. Still, entertaining such gossip with Iris was a break from corpses and demons. "He asked about you again." Iris stacked tin mugs near a cask. "Bertram, just the other day." I lifted the spoon to my mouth and left it there. "He what?" "I told you." "Me?" "You." Ridiculous. "What did he ask?" "He thinks you handle a wagon well." "I do, but that's not a question." Iris smiled. "His real question was whether your master would point a musket at a suitor or not." I put the spoon down. He did not say that. Well, that's what he was getting at. Iris. She straightened the bonnet she wore. I knew you fancied him. Would you just tell me what he said? And I don't fancy him. At least I didn't think I did up until that point. At the very least, I hadn't until the idea he might fancy me had come up. My introduction to the fact of nature that there's nothing so enticing as believing one is desired. He asked whether I thought you wore such nice dresses on purpose, Iris said. How would I wear them by accident? Meaning, for his sake, I believe. I don't. They're what I have. The dresses. It transpired that my master had taken up a regular correspondence with Mary Whitelock since their introduction at Winslow and Sons. Nothing scandalous, mind you. He more often than not read them aloud to me, relying on my feminine judgment, such as it was, to warn him off from any shoals or breakers he might drift toward. To interpret Madame Whitelock's true intentions. At first I surmised that he was just part of a collection of interesting men on whose renown she traded. I later came to believe her interest in my master went deeper than that. I will say she had a sharp wit, and I will also say money appeared to flow away from her at a remarkable volume. When I once suggested that the governor, her father, ought to raise a tax on the colony's dressmakers to recoup his expenses, Swain had told me to behave, although I'd heard him chuckling well after I'd left his study. I bore a letter from him, or back from her, every so often amongst my managing of the coming and going of the household. Said correspondence moving through Mr. Winslow. Whitelock's letters often bore a scent of perfume, while I tried my best to make sure that Swain's bore no trace of decomposition, sulphur, or any other sorcerous residue. As for the dresses that my would-be suitor Bertram had asked after, I'd apparently become something of a charity for Mary Whitelock. Besides quality attire befitting a quality servant, I'd found myself in possession of 6 fine dresses of silk, lace, and velvet. Hats, gloves, sleeve ruffles, capes, shoes, cloaks, and gowns were sent my way at regular intervals. And eye patches. By then I had a collection of 12 of them, many of them commissioned by Mary herself to complement or match the other outfits. At Swain's urging, I wrote a proper thank you note for each one, searching for a fresh variant of "Thank you for the unexpected but lovely gift. How thoughtful of you," to reply with. What use I had for a room, for I'd had to convert a full room in the manse into a wardrobe for storing them, full of fancy attire in the demon-infested, lonesome reaches of Salem, wasn't clear, although I will confess that occasionally having something other than books, magic, and my studies in my life had become a guilty pleasure. And I will further confess that in choosing what I might wear as I rode to Andover, I sometimes erred on the side of pretty. Mary Whitelock would certainly have approved. Nor was I surprised to see my brother finding an excuse to help around the tavern this morning, Iris said, knowing it's Friday. I looked at the outfit I wore, a pale brick-coloured riding habit that had been included in our monthly shipment from Winslow's not a fortnight earlier, and put one hand to the patch on my eye, of beige silk with a delicate herringbone stitching around the edges. Iris walked by me and put a light hand on my shoulder. You look lovely. Before I could protest that I hadn't even given a thought to how I looked, thank you, the door opened. A young man came inside, followed by another man and a woman, the same age. They wore cloaks and the clothes of labourers, faded, a patch here and there. Francis, Iris said. I glanced up at the mention of his name. Iris had told me more than one story of her husband's brother. Trouble followed him more closely than his own shadow, apparently. One of the reasons for the recent feud that had erupted between the two brothers. I saw the resemblance in the colour of the skin, the shape of the nose, the eyes. He was an even more handsome version of Ethan. I found him striking.
Is he here?
No, and you're lucky he's not.
Perfect. Just need a little food for the road.
Iris wasn't pleased. He'll be back in an hour.
We'll be gone in a quarter that.
Francis went back through to the pantry. I heard him rummaging about. And what am I supposed to tell him? That you barged in and started pilfering?
You can tell him exactly that, came his voice from the pantry.
You can tell him that a few loaves and a wheel of cheese and a few of these sausages are small change compared to the years I hauled firkins up from the cellar for him. You can tell him anything you'd like."
The other two looked about. The young woman wore her pale brown hair tied back, without a bonnet. She had a sharp nose and pale eyes. When she noticed me looking, she stared back at me, scrutinizing my patch. After a moment, I looked away, concentrating on finishing my stew and not blushing. Iris hurried off into the pantry, and I listened to the two of them quarrel. Something smashed on the floor and broke, causing Iris to raise her voice. After a minute, Francis strode out from the back, balancing a load of goods in his arms. 2 wheels of cheese in pale rinds, a string of linked smoked sausages, a sack with what smelled to be dried apples, a jar of honey, 4 hard-crusted loaves of bread, another sack that looked like it held potatoes, dried meat rolled in an apron. Iris followed him. "Ethan will be furious," she said.
"That's what he does. Also, whose wagon is that out front?"
"What does that matter?"
"We need a wagon. Cold work trudging through the snow."
"You got here on foot," Iris said. "You should leave that way."
"We only need a ride."
"Why don't you go?" Francis handed the goods to his companions and turned to me.
"Is that your father's wagon?"
I blinked. "My master's." He walked over and smiled.
"We're in a bind, you see. We need to get back to Boston. Our ride didn't work out, and now we're stranded."
He pulled coin from his breeches pocket.
"We can pay."
His eyes put a flutter in my stomach. I entertained the thought. Swain might not even notice if I were gone for the day. I suspected that staring into Francis's brown eyes for a few hours mightn't be altogether bad. But no. I had work to do, and the package was something that my master had been waiting for. "I'm sorry, but I can't." He knelt next to where I sat, and I discovered that I didn't have a ward or glamour on me that worked against his charm.
"Maybe I could ask your master."
"She's alone, Francis, and that's the way you ought to leave her. Alone. Just leave." He ignored Iris.
"So you could, then?"
He didn't let go of my gaze.
"You might like it. I could tell you all about my sister-in-law. She's not always so rude, for instance. You could see Boston. You'd fit right in."
I wish that But where had my words gone? My scent seemed to have been drawn into his eyes and trapped as a demon caught in a plainer clock. My cheeks warmed. His lips looked so soft. Before I babbled further, I reminded myself how vile lads could be, thinking of my own late brothers. Although Francis struck me as being of an entirely different species altogether. Still, no. "I'm sorry. My master needs me back. I should go now. Actually." I stood. He kept kneeling before me. "But thank you. Again, sorry." Iris put a comforting hand on my arm. "See you soon," she whispered. She turned and snapped the dish towel draped over her shoulder at her brother-in-law, forcing him up from his knee. "You'd best leave some of that coin for Ethan. You still owe him nearly £4. Francis raised his hand, warding off the whip of the towel. Their arguing continued as I brought the goods out to the wagon and busied myself with securing the small crate in the back. Soon, Francis and the other two stepped out from the tavern. They left me in peace, heading off down the small lane toward Boston. Once they were out of sight, I wondered if Bertram had admired my dress from somewhere near. I didn't spot him, and decided that it was just as well. I'd surely realize how much more handsome Iris's brother-in-law was, which wouldn't be fair. A few far-off homes marked the edge of Andover. The rest of the land fell away to woodland that wore fresh winter ornaments of snow and ice. A red-tailed hawk circled high up. The wagon's chains and posts rattled as the wheels clambered across frozen tracks in the lane. For my amusement, I played out in my mind what Swain would do if I asked him for romantic advice. Would he do as he did when any mention of my womanly cycle came up, and claim the urgent need to find a particular book, feigning preoccupation? Or would he offer references for any number of amorous glamours I might use
to guarantee the desired result, and challenge me to learn 5 of them by week's end. Of course, he might very well suggest a demon ought to accompany me, while in the presence of a suitor, just to keep his own peace of mind. I sighed, for I was certain I knew exactly what he would say, which would be, "Why on earth would you concern yourself with such nonsense when we're on the verge of ushering in the greatest age in the annals of sorcery? Have you lost your mind, Finch?" One couldn't help but notice that August Swain lived the life of a bachelor, well past the point when a suitable marriage would be expected. I was unaware of him expressing more than a curiosity whether Mary Whitelock, for instance, had suitors of her own. Heart-struck with romance? Easier to imagine him doing handstands while singing. No, my master was cut of a different cloth. While romance might not wield much, or any, sway over him, his views toward the fairer sex were as enlightened as anyone I'd ever met. He didn't treat me as though I were by nature subservient. For instance, "Is this your father's wagon?" With my attention so consumed, I didn't notice the quartet of figures by a bend in the road. After my first surprise, I recognized them. Francis and the other 2 from the tavern, along with another young man, plump with a wispy beard. Within my general shock at seeing them was both a dose of caution, for it seemed odd even then, and a hint of excitement, for there was something about Francis that made me wobbly. Francis himself stepped out into the road before the wagon and raised his hand in greeting. I slowed the wagon to a stop. He bowed.
"I should apologize for my behavior back there. Too many ghosts in that place, and they get my dander up. Families." He said the last word as though it explained it. The word just made me think of graves. The others watched me. "It's fine," I said, shifting on the driver's bench. "Ethan is lovely, and I'm sure that you're lovely too." Francis smiled. "Why, thank you." He came around to the other side of the wagon. "Here's the thing. We're in a spot. If it were just a matter of time and sore feet, walking back to Boston would be fine. There's more at stake. We need that ride. Desperately." I wasn't sure how a ride had suddenly turned into that ride, but he made it hard to keep my thoughts altogether straight. "I'm sorry. I do have somewhere. I can't. I don't have time. Or permission." "We're wasting time," the woman called. Francis silenced her with a look. He turned back to me. "Ignore her. What's your name?" "Kate." The word popped out before I even had time to consider whether it were wise or not. "Kate," Francis said.
He made it sound older, more sophisticated.
"We will need the wagon."
From the corner of my eye, I glimpsed the 2 lads approaching. I looked from them to the woman, who stared at me with overt hostility, back to Francis. "Sorry?" He lifted his hands as though everything were obvious.
"It's simple. You won't get in any trouble. We'll be the ones in trouble, if it comes to that. You were just waylaid by horse thieves. You couldn't help it, there were 4 of them. Or 5. Or 6, whatever you wish."
I was still confused, my common sense lagging well behind what was happening around me. "But I know you. Who you are."
"Ah, but you didn't know who robbed you."
Francis lifted a kerchief tied around his throat, lifting the edge up over his nose and covering half his face. The others did likewise, even the woman.
"Because they were masked. Because these old roads near the signs aren't well protected by the governor's men anymore. Too good to protect the citizens around here."
One of the others put his hands on the wagon. "But I know who you are," I repeated. "And you'll be jailed, or worse, as horse thieves."
"But you won't tell anyone."
Francis lifted himself up on the running board by my side of the wagon.
"If it helps, think of us as horse borrowers. We're simply relieving you of the wagon for the day. You'll find it at the edge of Cambridge by the river. I promise."
His eyes drew me forward, made me want to believe it. But then I thought of my master and how long he'd waited for the resonance clock from Robert XII's to arrive. They weren't going to steal it from me.
"Get down," I said, raising my voice.
"You're not keeping it, just get out," the woman said. She stepped up to the horses and reached for their tack. I snapped the reins hard, and the horses heaved forward. The woman cursed and leaned back. Francis and the other lad nearly fell, but grabbed at the sides of the wagon well enough to hold on.
"It's easier if you don't," Francis said.
He leaned forward and got a grip on the reins, pulling them back. The team faltered. I reached below the hem of my skirts and pulled out the knife I kept beneath the seat, a dagger with a 5-inch blade. I'd spent my life around all manner of blades and guns. My family were renowned weaponsmiths, if you recall, and had more than a facility with them. Swain had been reluctant to allow me to acquire and carry such a blade. A practitioner of the arts was a cut above needing such things, he insisted, but had relented once I'd demonstrated that I could handle a blade far better than he could. I pushed Francis away with my hand that held the reins. "Back off! Right now!" He leaned back out of my reach.
"The butterfly has a stinger," he said.
I swung the blade around and thrust the tip at him. He leaned back farther.
"Kate, you could make this easier for all of us," Francis said.
He kept out of reach. I spun and flashed the steel at the one closest. Another climbed into the back of the wagon. They were on 3 sides of me, so I stood up and sliced the blade through the air in a wide arc. One of them laughed, which infuriated me. "Put it down, one-eyed butterfly!" I glanced over to the woman and saw her pointing a pistol at me. "Pistol wins!" I stood still. The woman came closer, the pistol trained on my head, the black opening of the barrel fixing me with its terrible stare.
"I'd do as she says," Francis said.
With a grunt of frustration, I flung the blade into the back of the wagon where it stuck in, blade first, vibrating. Francis smiled.
"There we are. Was that so difficult?"
The closest lad peeled the reins from my hand, and I had to let him. Francis motioned for me to climb down.
"You were terrified, but you put up a good fight. The robbers overpowered you. Gruff men, indifferent to your pleas. You barely escaped."
He stepped aside, even offering me a hand down. I ignored it. The woman came closer, still aiming the pistol at me.
"And just in case you think it might be wise to reveal what you know," Francis said, "don't. We know where you live. We'll come for you and your master. That's a promise."
"I don't like it," the woman said.
"Kate here is smart, feisty. She'll know what to do and what not to do. Because all she's going to have to do is go to the river in Cambridge tomorrow morning, and she'll have her wagon back. Everything untouched. Nothing could be simpler."
Nothing could have been worse. Even if they were willing to abandon the wagon, I had little faith that all the goods in the back, the crate from Robert Twelves's shop in particular, would still be there come dawn. Worse, there would be nothing simple about walking back to Salem and telling Swain that his shipment had been stolen, and I'd let it happen. No, it wasn't simple. "We should tie her up," the woman said. "Or better yet, shoot her." That was all I needed to hear. Without waiting, I turned and shoved my hands in her face. I whispered a spell of translocational manipulation. The words set in motion a pendulum back in my room at the manse, the entrained planar forces of which connected with the small ingot of iron in my pocket. A focused ripple of energy ought to have knocked the gun from her hands. Instead, a blinding glare erupted, wavering like sunlight through icy water. Magic spilled from my outstretched hands, much stronger than I'd anticipated, much stronger than I could control. My entire body vibrated with the force of the energy. She cried out and flew backward a dozen feet, as though a cannonball had slammed into her. She grunted as she hit the ground, snow ploughing up behind her. The pistol slid beneath a patch of chokeberry bushes. She tried to get to her feet, but with the barest of thoughts, I lifted her into the air, then bashed her to the ground again. Her limbs splayed as she struggled. I fell to one knee with a powerful wave of vertigo, nausea filling my throat and setting my skin to crawling. For a moment, my bones burned like red embers. The air around me vibrated, the ground stirred. Still crouching, I stared at the light spilling from my palms. It danced around the woman. Her eyes were wide and her mouth worked, but no words came out. Her limbs shook. I felt like I could crush her with just a thought. The spell seemed to whirl further out of my control, knocking snow off of the hemlocks that rose over her, swaying the branches, cracking some of them. "Jesus Christ," one lad in the wagon said. I inhaled, trying to properly end the spell, turning to Francis and the others. "Go. Now." Francis made the mistake of reaching for me, apparently still seeing nothing but a girl. "Ignis in florem et ramos choro," I said. With an arcing wave of my hand, licks of flame appeared on the clothing of Francis and the two other lads, sprouting in strips. Before they could even react, the flames grew, bright petals unfolding along their limbs, much more fire than I'd intended. As I knew from my own studies, nothing quite grips one's attention like the sight and heat of fire blossoming upon your clothes. And in an instant the three of them were dancing, staggering, and beating wildly at themselves. I stood up, buffeted by waves of energy. Turning to the two lads still in the wagon, I redirected the spell I'd used on the woman. They careened over the walls, landing hard on the road. I didn't waste a moment, leaping into the driver's bench and sending the team off with a yell and a crack of the reins. I didn't glance back until the horses were at full speed. My head spun from the force of the spells. I had to steady myself as I craned back over my shoulder. Francis stood in the midst of the lane, staring after me, his coat and breeches smouldering. Smoke wrapped the scene. The other two lay on the ground, having extinguished the flames by rolling about in the snow. The woman was prone, likely stunned and sore. For all the practicing I'd done under Swain's supervision, I'd never used that much magic with no preparation before. My hands trembled, and my chest hitched as I worked to calm myself. The surrounding energy lingered, flashes of light trailing from my hands, streaks of it stretching out behind me like tatters of silk. The figures in the road shrunk and then disappeared from sight as I rounded a curve. I glanced at the dagger, still embedded in the back of the wagon, vibrating with the roll of the wheels. My master was right. A practitioner of the arts needed no other weapon. I thought of what the woman had said as she'd pointed the pistol at me. She'd been wrong. "Magic wins," I whispered. Chapter 17. No unnecessary magic. Yes, I shouldn't have done it in the first place. That realization sunk guiltily into my bones from the moment I lost sight of Francis and the others. Magic was forbidden, and I'd just given a wild demonstration of it to 4 people, exactly none of whom had my best interests in mind. What a fool I was! But it didn't stop there, for I kept it from Swain. Relentless remorse, shame, and worry haunted me from that day forward. Swain had been so exuberant at the arrival of the long-awaited crate from the clockmaker that he didn't notice either the guilt in my eye or the residue of magic that clung to me. I was too frightened to tell him. After a long and fitful night of fretting while hard rains lashed the windows, I'd risen with the dawn, determined to come clean to him with the entire story, only to find him in a thunderous mood, having discovered that one of the mechanisms within the device from 12's had been damaged in transit. I balked, sensing he'd not only be livid at what I'd done, but trebly so since I'd spent the afternoon and evening of the day before feigning that all was normal. Every time I passed by a window in the manse, my gaze turned to the distant lane, half expecting to see a quartet of figures approaching, or a company of scarlet-coated regulars from the governor's own regiment, sent to investigate the rumours of magic near, or in, the vicinity of Old Salem. All the while, I ran through the unpleasant possibilities over and over, as though committing them to memory. Concentration? Out of the question. While Swain moaned and growled as he struggled with the new device, I retreated to my room, hoping to lose myself in my studies. It didn't work. As I sat at the small table in the corner, staring at the spirit tablet before me, all I saw was Francis and the others, clothing scorched, bringing the entire story to a local constable, or a regimental officer in Boston, or to Dr. Rush himself. I wondered if Swain noticed how much I was using the privy. Still, I had to put it out of my head. I double-checked that I sat within the proper glamour and tried, again, to attend to the spirit tablet. I dipped the nib of the small quill into the enchanted ink and set it into the planchette. Closing my eye, I whispered the proper phrases and detected a disturbance of energy above the tablet. Engaging in such automatic writing was to be a first step in my mastering summoning proper, channeling into the unseen world while surrounded by protections. The expectation was that I would familiarize myself with the guile of demons. I placed my fingertips lightly on the edge of the sheet of paper, tacked to the tablet. Ripples of magic ran up my fingers. As Swain had instructed, I closed my eye and focused my attention on the energy. When my mind wandered, and oh, how it wandered, I tugged it back. For 10 grueling minutes, I herded my restless thoughts back to the energy, over and over, a busy shepherd with a headstrong flock. Nothing happened. I didn't hear the quill scratching the paper. The planchette remained still. Of course, the harder I tried to concentrate, the more my mind squirreled off in some other direction. Images from the day before elbowed their way to the forefront of my thoughts. The dark within the barrel of the pistol, as the woman raised it to me. The charming smile on Francis's lips, white teeth in the stubble on his chin. The flames erupting over their clothes, as magic coursed from my hands. The desperate, sinking feeling in my stomach, as their intentions became... the flames. Why had they been so intense? My thoughts snapped back to the spell I'd cast. I opened my eye. The paper on the spirit tablet was free of a single mark of ink, the planchette exactly where I'd placed it. So much for that. I pulled my hands back and folded my arms, chewing at the corner of my lip. The spell I'd used, fire, bloom and dance, should have traced burning embers across their clothing, sprouting a few flames here and there, no greater than burning candle wicks. Among the fire-based incantations, it was as tame as could be, designed to frighten, not immolate. Had I confused the spell with its more dangerous version, fire, seek and destroy? I'd studied both, and was certain I'd mastered the difference. Getting up from my tablet, I searched through the books on the small shelf I'd set up, until I found Arthur Fish's Principles of Elemental Manipulation, from which I'd learned the spell. Fish's work had sparked the great renaissance of English magic at the turn of the 17th century, a flourishing that lasted half a century before the hidden arts were declared illegal by Oliver Cromwell and his supporters, a condition that continued even after restoration of Charles II to the throne in 1660. I flipped open the book and worked my way through the various ribbons I'd used as place markers, until I found the 2 variants of the spell. As I reread the incantation for fire, bloom and dance, I was certain that I'd cast it correctly. Ignis in florem et ramos choro. No mistaking it. If I'd cast it once, I'd cast it dozens of times. The more powerful version of the spell was entirely different, requiring a complex incantatory stanza that began with the phrase Ignis querunt et sic repente praecipitas, and continued on through a jaw-cracking range of syllables that I'd struggled to scale properly even under the best of circumstances, let alone in the midst of an ambush with a gun pointed at my head. No, I hadn't accidentally blurted the wrong spell. I was certain of it. I leaned back from Fish's book, frowning. It didn't make any sense. I turned back to the spirit tablet and froze. No pendant. The letters flowed out from the tip of the nib. A spidery stream of ink wound through the fibres of the paper, apparently having seeped out with no sound as I'd flipped back and forth through the 2 spells in the book. I blinked. No pendant. I reached up and felt the solid comfort of the pendant hanging between my collarbones, my protection against demons. I approached the spirit tablet. You'd like that, wouldn't you? I said, with no intention of listening to a demon's suggestion. The planchette moved, spinning as the quill traced out one small letter after the next in a jittering line of ink. Behold. I sat back at the table and placed my fingertips onto the proper spots, glancing about the room. Bed, books, lantern, wardrobe, window, all as they should be. No signs of a demon, no signs of any disturbance whatsoever. By that point in my studies, I knew well enough the aggrandizing self-regard of demons, each apparently with a magnificent or terrible or devastating beauty to go along with their ferocity and might, to dismiss any such claims without undue worry. I don't see much, demon, I said. I steeled myself for the planchette to whip across the page, or scrawl jagged lines, or rip the paper itself as the demon lashed out the only way it could, as I'd witnessed in earlier sessions. Instead, it remained still. And I'm not taking off my pendant, thank you very much. No movement. Curious. Tell me your name, I said, getting right to the heart of the matter. The names of demons, more rare than gems, the key to sorcery, and the last thing a demon would reveal. But as the spirit tablet was designed to safely, for the most part, observe the behaviour of demons, it was among the questions Swain expected me to explore. As the seconds ticked by, I wondered if I'd lost the connection through poor concentration. The planchette remained motionless. "Hello," I said. It moved, and as it did, strong little tides of energy lapped at my fingers. The ink trailed the quill, and I watched the letters form. Jinn. A knock at my door startled me. "Finch," Swain said, pushing open the door not half a second after knocking, as was his habit. I'd learned to dress with my back to the door after one unfortunate such entrance months earlier, an event that mortified Swain far more than me, to be clear. Still, he was quite incapable of taming his impatience when he had something on his mind. "There you are." I kept my fingertips on the spirit tablet. The planchette stopped. "Practicing, sir." "Yes, you may continue that later. We've work to do." He looked down at the paper. "A demon with a taste for gin. Can't say I've ever tried it. A decision reinforced in stark relief by the besotted wretches I've met, who claimed it magnificent. Sagging faces, bloodshot eyes, grimacing mouths and all." I closed off the incantation with a hurried whisper and stood. "Perhaps the demon is curious anyways, sir." "Careful. The point of this exercise is to learn not to ascribe reflexive motives to demons, Finch. Observe, note, learn. Never forget that the unspoken, yet truest story of sorcery is the story of sorcerers being killed by the demons they tried to best. It's why there have never been many sorcerers." He often graced my lessons with such motivational statements. Swain continued, "From the most tentative novice being torn apart by a suddenly unbound demon, to a wily practitioner such as the great Wilhelm Schwarzgut, rightly considered the greatest practitioner of the art in the last century, falling prey to the subtle entreaties of a demon he'd had bound to his will for nearly 4 decades. There is really no compelling argument to make for a person desirous of a long life to pursue sorcery. And if you think the danger ends there, it doesn't. Some planar entities have proven themselves so spiteful that even after their summoner has been flayed, tortured, and obliterated, they've continued to wreak their horror on the region wherein they'd been bound. The bleak haunting of the Baybolna forest in the Kingdom of Hungary in the late 15th century. The infamous disappearance of an entire village near the townland of Lusmag in King's County in Ireland a century later, attributed to the devil of the 3 rivers. There are other noteworthy examples, but I trust you get the point. The words tentative novice struck me more deeply than talk of places I'd never heard of, doomed by sorcery or not. But if Swain registered my guilt in any fashion, he didn't spare it a second thought. "Yes, sir," I said. "I understand well the early days of learning, the joy and the freedom and the intoxicating possibilities. You're gaining confidence, driven more by enthusiasm than talent, believe me, and beginning to think of yourself as a sorcerer." He crossed his arms in front of his chest and watched me, making me wonder exactly what he knew, or suspected. "But note well that the unseen arts are exceedingly hard to do well. There is your perception of your talents, and there is what is true, and unless you keep those both firmly aligned, you will make no progress worth discussing. Splashing in the shallows while calling yourself a genuine practitioner of the arts is as trivial as pointless. No, the real merits are found when you abandon illusions, delusions, and confusions. All that is required is hard work and sacrifice." He turned and bade me to follow him. "Sacrifice, sir," I said, with one final look at the spirit tablet as I hurried after him. "Sacrifice. You can enjoy a life of simple pleasures and little accomplishment, or pursue the art. If you choose the latter, you must sacrifice the former. Trust me on that, Finch." He didn't slow at the top of the stairs, nor at the bottom, heading through the entryway and out the front door. Poring over crumbling books and burning your fingers, while seemingly everyone else in the world is enjoying dinner or sleeping soundly, is but a portion of the price we pay. And for our efforts, the art will then reveal itself to be harder still. You will realize that what the greatest sorcerers accomplished is so rare that you will question if it's even possible for you to be 1/10 as good as they were, let alone ever stand shoulder to shoulder with them. He had to have known what I'd done. I was sure of it. Why else would he offer such a lesson? That makes it sound so, well, futile, doesn't it, sir?
Only to the unambitious. Embrace the true challenge and you'll come to appreciate the art for what it is. Sometimes confounding, often impossible. Mistake after mistake after mistake. False starts and dead ends enough to make you question your talent, your judgment, your commitment. Listen closely. Mistakes are your best teachers, unless they kill you.
I swallowed. Was he expecting a confession? One burbled up behind my lips. Swain pushed open the door to the barn and paused.
Sorcery will break your heart, Finch.
Yet in the midst of that heartbreak, it may just give you enough glimpses of the numinous to allow you to bear it.
Now, if I haven't frightened you off, we have work to do. I haven't given up on the device from the exceptionally talented Mr. Twelves. Come.
Frightened me off? Was it just another discouragement in the name of encouragement lecture? After all, he'd mentioned nothing of spells, fire, errands, lying, hiding, deceiving. His mood was light again. No, he didn't know. I swallowed back down my confession and followed him into the barn. The resonance clock sat lengthwise on the workbench. Polished pine shaped like a 2-foot-tall long-case clock, 2 keyholes on the front, and an inside containing gears, springs, a pendulum, and silvered chambers. Ingenious combinations of magic and sorcery imbued the internal pins of silver and steel with the power to create immense planar manipulations, capable of clearing a vast stretch of planar fields in one go. Swain approached it and put a knuckle to his chin.
It should work now, he said.
You fixed it.
I'm not sure Mr. Twelves would approve of my handiwork. His touch with a mechanism such as this is sublime, while mine could best be described as crude and ungainly. But it ought to do. What say we test it?
Relief lightened my shoulders. This had been on his mind the whole time. Of course, sir. In the village?
Swain shook his head. Good Lord, what are you thinking? This is a test, Finch. A proof of concept. Although if you'd care to haul it into the old town and set it off, I'd be keen to hear how it goes, should I ever see you again. Which I wouldn't.
I nodded.
No, the orchard will do. The far side of it, he said.
He shrugged on his coat, the tattered one I'd convinced him to dedicate to the barn, and threw back half a cup of tea, another splash into the great ocean of tea he consumed throughout the days. He pulled a heavy steel skeleton key from his pocket and handed it to me.
Fetch the almshouse bunch.
The almshouse bunch was Swain's shorthand for the group of revenants who had showed themselves to be useless, the result of unsuccessful attempts at refining his techniques. Unlike the more recent revenants capable of such feats as balancing on a peaked roof, there was one young lad on the barn roof even then, a plainer weather vane sensitive to any incursions of demons from the nearby environment, turning every quarter of an hour night and day, or of setting a table with service for a multi-course meal, with nary a chipped glass or the clank of silverware, appearing as normal, if a little wan, household servants to any but the most discerning eye. The almshouse bunch was confined to the dark corner of the stable, seated on the floor, shoulder to shoulder, in silence. Rather than sever the demons from the corpses, Swain held on to those revenants for the sake of research. I hated being around them whenever my duties brought me out to the stable. I found them distressing, for various reasons. But when I'd asked if they could be moved, Swain had pointed out that leaving them exposed to the weather would wear out their clothing and force us to see even more of them. He also expressed concerns over how their presence might draw further entities in, and he decided that they were safer in the stable, obscured behind several glamours. While Swain readied the resonance clock, I entered the stable and stopped short of the lines of protection that ran across the floor, keeping the revenants in their place. I'd assisted my master in those incantations, my work having imbued the mixture of ash and iron filings with the proper energies to contain the revenants. The technique was from a branch of magical science known as harmonic shadow control, which involves the manipulation of the many subtle orders of energy that matter generates. By focusing and filtering the various echoes and harmonics of these energies, materials can be manipulated to great effect. As the incanter, I had a particular sensitivity to it, and the lines of energy shone like delicate weavings that underpinned the lines of filings. I stopped just on the other side and wrapped my fingers around the skeleton key warded with sorceries that would allow me to give my commands to his revenants when I activated it. It could only be used by me. If any other individual were to come across it, it was simply a steel key with no matching lock. I passed one hand over it and muttered, "Wie Kräftinger Verdum." The almshouse bunch, all 6 of them, turned their heads from the shadows of the stable corner. I stepped back. "Get up! Outside!" They rose and shuffled out of the corner. First came the body of a thin, toothless man, whose revenation, which had proceeded without note at the time, left the body with a pronounced tremor of the limbs. His head nodded non-stop, as though he were desperately agreeing to whatever were taking place. Behind him came a middle-aged woman in a velvet burial dress. She collapsed on cycles of 7 and 31 hours, the demon requiring up to 2 hours to manipulate the corpse again. Then, a young man who, after being made a revenant, had burned his hands down to the bones in the kitchen hearth. I'd been the one to discover him, extinguishing him before the rest of his clothing caught fire. A pock-scarred young man with yellowed skin who moved with an uneven gait and couldn't cross any threshold that had been glamoured. Swain had tried several solutions, none of which worked, and he'd eventually given up, claiming he'd made a mess of the various wards, glyphs, and incantations. Next came a young woman whose presence caused any glass near her to shatter, for reasons that baffled Swain. Again, the revenation had appeared normal, and in fact Swain had remained convinced for some time that the demon bound within was simply carrying on. Still, no matter how many variations of commanding it to cease he gave it, the shattering continued. Given the delicacy of our work, not to mention the cost of new glassware and window panes, the revenant remained with the others. Lastly came a brown dog we'd found on a rainy November wagon ride back from Boston. The unfortunate creature had been run down by a horse, and had been dying in the lane when we came upon it, its back broken. I'd made the mistake of pitying it, and asking Swain if we might do something for it. He'd helped me to lift the wounded animal into the back of the wagon, and rode with it back to Salem. It had died before we reached the manse, but my master's curiosity had been piqued. He spent that night attempting to revenate the dog. While I'd feared that the dog's broken back would render the revenant useless, it had loped about in a loose and frightful manner, staring at Swain with its tongue lolling from its mouth. Unfortunately, the revenant dog had frequently wandered onto the furniture of the manse, on tables, on beds, often tumbling down the stairs. It had taken to scraping and padding its way, at night, to a spot right outside the door of my room, and remaining there, its presence invariably waking me up and filling me with a nameless fear. Swain agreed that it was unacceptable. He felt it was because the dog couldn't wear a glamoured ring, and instead wore it on a collar about its neck. He'd finally given up on it and banished it to the stable. I led this frightful parade out from the stable and around to the snow-dusted orchards that extended out along the back of the property. We passed through an opening in an ivy-covered stone wall, the rotted remains of old trellises still reaching up on both sides. The morning had warmed, lending the air a particular softness, notable because the weather around the manse grounds had been deep within the grip of early winter, with 2 large storms in the past week alone. Swain had charged me with making a detailed record of the unpredictable weather fluctuations around Salem, which I kept in a large book of blank tables, making note of wind and other conditions. Using a mercury thermometer and barometer that my master had had shipped from Amsterdam. While the autumn's worth of record-keeping had revealed no discernible pattern to the variations, which included a 14-inch snowfall overnight in early October, and an evening of humid thunderstorms, with screaming winds in the first week of December. Both Swain and I were certain that there was, in fact, a pattern within the chaos that would reveal itself eventually. Swain carried the resonance clock out ahead of the revenants, and me, placing the device on the ground in an open spot beyond the last row of crooked apple trees. He motioned.
Line them up. Intervals of 20 paces or so. They'll be drawn to the resonance well, and this should give us some information from which to calculate the effect of distance.
I directed the revenants to form a rough line leading away from the instrument, positioning them one by one across rows of the old orchard. Once I returned, Swain crouched in front of the device, holding it open to reveal a keyhole in the centre. To either side, open chambers held gears, most delicate, but two of stout design, amongst the weights, pendulum and anchor, and escapement gears that mirrored each other. Set into one end of the device was a compass. Swain double-checked that the device was aligned north to south. He pulled a smaller compass out of his coat pocket and confirmed the alignment. In the spaces beyond the double gearing were two chambers, larger versions of the containment chambers in his earlier experiments with the planar clocks, sealed with thin layers of metals that went beyond the simple lead or silver of the smaller devices. Copper, bronze, tin, lead, silver and gold, in mathematically unequivocal arrangements, again mirrored, one set in each chamber. He closed both doors. They clicked shut with the mechanical elegance that was 12's hallmark.
There we are, Swain said. Nearly ready.
In each corner, a cylindrical chamber extended through the depth of the device, walled in polished silver and containing a narrow candle poured around wicks subjected to days' worth of incantations. 12's had designed hinged covers for them, punched through with enough holes to allow proper airflow to feed the flames.
I'd say it's time, Swain said.
He slid the key into the keyhole and turned it. I could see that the springs engaged. The movement was smooth, measured. Once, twice, each wind gaining more resistance, storing more energy.
A dozen will do us.
He continued on until he hit the final wind. He placed his hand on the front of the device and lifted out the key.
This little catch will release it.
He pointed to a cone-like button that protruded from the metal next to the keyhole.
Once the flames are lit, we shall have a quarter of an hour.
He waved his hands over the resonance clock and said,
Ignis.
The 4 candles sprung to flame, each a different hue as fitting as the harmonic bindings imbued within. Pale yellow, greenish blue, red, and the deep orange of sunset. He leaned over and closed each of the covers. Click, 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 click. Straightening, he checked his pocket watch and looked at the device. Gears turned in a refined, mechanical orchestration.
We shall observe from a safer spot.
We made our way to a small promontory past the edges of the orchard and hunkered within a circle of protection that Swain had put there months earlier, after one too many incursions by unexpected entities. One of half a dozen safe spots across the property. The line of revenants stretched away from the device, the furthest one well over 100 yards from our vantage point. Nearest the device, the toothless man looked as though he was listening to a music box, nodding along. What will we see, sir?
I would expect the nearest revenants to be drawn to the clock, without question. Perhaps all of them. The demons should find the resonance well irresistible. Fascinating, compelling. Needless to say, if we can safely lure some numbers of demons to one location, we may have a way to begin clearing the infestation of demons. A welcome turn of events.
He consulted his watch.
Of course, it's possible that nothing at all will happen, or the power involved may bring forth a quantity of unknown complications. For in sorcery, as with most endeavours, eliminating one set of problems often only serves to clear the decks for a new set. That's why we're back this far.
And what if the resonance well touches the planar currents, sir? Swain smiled.
Spoken like a budding planar cartographer. Fear not. The limits of the incantations remain well below such a threshold for just that reason.
But the planar deviations can vary.
They can. We should still be well within the prudent range, however.
And if it peaks past that? Fair question, he said, checking his watch. Powerful planar magic inevitably risks side effects. Something along the lines of a flaring of Flamme zum Scheißpulver, or flame to the gunpowder, a potentially disastrous amplification of any and all spells. The unstable magic could expand in a massive wave. Quite fatal, in theory. I closed my mouth. Swain nodded. Now you see why we're doing it here and not in the heart of Salem. Is any of that likely? We'll know in, he looked at his watch, less than a minute. We both followed the sweep of the second hand. And we begin in 10, 5, 1. He snapped the watch shut. After a moment, I sensed a change in the planes and my attention heightened. A light tingle brushed my forehead, my nose, my shoulder blades. The air pressure changed. My ears popped as the air grew heavy, thick as if the storms of the night before had reappeared. The twisted branches of the trees knocked and bent. Displacement, Swain said. The air itself is reacting to the coiling of the planes. As the energy grew, the forces coursing through the planes shocked me, powerful even from a distance. The muscles in my arms twitched and my stomach clenched. All across my face, a sensation of pinpricks. My hair whirled, getting in my eye, my mouth. Swain scanned the scene before us. Yes, there. He pointed and I followed his finger. In the air above the resonance clock, a swirling darkness bled out of nothing. The wind rose and the shadow turned, growing larger. Take a good look, Finch. What we're seeing is the controlled intersection of this world with several others. A resonance well, the winding in, winding down, and braiding of channels of planar force. I gaped at it. Even as I stared, a thin line of darkness, like a handful of strings wound more and more tightly together, extended up into the sky. 20 feet, 50, 100, higher. It looked as though a portion of the sky tore. Swain appeared thrilled, but the sight and sensation weighed me down with a primal terror. By setting up the proper resonance, we're coiling all the currents in this spot, linking them together for the duration of the running of the clock, Swain said. Several faint streaks of light appeared in the black above the clock, shining with the strange colours of the will-o'-the-wisp. Grave mould green, coffin rot grey, death blue. The revenants shuddered. Trees swayed, and stray leaves spun like sparrows on the wind. Long tendrils of light stretched out from the opening, quickly extending hundreds of feet in length, rising up and up and up. The strange beauty of it held my gaze. All around the orchard, wind rose. Next to the resonance clock, the toothless man shuddered, his head swaying side to side. Swain pointed. Do you see? The demon can't resist the draw of the planar currents. The next one is coming over, sir. The woman who collapsed too often shuffled in the direction of the device, her neck craned up to take in the shadows and light overhead. As the wind strengthened, the air crackled. A flash of lightning burst from the funnel of dark energy, rotating over the orchard. A knot of fear tightened in my stomach. How soon until it closes, sir? The clock held delicate brass hammers, each with a precise load of force, each poised to shatter a thin glass rod. The rods held incantatory charms, the proper combination of which would counter the initial spells, diffusing the surge of power that wound the planes. In theory, the other planes would return to their more common state. My master looked at his watch, then at the revenants nearest the device. Another 7 minutes. Even as far back as we were, trees moved, dropping their dustings of snow, filling the air with whirling streaks of powder. The snow on the ground came alive, fine plumes racing over the contours of dell and rise. Should it be this windy, sir? I raised my voice over the hisses and shrieks. Possibly. Swain squinted at the far-off device, a note of uncertainty in his voice. As the pressures equalize, the... As he spoke, the toothless man and the collapsing woman flew into the air, sucked into the shadows of the resonance well, like scarecrows into a whirlwind. Further along the rows of the orchard, among the snapping branches of the leafless apple trees, the other revenants tumbled, slid, hurtled toward the device, cartwheeling, crashing into gnarled trunks, and being yanked free by the most violent winds I'd ever witnessed. None were spared. From all corners flew broken branches, dervishes of snow, old leaves. Stone and old fence rails careened into the centre. One tree after another broke apart with the crack of muskets. Above us, the twining shadows and light reared ever higher, widening. My every nerve clanged with alarm as the forces crashed over me in wave after wave. Numbness, tingling, vertigo, nausea fought for dominance, yet I couldn't look away. Beyond the colours, I caught glimpses of depth, of structures, slate rooftops at dusk, stone passages, iron staircases, a world beyond.
"No, this is all wrong," Swain said.
"But look inside it, sir."
"Look away, Finch."
"Stairs! A rooftop!"
"Finch!"
I turned to him. The panic on his face had the effect of a bucket of icy water splashing over me. I'd never seen him look frightened, not like that. He got up from his crouch, his hair whipping into his face, the edges of his jacket thumping like a flag in a gale.
"I have to stop it before it destroys the clock."
"But it's going to shut itself off, isn't it?"
"Not if it's smashed."
He stepped out of the glamoured circle, struggling to stay upright against the winds that roared down into the orchard. Below, the brown dog spun up into the breach in the sky, disappearing into darkness. I couldn't see any of the other revenants. They were all gone. Beneath the towering darkness, the resonance clock spun back and forth, lifted off the ground by the strange energies and winds. Swain broke into a sprint, each step sending up a spindrift of snow racing along beside him. He tripped and spilled forward, then scrambled to his feet again, staggering down the hillside. Not knowing what to do, I ran after him. He shouted something, but in the maelstrom I couldn't catch it. The entire landscape screamed with wind and snow, making it difficult to see, to find my footing. I ran as fast as I dared, my dress acting like a sail in hurricane, sending me headlong after my master. A pair of trees near the resonance clock tore from the earth, root and branch, flying up into the breach. As I followed Swain's already fading footsteps through the snow, I struggled to keep track of him. Patches of his worn jacket flashed through the gusts of flying snow ahead of me. I was hit on the back of my head by a branch as thick around as my wrist, sending me sprawling. Grabbing my head, I resumed the chase. By the time I reached Swain, the disturbance spun overhead, filling my ears with a deafening rumble. Magic snapped across my skin, my clothing, the remaining tatters of trees. Swain had his arms wrapped around the resonance clock, which continued to rise into the air, taking him along with it. I reached up and grabbed the hem of his coat, holding him to the ground as best I could.
"Drop," Swain grunted. "Shatter! Now, come on!"
A deafening peal of thunder ripped across the sky, directly above us, powerful enough to rumble the ground. As the noise ended, the echoes of it fading out over the harbour, we crashed to the ground in a heap, Swain atop me, the resonance clock atop him. The collapse drove the air from my lungs. After a moment's struggle, Swain rolled off me, panting as he set the device on its side. Keeping his hands on it, he hung his head.
"It released, thank God," he whispered.
All around us, the orchard filled with the soft patter of twig and branch, falling back to earth, muffled in the snow.
I couldn't have held on for more than a few more moments.
The towering darkness had vanished. The winds rippled out from us, dying down. "It's gone, sir?" He nodded, gulping in air, exhausted.
"Resonance well released. Planes separating, retreating. Back to prime locations."
I stood up and helped him to his feet, dusting the snow from my skirts, from his shoulders. Where did they go? The revenants?
"I've no idea, but they're gone."
He eyed the resonance clock warily. I'd call it an unalloyed success if we hadn't very nearly torn a hole in the world capable of taking us, along with half of Salem, into it. Disastrous. I shuddered. It was all too easy to imagine the worst, having been so close to not reaching him in time. Do you know what went wrong, sir? Something between anything and everything. The device, my fix to the device, the incantations I chose, the location I selected, the alignment of the planes, all of it. None of it. He shook his head. So much for my little victory speech. Knowing he wasn't going to rest until he'd at least narrowed down the causes of the failure, I said, I'll get you food, sir. And tea, the strong kind. If there's anything I can help you with, I'll do that too. He reached up and rested a hand on my shoulder. You reacted quickly, Finch. If you hadn't been holding me down, I can't bear to think what might have happened. As we gathered up the resonance clock, Swain waved his hands across the front of the device, adding a quick seal to protect it as he carried it back to the workshop. It was then I glanced to the sky and noticed something strange. Where there ought to have been nothing, there were 3 long lines, 40 or 50 feet above us. They looked like imperfections in glass, smooth crystalline fractures that stretched up for hundreds of feet. As I moved my head, viewing them from different angles, I saw that they caught the fading sunlight strangely. Master, I pointed to the sky. What are those? He craned his neck, shading his eyes. What am I looking for? Those lines, sir. Where? Just above us. He narrowed his eyes. All I see are the bloody spots in my vision. Are you talking about that blur? No, they're some kind of magic. Or energy. The longer I looked, the stranger it appeared. Thin strands stretched out in several directions, thin as gossamer, as though some portion of the sky had cracked. A curious lightheadedness gripped me, and I had to take a step to keep my balance. Swain scanned the sky for a few moments, not looking pleased. With a glance at his watch and a few quick incantations, he was still no closer to figuring it out. He leaned back, his hands on his waist. He shook his head. I don't like it, not one bit, he said. We must be extra cautious until we have a better sense of what's going on here. The planar energies are far more complex than I'd anticipated, dangerously so. So from now on, no unnecessary magic. No more summoning, nothing. Not until we know better what we're dealing with. We might not be able to snuff out the next fuse in time. He hefted the resonance clock and started back to the manse. I took another nervous look at the peculiar deformation in the sky and hurried after him, my worries over my mistake the day before glowing white-hot again. No unnecessary magic.